The Assembly will hear an address of His Excellency Weiful Ramkelawan, President of the Republic of Seychelles. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Weiful Ramkelawan, President of the Republic of Seychelles, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I wish, first of all, to congratulate Ambassador Denis Francis on his election as President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly and extend our best wishes of success in his tenure of office. We also thank his predecessor, Ambassador Sabah Korosi, for his steadfast leadership over the preceding session. Excellencies, trust and solidarity form the bedrock of a functional multilateral order. 78 years ago, the United Nations was founded with the aim of preventing future global conflicts, promoting international cooperation, and maintaining peace and security among nations. The lessons of history are clear. Unwavering commitment to meaningful cooperation and dedication to global peace and security are essential to enhance human existence and prevent the recurrence of past tragedies. As the challenge to global peace, security, and prosperity takes on new dimensions, the lessons of the past become even more relevant. The world stands at the brink, facing conflicts and wars and human-induced disasters, while countless people continue to struggle for a decent existence. Disunity and distrust threaten to paint a bleak future, void of hope and possibilities. Overcoming this predicament demands that we find common ground amidst division. As we gather here today at the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, we are confronted with the urgent need to rebuild trust and reignite global solidarity in order to accelerate action on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals. Only through collective action can we achieve the vision of a better world for all. At the heart of our discussion lies the 2030 Agenda, a transformative blueprint for sustainable development. It serves as a roadmap to eradicate poverty, promote human rights, protect our planet, and ensure that no one is left behind. Yet, as we review our progress, it is evident that we are falling short of our targets, and the global pandemic has further exacerbated the challenges before us. Now, more than ever, we must renew our commitment to the SDGs and take decisive action to fulfill our promises. We are lagging behind. At the midway point of Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, it is crucial that we accelerate our joint efforts to make transformative advancements on the SDGs. The latest SDG report paints a somber picture of lost progress or regression on over 30% of the targets, with vulnerable countries facing inequality, poverty, hunger, and environmental degradation. Addressing these imbalances and advancing the SDGs can only be achieved through collective action. To accelerate action on the SDGs, we must prioritize implementation at all levels. This necessitates the alignment of national policies, plans, and strategies with the objectives of the 2030 Agenda. It requires robust institutions capable of driving progress and delivering results. It demands innovative financing mechanisms, as well as increased investment in sustainable infrastructure, technology transfer, and capacity building. We must foster an enabling environment for entrepreneurship, innovation, and inclusive economic growth, while also addressing the root causes of inequality, poverty, and environmental degradation. Furthermore, we must harness the power of partnerships. The achievement of the SDGs requires collaboration between governments, civil society, the private sector, and international organizations. By forging strategic alliances, we can leverage resources, expertise, and influence to catalyze change. South-South cooperation, in particular, holds great potential for knowledge exchange and mutually beneficial development. We must also reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism, as the United Nations serves as the cornerstone of our collective efforts towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability. Excellencies, Seychelles, through processes like the African Peer Review Mechanism and the Voluntary National Review, seeks to consolidate gains from prevailing political and socio-economic successes. We stand ready to share our experiences and strengthen cooperation with other countries. However, rebuilding confidence in the SDGs requires transforming words into concrete actions. Firstly, development partners must deliver on the Addis Ababa Action Agenda by scaling up financing and means of implementing the SDGs. Secondly, international institutions should embrace reform to ensure that the unique needs of vulnerable countries are considered in access to development financing. Seychelles firmly believes in the critical importance of adopting a multidimensional vulnerability index that fully responds to the needs of small island developing states. Thirdly, we need to leverage effective financing mechanisms such as impact investments, public-private partnerships, and debt relief to yield greater results for development agendas like Agenda 2063 and the forthcoming outcome of the 4th SEEDS conference in 2024. The Secretary-General's SDG stimulus aimed at transforming the global financial system is commendable, and international financial institutions must collaborate to support our collective ambition for a sustainable future. Redressing these imbalances and advancing on the SDGs will only be achieved if we work together. If we are to make progress on our development agenda, we can no longer call what we are facing climate change. The point at which lives and livelihoods are lost with frightening frequency due to environmental disasters means that we are living through a climate crisis. Addressing the climate crisis is no longer optional. It is an immediate necessity. To quote the Secretary-General, the era of global warming has transitioned into an era of global boiling, and leaders must lead to limit the rise in global temperatures to 1.5 degrees. Seychelles is committed to renewable energy and energy efficiency. But as a small island developing state, we lack the capacity and infrastructure to develop these solutions fully. OECD and G20 countries, as major emitters, must take decisive actions to lead in combating climate change. The establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund is a positive step, but its operationalization is crucial to compensate those most at risk. Nature-based solutions, exemplified by Seychelles' pioneering of blue bonds and the blue economy, showcase the potential for sustainable development. Transparent ocean governance offers opportunities for development and environmental protection. In this context, I pay tribute to the bold actions of SEEDS such as Bermuda and Tonga, which have purposefully moved to harnessing wave energy as feasible solutions to independent and clean energy futures. Seychelles will continue the same ambitious approach as we assume the presidency of the SEEDS DOC from Tonga. Furthermore, the SEEDS Coalition for Nature, launched by Seychelles, Belize, Cabo Verde, and Samoa, is mobilizing support for ambitious biodiversity targets. This is clear evidence that SEEDS continue to lead by example, doing more than our fair share to alleviate the pressure being exerted on our planet. It is through such trust-building cooperation that we will obtain impactful outcomes, as demonstrated by the recent adoption of the High Seas Treaty. Excellencies, to achieve the SDGs and ensure peace, prosperity and progress, and sustainability for all, we must embrace the interconnectedness of our world. Climate change knows no boundaries, poverty respects no borders, and the quest for peace requires a collective effort. Seychelles, as a nation uniquely positioned amidst the vast Indian Ocean, knows firsthand the significance of global cooperation in addressing climate change, ocean conservation, sustainable development, and maritime security. Seychelles remains committed to its pioneering role in marine conservation, protecting vast areas of our ocean and marine ecosystems. But we cannot succeed alone. We call upon the global community to prioritize sustainability, transition to clean energy, and preserve our ecosystems for the prosperity of all. Last but not least, as we rebuild from the pandemic, We must do so with an unwavering commitment to inclusivity. No one should be left behind. We must invest in healthcare systems, education, and social safety nets that guarantee the well-being of every citizen. We must promote gender equality, empower youth, and create opportunities for marginalized communities. Inclusivity is not just a goal. It is the cornerstone of a just and equitable world. Excellencies, to conclude, rebuilding trust is paramount. Trust is the foundation on which nations cooperate, and it is through trust that we foster meaningful partnerships and collaborations. We must rekindle trust among nations, between governments and citizens, and across various sectors of society. This requires transparent and accountable governance, bolstered by an unwavering dedication to the principles of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. By doing so, we can restore the faith of our people and mobilize their active participation in the pursuit of sustainable development. Our success hinges on global solidarity. The challenges we face are interconnected and transcend national boundaries. No nation can solve them in isolation. Therefore, we must strengthen our bonds of solidarity, cooperation, and mutual support. This includes sharing experiences, knowledge, and best practices, as well as providing assistance to those most in need. The principle of leaving no one behind should guide our actions, ensuring that the most vulnerable among us receive the support they require. Let us rise above our differences and work together for a better world. Rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity is not just an option, it is the only way forward. Together, we can accelerate action on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals, creating a world that embraces diversity, respects nature, and ensures a future of peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Seychelles for the statement made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellency Denis Francis, President of the General Assembly, Excellency Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This year, the World Health Organization declared that the COVID pandemic is no longer a global health emergency. Recovery is well underway, but unfortunately, the starting line was not the same for all of us across different regions. This year's SDG Summit has once again raised the alarm about slow pace of SDG implementation, and I commend the Secretary General for the sharp focus he is bringing to this issue. Developing countries are constrained by a debt crisis, including higher costs of borrowing. This is causing economic disparities to widen and slowing down our collective progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. The primary cause of this crisis is high interest rates in developed economies in order to correct for years of quantitative easing. At the same time, developing countries face exaggerated risk premiums for both currency and political risk, which are simply unjustified. We need serious cooperation to address this. In developing countries, we also have a responsibility to be accountable for the quality of our financial governance and the management of our natural resources. Increasing access to finance also requires reform of our global financial institutions. In this regard, we welcome the proposals of the Bridgetown Initiative, as well as the Paris Summit for a new global financing pact. Rwanda also supports the second replenishment of the Green Climate Fund to create the fiscal space for vulnerable nations to tackle climate change. Africa and small island developing states, many of which are represented in the Commonwealth, want to work with partners and be part of the solution. That is an important outcome of the recent African Climate Summit held in Nairobi under the leadership of President William Ruto. However, we must not only cool down on climate, we must also cool down on conflict. Today, there is no sign of ongoing conflicts ending anytime soon. We do not even see hope from those with the most influence that an end is in sight. Innocent lives are left alone to carry the burden of this instability. That is a profound injustice. The migration crisis is a case in point. Every year, migrants and refugees undertake dangerous journeys in search of a better future. Rwanda remains committed to working with partners, including the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, to contribute to a durable solution. This decision is informed by our experience and knowing firsthand the pain of losing everything and not having a place to call home. That is part of our promise to leave no one behind. We continue to need a more effective forum to manage global crises. That's why the United Nations was created in the first place. However, that does not absolutely absolve any country or region of the responsibility to address the governance shortfalls which are the root cause of instability. In this regard, I welcome the Secretary General's report on a new agenda for peace. Bilateral interventions, to which Rwanda contributes actively in various places, can provide a rapid response to a crisis situation. But to have a lasting effect, the need to pave the way for multilateral engagement and international political progress. No matter the amount of troops deployed, the mindset should be to get results which serve the interests of the people on the ground. Paying lip service to peace and getting lost in process and formalities only serves to confirm the selective attention of some in the international community. We still have a long way to go. Africa urgently needs to be fully represented in bodies where decisions concerning our future are made. Just as urgently, Africa must be fully prepared to speak with one voice. Ultimately, a more effective development cooperation framework must give equal weight to everyone's needs and priorities. That is what builds fair and equal partnerships and a more just and peaceful world. That's what we all claim to want, even as we too frequently fall short. In that spirit, allow me to commend the United Nations Development Program, led by Akim Steiner, for the Timbuktu initiative to strengthen the African startup innovation ecosystem. This week, the International Telecommunications Union, led by Doreen Bodan-Martin, together with UNDP, unveiled a major new initiative on inclusive digital public infrastructure. Rwanda is very happy to be associated with these efforts, which show the United Nations at its best. For Rwanda, the source of our solidarity comes from our commitment to never allowing a repetition of the tragedy that was inflicted on us nearly 30 years ago. We continue to remain grateful to all who have accompanied us on our journey as we plan to commemorate the genocide against the Tutsi for the 30th time in April 2024. To conclude, I look forward to welcoming leaders at the third United Nations Conference on landlocked developing countries, which Rwanda will host in June 2024. I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Rwanda for the statement made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nikos Christodoulides, President of the Republic of Cyprus. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Nikos Christodoulides, President of the Republic of Cyprus, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, on the 26th of July 1946, in San Francisco, our predecessors pledged to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind. To unite our strength to maintain international peace and security. To settle their international disputes by peaceful means and refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. These pledges were the promise of our predecessors bestowed upon us for the future. The UN Charter, ladies and gentlemen, is a promise, not a reality. If we are
complacent in our actions, the words are not worth the paper on which they are written. The horrors of the Second World War, which began in Europe and consumed the world, brought nations together. We, assembled here today, must live up to the obligations prescribed in the UN Charter to proclaim never again. Make no mistake, we bear responsibility to ensure the world does not drift into the horror of war. This is our mandate. Do we have the courage? Do we have the resolve to make peace our top priority, to honor the foundations of the United Nations, and to assure its continued relevance? Our predecessors harbored an admirable sense of their own personal accountability to the future. I believe it is that sense of personal responsibility from the individual that underpins the idea and the reality of a United Nations throughout the world. Our predecessors also knew that the path to peace would be challenging. They had the resolve, the deep belief, the knowledge that it will require the ability of all people to come together to make peace a reality, so that their children and the generations to come, so that our children today will not be scarred by another world war. But they also had the greatest of all impetuses. The world, the leaders that came before us inherited ashes, not institutions. They had no choice but to look to multilateralism, to international law, respect for the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of all states. Today, as we stand on the shoulders of our predecessors, we remain accountable to deliver on the vision of peace that sparked the creation of this resilient organization. Will we be worthy and equal to the challenge? Can we act with a sense of urgency without which we too will fail? Excellencies, as a historian by training, I believe adamantly that history serves as an invaluable compass, as the most valuable source of lessons. More than 7 decades following the establishment of the United Nations, the war in Ukraine has shaken the world. It reminds us that never again is a rallying cry, a sacred promise that is fragile and one that we need to protect with all of our resolve. Cyprus condemns in the strongest terms any breach of international peace and security effected through military action by any state against the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of another state. We stand on this instance of violation of international law and on every such instance on the right side of history. Since the very first day of the aggression against Ukraine, the people of Cyprus, a third of them still displaced as a result of foreign aggression against their own country, have displayed solidarity with deeds, not just words, to the people of Ukraine. We do this because we remember. We do this because it is the right thing to do. Excellencies, we call for the immediate cessation of hostilities and encourage the parties to engage in constructive dialogue and negotiation. The world must support this effort not only because history demands it, but also to ensure the world steps back from the edge of a war that could reduce this institution to rubble. Mr. President, the invasion of Ukraine is not the first instance that use of force was used against a sovereign nation in Europe following World War II. Just like Ukraine, in Cyprus, the UN Charter and international law continue to be violated. In 1974, Turkey invaded Cyprus, and since then, 49 years on, occupies European territory, and its people, Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots, continue to suffer the consequences of invasion, occupation, and division. They are deprived of their fundamental freedoms and human rights. Europe, which decades ago witnessed the worst horrors humankind has ever committed against self, remains fractured as long as Cyprus is divided. Born in 1973, only a few months before Turkey invaded Cyprus, I have witnessed my people mourn, persevere, rebuild forever with a burning desire for peace and reunification. The invasion violently displaced hundreds of thousands of Cypriots, and Turkey continues to occupy approximately 37% of the territory of the Republic of Cyprus. The families of the missing persons desperately await for information on the fate of their loved ones. The enclaves stoically await the end of the division. One of the lessons we are reminded of by the recent invasion of Ukraine is that in the absence of lasting, viable peace, the resulting fragility can lead to destabilization with far-reaching consequences, not just for the country concerned, but for the region to which it belongs and for the world at large. Ukraine has exemplified in the darkest manner that a threat to peace somewhere is a threat to peace everywhere. In the absence of a peace path and process in Cyprus, there is a serious risk, and one that we have seen materialize in the recent past, of further violations of international law, which create instability and with ramifications well beyond Cyprus. We have witnessed the Turkish military forces perpetrate further violations in Varosha, defense area of Famagusta. Since 1974, Varosha has been held hostage and rendered a ghost town, contrary to UN Security Council resolutions that call for its return to its lawful inhabitants who left their livelihoods, their dreams, and their hopes between those fences. We have witnessed in our maritime zones, and we have witnessed more recently in the buffer zone, where attacks on UN peacekeepers by Turkish forces horrified and alerted us again to the urgency of peace in Cyprus. That is why the resumption of negotiations firmly anchored on the agreed framework is my absolute priority. The current status quo cannot be the future of Cyprus. It cannot be the future for Cypriots. As President of the Republic of Cyprus, I believe in peaceful coexistence because despite growing up in a divided country, I also grow up in a country filled with hope or reunification, to stories of all Cypriots living together in peace, united by the land they shared. The new generation of Cypriots is also eager for peace, and that gives me hope and courage. Ahead of my journey to New York, I received a plethora of messages from my Turkish Cypriot compatriots, particularly from the younger generation, calling me to exert every effort to reunify Cyprus. My message from this podium to my Turkish Cypriot compatriots, to all Cypriots, is that I hear their call for peace. I understand their concerns, and I assure them that I will spare no effort to make our common dream of reunification and peace on our island a reality. And I want to be able to tell them that the world, the United Nations, the living words of the UN Charter also hear their call for peace. Excellencies, I stand in the General Assembly for the first time, fully aware of the responsibility that has been bestowed upon me to do my utmost to safeguard the future of the Cypriot people, Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots alike, who want to end the division of their country, to coexist and to co-create. Working towards peace in Cyprus is my absolute priority, and I want to take today's opportunity to also send a personal message to President Erdogan. There is not and never will be another basis for a settlement of the Cyprus question to that dictated by the UN Security Council resolutions. Dear Mr. Erdogan, illegality stemming from invasion, aggression, and the use of force cannot be recognized. Cyprus and Turkey are neighbors, bound by geography, Peace in Cyprus will send a resounding message of peace in a region and a world that desperately needs it. It will also change the geopolitical map of our neighborhood with a ripple effect in Europe, the wider Eastern Mediterranean, and throughout EU-Turkey relations. Gunboat diplomacy and strong arm tactics belong to the past. They are not the tools of visionary leaders. This is our time to bring the UN Charter to life, a charter of peace between and among us. No one stands to gain from conflict and division. We and the generations that will come after us stand to gain from dialogue, from good neighborly relations. So, Mr. Erdogan, let us work together by a vision of peace. Let us build a brighter future for our countries through dialogue and respect for international legality. Ladies and gentlemen, in this great hall, we all feel the weight of history on our shoulders. The great women and men who have given us this organization and institutions expect us to strengthen them, grow them, and to take personal responsibility for their future. I'm here today with clarity of purpose and determination. The sole effective medium to address this risk of instability generated by the absence of a peace path is to pave one, to foster dialogue through which positions and concerns of all sides can be addressed and discussed in good faith. I stand ready to negotiate boldly and courageously on the Cyprus question in good faith, always within the agreed UN framework that call for a bizonal, bicommunal federation with political equality as defined by the relevant UN Security Council resolutions. At a time when international legality is under attack, international law, the UN Security Council resolutions must prevail. I'm committed to negotiating a settlement that will safeguard the fundamental freedoms and human rights, the interests of all my Cypriot compatriots, Greek Cypriots, Turkish Cypriots, Maronites, Armenians, and Latins, all equal. A comprehensive settlement that will allow them to prosper in coexistence and peace, free of any anachronistic dependencies and system of guarantees that have no place in a European country. That is why resumption of peace negotiations based on the agreed framework, preserving the acquis of the previous round of negotiations, is essential. As the UN Security Council has resolved, it is high time for the United Nations to become a driving force of dialogue by appointing, as a first step, an envoy on the Cyprus problem to explore and prepare the ground for the resumption of negotiations. The United Nations and its Secretary General have the responsibility prescribed in the UN Charter to act as a catalyst for peace in Cyprus. In doing so, it can be facilitated by the European Union, which also has the tools necessary and which has expressed its commitment to deliver so as to reunify its last divided member state. Just like the United Nations, the European Union is also a project of peace. The Union can and must act decisively with all means at its disposal to drive the reunification of its last divided member state, and in doing so, contribute to peace in Europe, the wider Middle East, and indeed the world. Distinguished delegates, the theme of this year's General Assembly focuses on the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. The achievements of the SDGs requires universal efforts and transformative solutions. Climate emergency and climate change know no borders. On our region, the Eastern Mediterranean is especially vulnerable in this regard. The raging wildfires and the floods during the summer are a somber reminder of the fact that we are failing to act at our own peril. We have regretfully all observed nature's wrath from the storming countries of our region and in countries such as Libya, in which thousands so tragically lost their lives. To this end, Cyprus is actively participating in a new international climate change initiative to address the specific needs and challenges countries are facing in our neighborhood to advance mitigation actions. The Climate Ambition Summit taking place today is a critical milestone in confirming our collective political will towards achieving the transition to a climate-resilient global economy. At the same time, recognizing that human rights are essential for lasting peace and sustainable development, we must ensure that they guide the solutions to our challenges. The International Human Rights Agenda is a priority policy for Cyprus, and it is exactly for this reason that we announce our candidacy for the Human Rights Council for the period 2025-2027. As an European Union member state, we are committed to action against gender-based violence, and we have also joined the Secretary General's Circle of Leadership on the prevention of and response to sexual exploitation and abuse in the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, in 1946, Winston Churchill declared that the dangers and difficulties in establishing conditions of freedom and democracy and permanently preventing war will not be removed by closing our eyes to them, nor by a policy of appeasement to aggressors. What is needed is real action, and the longer this is delayed, the more difficult it will be and the greater the dangers will become. Cyprus is at the crossroads of Europe and the Middle East, in part of the world that is no stranger to conflict and instability. We are, however, convinced that the Eastern Mediterranean and the wider Middle East are changing the narrative of being a region in turmoil. We can become a hub of stability, peace, and cooperation, an exemplar of the change capable in the 21st century. Cyprus seeks to act as a facilitator for this common vision and has come together with its immediate neighbors, with Egypt, Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, Palestine, and Greece, building a solid network of cooperation that is underpinned by a vision to make the Mediterranean Sea a sea of peace, cooperation, and prosperity. We shall continue on this path of multilateralism anchored on respect for international legality, and we call on all countries of the region that share these values to join us. This is, after all, the essence of the guiding principles that founded the United Nations 78 years ago. Peace. I come before you today asking for us all to work together toward peace. It is nothing new or groundbreaking, but it's a world changing, and we need to remind ourselves every day that it is within our reach and our responsibility. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Cyprus for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, President of the 78th session of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, Head of State and Government, Your Excellency, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Namibia congratulates you on your brilliant election as President of the 78th session of General Assembly, allow me to use this opportunity to pledge to you the commitment of Namibia to support the priorities you have set out, namely peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability. Namibia would like to thank your predecessor, His Excellency Shapa Korosi, for steering with diligence the work of the 77th session of General Assembly. Let me state that Namibia agrees with Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who a few months ago said, quote unquote, "Unless we act now, the 2030 agenda will become an epitaph for a world that might have been." Therefore, the theme of this session, quote, "Rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, progress, and sustainability for all," is fitting. With the onset of COVID-19, the number of people living in extreme poverty rose for the first time in a generation. It demonstrates that the fact at midpoint to the global goals, we face the stark reality that we will miss our goals and targets. This 78th session serves as a clarion call to reset and to work in the true spirit of partnership for better results on the ground. Indeed, the world is in a state of flux, and progress is uneven. Taking cognizance of the interconnectivity between all the goals and targets, we should accelerate investments in healthcare, renewable energy, education, clean water, and sanitation. The terrifying gap between wealthy and the marginalized is not just a moral concern, but also a threat to political stability and harmony. We are therefore duty-bound to create an environment where prosperity is shared and is inclusive. In our collective pursuit of the 2030 agenda, Namibia looks forward with hope and optimism to the Summit of the Future next year as an opportunity to prioritize meaningful reforms that can reinvigorate the global goals to give impetus to the broader system-wide UN reform agenda. Namibia also welcomes UN 2.0 and a quantum of change, aiming to provide the United Nations family with the cutting-edge capabilities in data, digital innovation, and expertise in order to deliver better and effective member state support to accelerate development. Mr. President, the health of a nation is a bedrock for all developmental activities. This morning, the General Assembly will adopt a political declaration on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. Pandemics have long been formidable adversaries that disproportionately wreak havoc in the socio-economic fabric of developing countries. These crises go beyond their immediate health implications, unraveling years of development progress, straining healthcare systems, and exacerbating existing socio-economic disparities. We need to change the status quo. To do so, We must end vaccine apartheid. We need to ensure equitable access to health products. We need stronger commitments from healthy countries on technology transfer and on the removal of intellectual property barriers, and on investments in manufacturing to enable vaccine production in the global south. Mr. President, I always say that inclusivity spells harmony and exclusivity spells conflict. The continued advocacy for gender equality is a core in our collective journey towards a just and inclusive world. Therefore, advocating for gender equality is not only a matter of fairness, it is an essential step towards unlocking innovation, diversity, and social cohesion. We are indeed proud to be ranked by the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Report of 2023 as number eight country in the world for the efforts to close the gender gap. In addition to having 44% female representation in Parliament, we have women in the positions of Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and current Deputy Prime Minister has been selected by the ruling party to be the candidate. And very soon after I leave, in a year's time, she may be the one to come and stand here, who is here with us. And 2/3 of our key banking institutions are headed by women. In the same vein, we believe in promoting inclusive and effective governance that ensures that the youth are integrated into decision-making structures to play their part in the future they have helped to shape. Mr. President, rapid advances in technology, quantum computing, and artificial intelligence are transforming the global landscape, offering unprecedented challenges and opportunities for growth and development. Therefore, developing countries should not be left behind in this digital revolution. Access to technology can bridge gaps in education, healthcare, and economic development, propelling nations towards progress. We must navigate technological challenges and harness opportunities by fostering an environment that is conducive to technology transfer, technology adoption, skills development, and collaboration. As we march towards COP28 for the final global stocktake, we are acutely aware that the energy transition is not only a necessity for the combating climate change, but also an opportunity for economic development. Consistent with their pledges made at the Paris Climate Summit in 2015, developed nations must provide financial and technological support to enable developing countries to shift to cleaner energy sources without hampering development. 3 years ago, during the 78th General Assembly, Namibia boldly announced its intention to change its economic structure by leveraging innovative financial tools to mobilize sustainable climate financing to combat climate change. 1 year later in Glasgow, Scotland, on the margins of COP26, we announced the development of large-scale green hydrogen projects that will provide the world with the clean molecules needed to decarbonize hard-to-abate sections. Today, we have more than 5 such projects under development, looking to deploy more than $20 billion in order to develop our world-class renewable energy potential to give our future generations a fighting chance against warming climate. Mr. President, developing a new synthetic fuels industry in Namibia is not just an opportunity to fight climate change, but indeed offers an unparalleled opportunity for green industrialization. Namibia has now attracted new industries that are looking to make use of the cheap, clean electricity and molecules that shall be produced in Namibia. One such pioneering example is the Oshivela project by High Iron, which plans to use Namibian-produced green hydrogen to deliver the first industrial production of iron at net zero emissions. During the first phase of the project in 2024, an annual output of 15,000 tons of direct reduced iron is planned. Oshivela will be one of the biggest primary production sites of green iron worldwide and is expected to sequestrate 27,000 tons of carbon dioxide emissions per year, equivalent to 50% of the carbon dioxide emissions of Namibia's entire power industry today. In order to transport the clean molecules to their final destination, shipping, which is yet another hard-to-abate sector, will also need to deploy innovative solutions. This is why Namibia is now developing green shipping corridors with Marsh McKinney Moller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping as we look to map and fund the development of carbon-neutral maritime value chains from production, transportation, storage, and consumption of clean fuels and carbon-free products made in Namibia and traded with the world. We are working with Campaign Maritime Belge, a shipping company from Belgium, with plans to build a clean ammonia bunkering facility in Walvis Bay. At a cost of more than 2.2 billion euro, in partnership with Namibia's own Oldhaven Lease Company. On the 28th of September 23, this partnership named Plenary is expected to reveal plans to construct their first Namibian green hydrogen multimodal service station. I always say that you do not make peace with your friends. You make peace with your enemies. Punitive measures imposed for over half a century on the Republic of Cuba have brought untold hardships that have disenfranchised the Cuban people. The embargo against the Cuban people remains unjust and must therefore be lifted. Namibia appeals to the United States of America to remove the Republic of Cuba from the list of state sponsors of terrorism, as there is no evidence to support such classification. Selective punitive measures against Zimbabwe and Venezuela must also be lifted, as these measures constitute the greatest obstacle to the implementation of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The United Nations Charter remains an important source of inspiration, reflecting the commonality, agreed upon values of diplomacy and peaceful coexistence. We regard the Charter enshrined rights to self-determination for all peoples as essential. This rings true for the people of Western Sahara. While our right to self-determination has been upheld, the people of Western Sahara continue to remain under occupation. We recall how Morocco supported our right to self-determination, and now we call on them to do the same for the people of Western Sahara. Similarly, the people of Palestine yearn to transition from the inhuman conditions of oppressive rule. Namibia is therefore pleased with the decision of the General Assembly to submit to the International Court of Justice a request for an advisory opinion on legal consequences arising from the ongoing violation by Israel of the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. Mr. President, the challenges we face today are not insurmountable. By holding hands and by renewing our commitment to multilateralism, we can reverse the worst effects of the unprecedented global challenges of global warming, global inequality, pandemics, and conflicts. By holding hands, we have it within us to act now and to build the world we want. In that world, no one should feel left out. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Namibia for the statement made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Klaus Werner Iohannis, President of Romania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Klaus Werner Iohannis, President of Romania, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, the world, as we know it, is enduring profound and rapid transformations under the impact of so many challenges which humanity must face. At the same time, against this difficult, very difficult background, we continue to defend our core values, the United Nations Charter, and effective multilateralism. Our decisions are critical for the future of humanity. We, the leaders, are called on now to take decisive actions for the generations to come in a spirit of solidarity and shared responsibility, and stand up for rules-based international order and for the full respect of international law. Ladies and gentlemen, Romania is a direct neighbor to the continued war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine, and we acted with all our energy to bring a solid contribution to regional and international security and stability. This war demonstrated that the Black Sea needs more global attention, as it is of strategic importance for transatlantic security. Romania also stands for more efficient multilateralism alongside like-minded partners across the globe in the fight for freedom and democracy. Since day one of the war, Romania has acted in full solidarity with the brave Ukrainian people. We will continue to provide safe haven and protect refugees coming from our neighbor, as we did for over 6 million Ukrainians who already crossed our borders. We fully support the Ukrainian peace formula as the most suitable framework conducive to a fair, lasting, and sustainable peace. We also support the pursuit of international law and accountability so that all those responsible for atrocities are brought to justice. Ladies and gentlemen, our region, the wider Black Sea area, must be protected against the effects of Russia's war against Ukraine and its hybrid war and malign interference. Romania has been constantly arguing on the need to keep the so-called protracted or frozen conflicts in the region high on our agenda. Romania has also been at the forefront of supporting, in a multidimensional manner, the vulnerable partners in the region. We have thus offered substantial support to our neighbor, the Republic of Moldova, the country most affected by the war after, of course, Ukraine itself. Ladies and gentlemen, while we work in the present to defend our values, we should also continue to project a sustainable future. We thus continue to actively pursue the 2030 agenda. Food insecurity, energy and economic instability affects the entire world, and especially the most vulnerable in the global south. By terminating the Black Sea Grain Initiative and by attacking Ukrainian ports, Russia further exacerbates the global food crisis. We once again urge the Russian Federation to cease blocking the initiative. As a direct neighbor of Ukraine and a responsible and solidary international actor, Romania has played an active role in the global efforts on food security. Since the beginning of the war, we have facilitated the delivery of more than 25 million tons of Ukrainian grain. Romania will not let down our most vulnerable partners who need our support, especially those from least developed countries, including from Africa. We also invest and bring our contribution for African institutional resilience, peacekeeping, and capacity building. Ladies and gentlemen, through our Sustainable Development Strategy, we advance an efficient, transparent, and citizen-centered governance. Our second voluntary national review, issued this July, is proof that we are on the right track, as we already achieved 62% of our national targets for 2030. But as we are keenly aware that globally we are lagging behind, we put trust in the Sustainable Development Goals Summit and the Summit of the Future. We are also aware of the importance of financing for development. Romania is committed to increase its official development assistance to 0.33% of its GDP by 2030. Moreover, we will contribute to the European Union's objective to allocate 0.2% of its collective official development aid to the least developed countries. Distinguished audience, the devastating effects of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, as well as energy insecurity and disinformation, are our global concerns. Romania's efforts in combating these challenges are visible. For instance, we are committed to swiftly ratify and implement the Agreement on Marine Biological Diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. We were also part of the core group promoting the General Assembly's request for an advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on the obligations of states in respect of climate change. We remain vocal in supporting climate education, a priority for Romania and for me personally. I also strongly believe that the climate and security nexus should be more prominent on the United Nations agenda, including in the Security Council. We hope that the Climate Ambition Summit and the COP28 will mobilize the political will to keep the 1.5 target alive. We must accelerate a just energy transition and emissions reduction while ensuring energy security. Countering disaster risks also requires joint efforts, and the Emergency Platform Initiative is a step in the right direction. Romania actively participates in international assistance missions, shares best practices, and offers training on response measures. In our endeavors, we should use the opportunities brought by digitalization, innovation, and new technologies, as well as the strategic investments in renewables as enablers of sustainable development. At the same time, Romania welcomes the Secretary General's initiative for a code of conduct for information integrity on digital platforms. Distinguished audience, in the current geopolitical context, the key for an efficient multilateralism is to ensure its successful reform, which cannot be delayed any longer. An enlarged Security Council could include important additional voices from the African group, from various small island developing states, and even from the smallest regional group, the Eastern European one. As we celebrate 75 years since the adoption of the UN Declaration on Human Rights, Romania strongly advocates for strengthening the UN human rights system, including for its adequate funding. As a member of the Human Rights Council, we continue to be an active supporter of democracy, rule of law, non-discrimination, freedom of expression, children's and women's rights. At the same time, the full respect and promotion of international law remain at the very core of our foreign policy. As an example, Romania is advocating for an enlarged acceptance by states of the jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice, and we count on your support for our solid candidature for the World Court. Dear colleagues, next year's Summit of the Future represents an excellent opportunity to find joint global solutions. The Pact for the Future must provide the United Nations with the tools to deliver for us and for future generations. We must stand for our people and for the future we want. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Romania for the statement made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome my own President, His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, President of the General Assembly, Secretary of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of Delegations, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. President, I'm proud to observe that this august body is under dedicated leadership of our Caribbean sister nation, Trinidad and Tobago, and that a distinguished citizen and experienced diplomat of that country is at the helm of the 78th session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, this is my fourth statement to this global body, and since then, I'm afraid to conclude that not much has changed for the better regarding the essential elements of peace, prosperity, and climate in our world. On the other hand, the challenges and crises have increased and deepened. I do not need to mention these crises because we know them all and repeat them every single time we speak to an international and regional audience. And the more important and relevant matter at hand is, what do we do about? We make promises not often kept. We express noble goals, but the delivery is poor. This cannot go on. Business as usual cannot be our mantra. No country is spared of the effects of this crisis, especially developing countries like my own country, Suriname. And no country can solve these challenges alone. It is worth mentioning that we humans are responsible for these crises, and we must take responsibility for them, and we must also express collective leadership to solve these problems effectively. A new approach of the conceptualizing our relationships is needed to adequately address this crisis. A new kind of multilateralism that is more just, effective, and forces us to unite. One that will demonstrate respect and commitment to international law and cooperation. It is therefore of utmost importance to transcend national interests and look to our common goals, and we must put aside ideological differences to constructively deliver for the prosperity of our people and the protection of our planet. We simply cannot expect durable solutions in a rapidly changing world if we do not reset the buttons. Mr. President, as world leaders, we have stressed that upholding firm commitments to international principles and international law, the principles of the United Nations Charter, and effective multilateralism are a conditio sine qua non to address these global challenges and threats. The role of the United Nations in defense and upholding of these principles through dialogue, constructive engagement, and concrete action remains crucial. Therefore, a strong, determined, and united United Nations is a must. Mr. President, the multiple global and national crises, such as debt burden, domestic effects of climate change, the financial economic downturn following the COVID-19 pandemic, the impact of the raging war in Ukraine have put tremendous pressure on the implementation of the SDGs on a major scale. Limited financial and technical resources had to be allocated for many emergencies just to make sure that no one was left behind. Mr. President, let us remember that building resilience and leaving no one behind is not a choice. I want to reiterate that for small developing countries with a low-lying coastal area, the fiscal pressure due to other crises beyond our doing is a real and a daily problem. However, I remain of the view that the earmarked transformation envisioned by the 2030 SDG agenda remains both possible and essential. Mr. President, as we know, food security is a major challenge. And just a few days ago in Cuba, I stressed the importance of science, technology, and innovation to increase food production and optimize the inputs needed to make agriculture more productive. And during my visit, Mr. President, I personally experienced the negative impact of the long-standing embargo, an embargo that does not achieve what it was meant for. The CARICOM Food Security Program is an example to reduce the region's food import bill by 25% by the year 2025 and promote local production with modern technology. Mr. President, the reach and impact of digital technologies will only continue to increase in the coming years, and it is crucial that the benefits of this innovation are leveraged to ensure an accessible, transparent, safe, and secure, digitally transformative environment. To implement this comprehensive strategy in a coherent manner my country has recently designed and adopted a national digital strategy 2023-2030. Mr. President, the political, humanitarian, and security environment in Haiti is deteriorating. While I appreciate the efforts made so far to assist in finding an immediate solution, much more political efforts need to be made to translate the intentions into real actions. The people of Haiti are looking toward a regional and international community for assistance. At the same time, the Haitian stakeholders, which are divided in opposing groups, must demonstrate the will to dialogue and reach consensus for a way forward in the shortest time possible. Mr. President, another climate conference of the parties, COP28, is on our doorstep. As we are amidst in the reality of the increased intensity of the devastating global impact of climate change. It is regrettable to admit that despite some efforts, the world is still far from reaching the required level of emissions. And to prevent irreversible damage to our global environment and society. And we are bearing the brunt. While Suriname currently is experiencing extraordinary high temperatures resulting in challenges with regard to the availability of drinking water, inland areas are increasingly flooded by heavy rainfall, and coastal areas are threatened by the rising of the seawater level. As a consequence, the people living in remote parts of our vast interior are deprived of work, education, basic utilities, and food security is under threat. As one of the only 3 carbon-negative countries in the world, Suriname remains committed and continues to play its part in protecting the planet through national actions, but also through engaging in strategic international public and private partnerships that will contribute to remaining carbon negative for now and also for the future. We cannot go to Dubai in less than 2 months and hear the same analysis, the same stories, the same policies, the same speeches with noble goals, the same promises, and after that, nothing happens. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, it takes too long to make the required decisions that will have a meaningful impact and all will improve our living conditions. We need easier access to climate financing to implement mitigation and adaptation policies. We must walk the talk regarding loss and damage. We must join efforts that call for compensating highly forested countries for the so-called removal credits, as these countries so far have acted as carbon sinks for the whole world without any compensation. Mr. President, many of us have raised the urgent and comprehensive reform of the international financial architecture as the most critical issue to address the economic, financial, and environmental challenges faced by developing countries. An integral part of this reform process must include the discussion on new ways of classifying countries. And I ask all of us to contribute to the proposed multidimensional vulnerability index. Mr. President, my country, Suriname, is at the cusp of promising commercial development of newfound oil and gas resources. These developments and also the capital generation will allow us to provide for our population a social health and education system that will facilitate increased production in other sectors, creating a sustainable future for the current and the next generations. Suriname has, over the past 3 years, gone through a financial and economic reform process whereby my country people, citizens, had to sacrifice in many ways. Coupled with the COVID pandemic, the impact of climate change, the effects of war in Eastern Europe, and a high debt burden, the impact on the people in my country was even worse. I want to assure that the international community that my government is committed to remain a carbon negative country with an enormous biodiversity pool and a low deforestation level. During the Amazon Summit held last month in Belém do Pará in Brazil, we and 7 other countries have committed to a better management of the Amazon region. We committed to even stopping deforestation by the year 2030. We are committed to the application of high international environmental standards so that the impact of the environment can be minimized. Mr. Chair, we do this to finance our committed transition to an economy that is primarily based on renewable, non-carbon-based energy generation by 2060. I announce with a certain degree of pride that we recently registered our carbon credits for the first time on the UNFCCC registry. That was done with our own, albeit limited, capabilities. And we shall see how the market responds to these new resources. All these commitments are made to contribute to saving the planet and life on Earth. But I call on all heavy polluters to start with this process as well, and not to try to manage tax or punish environmental friendly production in developing countries, which are at least responsible for the climate crisis. Real change must particularly come from the more developed countries. In closing, Mr. President, together, let us harness our collective strengths, knowledge, determination to create a world where resilience and inclusivity are not just aspirations, but realities. Only through joint efforts, we can build a future where no one is left behind and where the Sustainable Development Goals become a shining beacon of hope and progress for all. We owe this to the current and future generations, and I appeal to all of us to work constructively and collectively towards a better and a new world order, and to recommit to the original goals of the Charter of the United Nations, but now, ladies and gentlemen, with more dedication, with more passion, and with more love for each other. I thank you, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Suriname for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Željko Komšić, Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Željko Komšić, Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. Building on the theme of this year's session of the United Nations General Assembly, which is rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. At this important place, allow me to talk about important elements from the point of view of a small, yet proud, state of Bosnia and Herzegovina. For this part, Bosnia and Herzegovina has given support to the 2030 Agenda, especially its goals that to the greatest extent concern the creation of the world and the environment in the United Nations member countries in a way that we as states and their societies are prepared and specially trained to implement all the steps that will lead us to self-sustainable development. However, in today's world, often dominated by war and various geopolitical goals, it will be very difficult to achieve this, at least in a way as it is planned in the 2030 Agenda. For this reason, I specifically wish to emphasize that the first steps which we must start our activities with is the one that will lead us to permanent peace as the world's priority number one, and then to other mutually related activities in order to have our countries and societies ready for solidarity and progress. These activities are by no means easy, and they require lots of wisdom, planning, and good management of all processes and procedures that can lead us to the implementation of the Agenda 2030. If we start from the premise offered by the theme of this year's session of the United Nations General Assembly, which talks about building trust and encouraging global solidarity, then I feel free to point out in few sentences the elements that could possibly make achieving these goals difficult. At the very beginning, I take this opportunity to remind you that migrations are one of the elements of the Agenda 2030, trying to be dealt with systematically and with specific governance. Although the Agenda for Sustainable Development until 2030 recognizes migrants as agents of change and development in countries of their origin, transit, and destination, the Agenda primarily focuses on migrants as beneficiaries of sustainable development goals through a higher level of protection of their rights and transparency. Furthermore, the Agenda does not refer to a broader concept of diaspora or to the role that it plays as a possible means of development. This statement, extracted from one of the IOM's documents, the National Organization for Migration, is most certainly true, but when it comes to the starting point of migration, that is, go out into the field of certain countries, then we will certainly see several things that are undeniably happening. The current form of migration management has reached such a stage where large and powerful countries, for their own benefit, carry out a certain type of selection of migrants in such a way as to select the best and most educated among them, such as doctors, engineers, scientists, and other highly qualified persons, and are ushering them to larger countries where their knowledge and abilities are exploited exclusively for the benefit of these larger systems. In larger countries and larger systems, such selected migrants can be agents of change or bearers of various improvements, but at the same time, the potentials and capacities of smaller countries from which the migrants come from are being weakened. Small countries, in addition to losing their best quality personnel, are also losing all investments made, including the financial ones, the investments made in creating these highly qualified profiles. Of course, it is completely clear that there is such a form of migration in which large groups of people are trying to escape war and horrors of war. But there is also what we call economic migration, through which migrants are being directed based on their potential and capacity. In both cases of migration, large countries and their larger systems are the ones who are doing the selection and choosing the best profiles of migrants, in line with their needs and aspirations, while at the same time, the systemic weakening of small countries from which the migrants come from is taking place. So what do I mean by this? In short, it is difficult to talk about building trust while larger countries and their large systems are taking over the population of smaller countries through migration, and simultaneously the smaller countries are emptying out, resulting in the creation of an environment in which poverty develops and completely prevents any form of development in economic and social sense. Thus, a direct attack is made on the possibility of creating prerequisites for self-sustainable development in smaller countries. From the point of view of my country, Bosnia and Herzegovina, it's very easy to provide additional arguments and proof confirming this matter. In my country, there is a significant outflow of population going to larger and more developed countries, mostly to countries we view as Western democratic countries. While investigating why our people, Bosnian and Herzegovinians, decide to leave their country and look for better living conditions in some other countries, we came to a conclusion that the fundamental reason for their departure is their conviction of the lack of perspective in Bosnia and Herzegovina. When we took into account that our people have stated as one of the basic shortcomings of the perspective in their country, we saw that it refers to how specifically the political system in Bosnia and Herzegovina does not entail complete democracy, but rather a form of ethnocracy, or a system in which elections for government institutions, exercise of power, distribution of jobs in the state, even in the real sector, are primarily based on ethnicity as a prerequisite. In such a system, you usually don't have the best people in key positions, people who, with their knowledge and abilities, can build a political, economic, and social system in Bosnia and Herzegovina. On the contrary, you have ethnically and politically suitable staff who can hardly be expected to lead the overall progress of the country. This value system has been going on for a very long time. In such a system, the key jobs are not performed by the best and most qualified people, but by the politically and ethnically suitable ones. The current political system in Bosnia and Herzegovina, based exclusively on ethnic and then on political affiliation, completely degrades democracy as an important principle for creating an environment with equal opportunities for all people. Such a system, which guarantees participation in government to certain political actors and their ethnically based political parties, has the form of former and current totalitarian systems, in which power is exercised in an autocratic manner through autocratically inspired political actors. As a result of this unfinished political system, we have a slow development of the country, while such politics obstruct what, in my opinion, is one of the key goals of my country, its path to membership in larger supranational systems such as the European Union or NATO alliance. The irremovability or particularly difficult replaceability of the authorities creates such an environment where even the authorities themselves no longer work for the benefit of their citizens because they feel that there is no need for such a thing. The distribution of power and social power is already guaranteed to them in advance by the system itself, a system based on ethnicity. Our current political system is skillfully used by our Western and Eastern neighbors and through ethnic communities in Bosnia and Herzegovina, to which they claim national rights. They are running Bosnia and Herzegovina not with the primary aim of helping the members of these ethnic communities, but with the aim of dividing Bosnia and Herzegovina or making it meaningless as a state. Our two neighbors, through the ethnic communities in Bosnia and Herzegovina, to which they strive to claim every right, even 27 years after the aggression they had carried out over Bosnia and Herzegovina, are in this manner making an attack on the sovereignty of our country, which makes it almost completely impossible to have any democratic development of Bosnia and Herzegovina. This practice also violates the minimum of interstate trust, because unfortunately our neighbors are not investing sincere energy with the goal of building interstate cooperation, but are rather investing energy in weakening our state. This is a visible problem, which extends to the entire region of the Western Balkans, where there are different ideas, plans, and intentions to change the internationally recognized borders, to reorganize the region into something that has no point of contact with democracy. For such activities and policies, neighboring countries very often have, at first glance, surprising and unexpected support from countries that we consider to be democratic liberal states and societies, but certainly also from those that are not democratic and that we recognize today as aggressor states with authoritarian regimes. Regretfully, there are many, both in the East and the West, who believe that their barely hidden support for those who want to completely control and ultimately divide Bosnia and Herzegovina will bring stability to the Western Balkans. We, who represent the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina here at the United Nations, believe that this will not bring either stability or progress in the Western Balkans. Our neighbors cannot divide Bosnia and Herzegovina amongst themselves without entering into mutual conflict. We will certainly not allow the division and disappearance of our 1,000-year-old state at any cost, no matter what anyone thinks about it. That is why I believe that it's in the interest of the United Nations, if peace is to be preserved in the Western Balkans, to support the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina and its institutions. If the United Nations wishes to preserve peace in the Western Balkans, then it should support those who have not violated democratic and civilization norms, who have not committed genocide, who were not part of joint criminal enterprises, did not destroy people's lives because of their ethnicity, did not destroy other people's temples or shrines, did not advocate revanchism or revenge. If such support is absent, then the responsibility and blame for this destabilization does not lie with us, who will certainly not calmly and idly observe some new attempt to destroy our Bosnia and Herzegovina. However, the fundamental problem of Bosnia and Herzegovina lies in the inequality of citizens in the political and electoral system, the result of which is an ethnic system of governing the country, a system that is destined to be conflictual in itself. In addition, the ethnic system of exercising power in my country continuously creates space for nepotism and corruption in all segments of society, especially in government institutions. As a consequence of the ethnic system of exercising power, we have a nepotism in the selection of people to perform the most important political and economic jobs. The ethnic political system in my country is the one that generates and encourages nepotism and corruption the most, and nepotism and corruption destroys social cohesion and trust within a society the most. That is why we, for decades, have not been able to create a society of equals, and with that, a society of equal opportunities, because with the employment through family connections and corruption pertaining to most important positions, one loses hope on the possibility of having positive perspective. From this place, I want to ask an important question, and allow me to do this. How is it possible to build and achieve trust that will lead to the creation of prerequisite for development when we don't actually have enough democracy in our country? When our right to democracy is being taken away, and when an embargo to democracy is being imposed upon us, which leads citizens to great uncertainty and is the reason why they often decide to leave the country. The latest interventions of the international representatives in Bosnia and Herzegovina, like the intervention of the High Representative, by means of legal violence and the suspension of the entity constitution for 24 hours, which is an inconceivable precedent in the democratic world, did not remove obstacles to the normal functioning of the state, but rather strengthened the undemocratic ethnic principle and deepened the discrimination of citizens in the constitution and the electoral law. Democracy is the most important segment for building trust, both in our countries and globally. It is very important, in order to create prerequisites for self-sustainable development, that the transition in these societies ends as soon as possible, through the transition from former totalitarian autocratic systems to a system based on full democracy. That is why we expect the support of actors from the international community, even though they occasionally resort to undemocratic tools, while they occasionally completely deny the possibility of development of democracy in Bosnia and Herzegovina for the sake of their goals. Of course, we are fully aware that there is a number of countries, members of the United Nations, with which such history and historical context, that they are not interested in democracy and its development. On the other hand, some indicators tell us that over 2/3 of the countries, members of the United Nations, are oriented towards democracy and its development, so my point of view is oriented in that direction as well. I wish to add another important element here, which is indispensable in building trust for self-sustainable development. It is achieving a system of full human rights, which, as its final outcome, offers a society of equal people, equal citizens, and as a result of that, we can have a society of equal chances with open perspectives for everyone. If you do not have a system of equals, that is, equal citizens, then it will be difficult to build trust in such a system, especially in a still post-war society such as in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Particularly, if you have in mind that our society has suffered aggression from our Western and Eastern neighboring countries, a direct consequence of which were the committed atrocious war crimes and even the crime of genocide. Such scenarios for Bosnia and Herzegovina continue to be implemented through political means this time, in peacetime conditions, while continuously asking for support from various parts of the international community. At the same time, and regardless of the aforementioned scenarios, our obligation is to create internal prerequisites for building a society of equal people and equal citizens, and one of the basic tools that will enable us to avoid the possibility of future conflicts. Contained within the judgments of the eminent courts that deal with the protection of human rights, such as the European Court of Human Rights, there is a valuable resource for building a stable society in which the risk of internal conflict is reduced to a minimum. But potentially, aggressive policies we take away an efficient mechanism to violate territorial integrity and sovereignty of Bosnia and Herzegovina from neighboring countries. In short, this means that we in Bosnia and Herzegovina will have to change the entire paradigm within society and shift from ethnic political representation to civic political representation, which is a standard in a democratic world. We must use this opportunity to draw attention of the United Nations on something that is, in my opinion, and I'm sorry to say this, a very uncivilized stand of the government and the Prime Minister of our neighboring country, who have rejected the judgment of the European Court of Human Rights in the latest judgment in the Kovacevic case, and have stood up for the very principles that were rejected in the mentioned judgment, like the political principle of legitimate representation based on ethnicity, which is a generator of inequality among the citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the means by which the neighbors undermine the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina. This was done in such a way that it can be qualified as an interference in the internal affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The disrespect of the judgments of the international courts, as could be heard from the Prime Minister of a neighboring country, is reminiscent of the attitudes towards international law that Vladimir Putin has built in the case of Ukraine. However, this is not only about having a negative attitude towards the international standards of the United Nations, but also a policy towards Bosnia and Herzegovina conducted by its neighbors. Only when civic political representation is accepted in Bosnia and Herzegovina through the implementation of the judgments of the European Court, and when in parallel the attacks on the sovereignty of the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina from the neighborhood stop, only then will we be able to participate in projects at full capacity and more efficiently, such as Agenda 2030, as an equal participant and actor of all planned activities. In that case, we, as a country, will be ready and equipped with potential to accept all the challenges posed before us by the self-sustainable development activities, to build our mutual social trust and as a society of equals, and to be an active actor in building trust on global level. I believe you share my opinion in that, in societies dominated by inequality, you will not be able to be a legitimate actor in promoting ideas of self-sustainable development through building trust and global solidarity for all. For such a thing, it is necessary to, first of all, reform our society in a way in which we'll be able to understand the importance of solidarity for everyone, with people who are equal in everything in that system and who can produce solidarity towards others on an equal grounds. In the conclusion of this address, in addition to everything previously stated, I would like to emphasize that Bosnia and Herzegovina will actively work on the implementation of Agenda 2030. We will work on building trust and solidarity for all. By rejecting the discriminatory ethnic concept, we will simultaneously reject the system dominated by nepotism and corruption, and thus bring our society into the ranks of democratic and mature societies. Then we will become a society and a country that can actively participate in world processes within the framework of the fundamental principles on which the current world order and what we call international community rest. The transition process of our society can and should be relatively short, because the equality of all people is the basic premise of every modern democratic society, and in this respect, we count on the support of that part of the international community that can help us in this. I'm aware of the existence of those parts of the international community which, for their geopolitical reasons, will offer resistance in order to keep Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as the entire region of the Western Balkans, in a continuous state of destabilization and tension. Such people do not want democracy, but ethnocracy, disorder, and violence. And finally, I can say with certainty that Bosnia and Herzegovina has become a place where democracy and its values are being defended. And there are only two sides here: the one that is in favor of democracy and its values, and the other side that is an opponent of democracy because its goals is the establishment of autocratic systems, undemocratic in their nature. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, Ghana presents her compliments to you, Mr. President, and extends congratulations on your election to preside over the sittings of the 78th session of the General Assembly. Ghana will also use this, the greatest of all platforms, to express the deep condolence and sympathies of our people and governments to the peoples and governments of Morocco and Libya over the recent tragic events that have engulfed their countries. I do not need to employ any hyperbole, nor find any fancy words to state the reality of the situation humanity currently faces. Our world is not a happy place today. Wherever we look, and in whichever area of our lives to which we turn our attention, there is unhappiness, distrust, and loss of confidence in the structures that have guided the governance of the world since the end of the Second World War, nearly 8 decades ago. Mr. President, the theme chosen for this meeting is rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. The choice of the theme implies that there's general acknowledgement that things are not what they ought to be in our world. The mutual trust among nations that is required to ensure harmony has considerably diminished. The cohesion that we need to build the peace and prosperity of our societies is disintegrating and nearing Cold War lows. We do not seem to have any common values on which we can all agree, nor common goals to which we all aspire. The fault lines are not just between poor and rich, or the South and North, or the developed and developing countries. Even within well-established and rich countries, the tensions over trade, climate, political boundaries, and geopolitical spheres of influence are palpable. Long-held definitions are being challenged, and sacred truths and beliefs are being questioned or discarded outright. And in some instances, the deliberate peddling of blatant untruths has become acceptable. This organization, the United Nations, under whose auspices we, the nations of the world, are gathered for the annual review of the world, was established in the belief that our common humanity would be the overriding consideration in dealing with the problems that would invariably arise when we deal with one another. There is no doubt that the organization has achieved a great deal in its 78 years of existence, of which we can all be justifiably proud. But it is also true that the reluctance by the nations that were the major powers at the formation of the organization to agree to any reform to reflect present realities has led to the undermining of the credibility of the United Nations and some of its organs, in particular, the Security Council. Ghana is currently serving out the second of its 2-year term on the Security Council as a non-permanent member. This is the 4th time in the 66 years since we joined the UN, the first post-colonial African nation to do so, that we've had the privilege of serving on the Council. Mr. President, it has been a sad and disappointing experience for us. We've witnessed it firsthand, over and over again, that the big powers of the United Nations might be preaching democracy, fairness, and justice around the world, but are happy to practice the opposite here at the United Nations, prioritizing parochial interests over those of humanity. Back in 2017, the first time I addressed the General Assembly as President of my country, I spoke at length on the need to reform of the United Nations and of the Security Council in particular. I said then that the urgent need to reform this organization had been talked about and scheduled for a long time, but somehow we've never found the courage and the will to execute it. I said then that Ghana supports UN reform, especially of the Security Council, as set out in Africa's common position on UN reform, based on the Eswatini Consensus. Mr. President, I said then that the time was long overdue to correct the long-standing injustice that the current structure and composition of the United Nations Security Council represent for the nations of Africa. After serving on the Council at this difficult time in the world, our views on the need for reform have been even more strongly reasserted. We cannot continue to preach democracy, equality, and good governance around the globe. We cannot insist on peace and justice in the world when our global organization is seen by the majority of its members and the people of the world as hampered by an unjust and unfair structure. Mr. President, the Assembly has quite properly chosen the rebuilding of trust as critical in restoring stability and prosperity to our world. We cannot rebuild that trust when the organization that should bind us is seen by many as helping to perpetuate an unfair world order, which is reinforced by an inequitable, dysfunctional global financial architecture. Mr. President, for the past year and a half, a full-scale war is being waged in the center of Europe. The United Nations appears unwilling or unable to influence the events taking place in Ukraine. Ghana has sat on the Security Council throughout this period and can testify that the global solidarity we seek to reignite under the umbrella of the UN will only happen if and when it suits those who wield the mighty power of veto. And at the moment, there's nothing to show that these countries have any interest or inclination to do so. Ghana still believes that this organization provides the best vehicle for the world to manage its hydra-headed problems, but it can only function effectively and meet our expectations when we reform the pillars upon which it rests. Anything short of that will continue to undermine its credibility. Mr. President, I do not refer to the events in Ukraine and seek to pretend to ignore the tragic events in my own neighborhood of West Africa and the Sahel. Instability in the Sahel and widespread terroristic activities have put West African countries under severe political pressure and economic strain. Several countries in the region have lost vast stretches of territory to the rampaging terrorists. Coup d'etats have reemerged as what some mistakenly hope would be the solution to the threats that confront their nations. We in the West African region are trying as best as we can, under the very trying conditions we face, to deal with the situation. We are convinced that the conflicts that continue to plague our continent and our region, in particular, would be more satisfactorily resolved if the international community was to support, not undermine, the efforts of our regional and continental organizations to deal with them. Africans fought and died in the Second World War in defense of Europe and her allies, who reset the world towards the path of peace and prosperity that their nations and citizens have enjoyed for decades now. It is surely time for the world to reciprocate in our time of need. Mr. President, we in Ghana are holding firm to our belief in democracy as the best route to build the prosperous nation that is our aim. It is true that the economic dividends that many of our citizens justifiably expect from the democratic process have not come as fast as had been anticipated. But we're determined to hold fast to the course because we believe that ultimately it will succeed in delivering freedom and prosperity for the mass of our people. We're also having to countenance for the first time in recent human history not just a question of democracy and a deliberate campaign of disinformation against democracy, but also the propagation of authoritarian rule as a faster route to economic advancement. The belief of young people in democracy as the governance model best suited to build peace and prosperity in our society is under systematic attack. The economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic and the impact of the war in Ukraine have only added to the pressure and the anxiety of our young people. We can also certainly do without having to spend the huge amounts of money we currently spend on security at our northern borders in particular. At this time, unhappily, we feel no sense of the international solidarity that we believe we should receive. It is surely in the interest of the whole world that West Africa should be peaceful and prosperous. We want our young people to be part of a peaceful and prosperous West Africa, rather than part of the thousands that arrive at an unwelcoming Europe after perilous journeys across the Sahara and the Mediterranean Sea. Mr. President, we do not seek to shirk any responsibility for the problems we face that are of our own making. And it bears repeating that we are not craving for sympathy, and we do not want to be a scar on anybody's conscience. But we cannot, and the world should not pretend that the present-day economic and social conditions of Africa have nothing to do with the historical injustices that have fashioned the structures of the world. It is time to acknowledge openly that much of Europe and the United States have been built from the vast wealth harvested from the sweat, tears, blood, and horrors of the transatlantic slave trade and the centuries of colonial exploitation. Maybe we should also admit that it cannot be easy to build confident and prosperous societies from nations that for centuries have their natural resources looted and their peoples traded as commodities. For centuries, the world has been unwilling and unable to confront the realities of the consequences of the slave trade. But gradually, this is changing, and it is time to bring the subject of reparations firmly to the fore. Granted, the current generations are not the ones that engaged in the slave trade, but that grand inhuman enterprise was state-sponsored and deliberate, and its benefits are clearly interwoven with the present-day economic architecture of the nations that designed and executed it. Reparations must be paid for the slave trade. No amount of money will ever make up for the horrors, but it would make the point that evil was perpetrated, that millions of productive Africans were snatched from the embrace of our continent and put to work in the Americas and the Caribbean without compensation for their labor. If there are any hesitations in some minds about the paying of reparations, it is worth considering the fact that when slavery was abolished, the slave owners were compensated for the loss of the slaves because the human beings were labeled as property, deemed to be commodities. Surely, this is a matter that the world must confront and can no longer ignore. The African Union has authorized Ghana to hold a global conference on the issue in November in Accra. It is probably also the time to return to that vexed subject of illicit financial outflows out of the continent of Africa. I refer to the report of the panel chaired by the highly respected former South African President Thabo Mbeki on the illicit flow of funds from Africa, which states that Africa is losing annually more than 88 billion United States dollars through illicit financial outflows. Yes, those monies too must be returned to the continent. It is difficult to understand why the recipient countries are comfortable about retaining such funds and are happy to call those countries from whom the monies are taken as corrupt. I believe that a joint task force of the African Union Commission and the OECD Secretariat, under the auspices of the United Nations, should be charged to find ways of stopping the damaging outflows. Mr. President, before the pandemic, we, like many other parts of the world, were making progress with the 17 SDGs, and we had good reason to believe we would achieve the 2030 target. Today, the picture we have on our performance is not very bright. Most of the 21 targets designated for achievement by 2020 have not been met, and we are not on track to achieve many other targets by 2030. According to the 2023 SDG report, just 12% of the SDG targets are on track to be achieved. Progress on 50% of the targets is weak. The most disappointing part is that we have stalled or retrogressed more than 30% of the targets. We need to accelerate action on the entire project. Mr. President, it is within our capacity to turn things around. A good start would be to make the needed changes to the structures of our organization. Then we can rebuild trust and reignite global solidarity. Mr. President, I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of this Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Ghana for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gitanas Nausėda, the President of the Republic of Lithuania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Gitanas Nausėda, President of the Republic of Lithuania, and to invite him to address this Assembly.
Dear President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting at a critical moment. Before our eyes, political, economic, and cultural divisions are deepening. Conflicts, instability, and civil unrest are erupting around the globe. Disruption of the world order based on international rules threatens the world we all know and cherish. The time for decisive action is now. We must rise to the challenges and work together to preserve peace, prosperity, and stability, to safeguard the rules-based order, democracy, and the universality of human rights, to save our home, planet Earth, from the effects of disastrous climate change, to fight hard against global poverty and inequality. For sure, this will not be easy. Global trust will have to be restored, sustainable development goals implemented, meaningful pact for the future negotiated and signed. I stand here to express my great concern about the devastating impact of climate change and to share the Lithuanian experience. Today, green transformation is no longer a matter of choice. We need decisive actions to keep the goals and the spirit of the Paris Agreement alive. Lithuania is resolutely committed to averting, minimizing, and addressing climate change. We aim to achieve a 70% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and become climate neutral in 2050. The central role in our strategy will be played by renewable energy. Our ambition is to turn Lithuania from a net importer of electricity to a self-sufficient green energy producer by 2030. The development of solar energy as well as onshore and offshore wind parks should substantially increase the installed capacity of renewable electricity generation. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, there cannot be sustainable development amidst a war. Wherever we look, be it Europe, Asia, Africa, or the Americas, peace is an all-important condition for humanity to thrive and to create. An old-style colonial war is back in Europe. Russia's aggression against Ukraine aggravates the global situation across many areas, such as food and energy security, climate, finance, global health, and migration. Established international norms and the whole vision of an open and cooperative world order are currently being held hostage to Russia's imperialist ambitions. The very framework of multilateral cooperation, which sustained peace, stability, and prosperity in the post-Cold War era, is being threatened. The integrity of the Charter of the United Nations and the rules-based international system is put at serious risk. The international community can no longer allow Russia to manipulate and abuse global rules. Its numerous crimes, such as the wholesale destruction of Ukrainian cities and towns, murder of thousands of innocent civilians, and displacement of millions, bring disgrace upon the UN Security Council, where Russia still sits as a permanent member with the power of veto. The international community should put more pressure on Russia to stop deliberate attacks on Ukrainian civilians and civilian infrastructure. An unprecedented ecological catastrophe caused by the destruction of the Kakhovka Dam should not be replicated in new and even more dangerous forms. This war of aggression must stop with an immediate, complete, and unconditional withdrawal of troops and military equipment from Ukrainian territory. And what I mean here is all territory within the internationally recognized borders and territorial waters in 1991. Lithuania strongly endorses President Zelensky's peace formula. It is a robust foundation for attaining peace, aligned with the universal principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence. Meanwhile, Lithuania calls on all United Nations member states to provide substantial humanitarian, military, economic, and diplomatic assistance to Ukraine. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, working for sustainable peace, we should ensure the accountability of those responsible for war crimes and crimes against humanity. While contemplating the issue of justice, we should also address the actions of the regime in Belarus, which participates in this aggressive war by providing military assistance and facilitating the offensive from its territory. Specifically, we should all support Ukraine's efforts in the International Court of Justice and endorse the court's provisional measures ordering Russia to immediately cease its military actions in the territory of Ukraine. Another institution, the International Criminal Court, plays a crucial role in prosecuting war crimes, genocide, and crimes against humanity in Ukraine. Lithuania supports the ICC arrest warrants for Russia's president and the ombudswoman. These mark a promising step towards accountability for targeting children in military conflict. To bring back the Ukrainian children who were forcibly deported to Russia and Belarus is a necessary next step. The initiative to persecute sexual crimes perpetrated by Russian forces in Ukraine also deserves our united support. Lithuania commends the unwavering dedication of the United Nations Special Representative on Sexual Violence in Conflict in addressing this critical issue. What is still lacking is a tribunal specifically designed to prosecute the very crime of aggression committed by Russia's top political and military leadership. Lithuania calls for the establishment of such an international tribunal, supported by a resolution of the United Nations General Assembly. Failure to do so would mean further damage to the credibility of the entire global justice system. Ladies and gentlemen, from the very beginning, Russia's aggression against Ukraine has been a truly global issue. It affects global food security as well as nuclear safety. Russia is currently holding the world hostage, blocking Ukrainian grain exports, looting occupied Ukrainian territories, and devastating local agricultural infrastructure. Unilateral actions, such as Russia's withdrawal from the Black Sea Grain Initiative, endangering at least 82 countries and 350 million people currently on the food insecurity frontline, should be universally condemned. But the solution is not to lift sanctions on Russia. To reinforce vulnerable economies, we must search for geopolitical solutions. One possibility could be the opening of more solidarity lanes by offering alternative transportation for Ukrainian food products, for example, through the trusted Baltic Sea ports. Local food production and fertilizer availability in vulnerable regions could also be boosted by international support. Looking into the issue of nuclear safety, Lithuania expects more active cooperation by Russia in protecting the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, according to recommendations of the International Atomic Energy Agency. It is also with greatest concern that we follow recent decisions by Russia on arms control. Last year, Russia broke the emerging consensus in the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty Review Conference. Later, Belarus announced agreement to deploy Russia's nuclear weapons on its territory, which goes against the international commitments under the same treaty. Finally, Russia officially announced its withdrawal from the Treaty on Conventional Armed Forces in Europe. It means Russia is preparing for more war, not to settle for peace. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the only way for us to turn back the tide of destabilization that threatens us all is to join forces in building a better world. We need a collective effort to rebuild trust among nations. Violations of international law and universal human rights cannot be normalized. Neither justice nor peace is free. We must stand for peace. We must stand for justice. Accountability and rules-based international order will be vital in forging a world that is fair and secure. It is our responsibility for the future generations. Today, I expect this Assembly to remain steadfast and condemn all kinds of aggression, which clearly violate the Charter of the United Nations. However, to condemn is not enough. Decisive action must be taken. The politics of fear and coercion on the global scale must be stopped once and for all. We must resolutely defend the equality of sovereign nations, both large and small. We must remain true to the Charter's fundamental principles, including respect for international law and arms control. These principles must guide our path forward. Each and every nation is important. We must stand together against the power of fear. Together, we can change the world. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Lithuania for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Zuzana Kaputova, President of the Slovak Republic. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome Her Excellency Zuzana Chaputova, President of the Slovak Republic, and to invite her to address the Assembly.
Thank you. Dear President of the General Assembly, dear Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At this Assembly and other global forums, we hear many words spoken about the challenges we face. From the growing intensity of armed conflicts to devastating effects of climate changes. We discussed the task of providing for a growing global population with limited resources and exploited ecosystems. We debate the opportunities of emerging technologies that can transform our lives, but they can also trigger the destruction of our democratic way of life. These challenges have one common denominator. They are human-made, and it falls to us to deliver human-made solutions. The time for talking, discussions, and promises is over. This General Assembly must start with ultimate purpose for which the UN was founded: restoration of peace. Last year, we recorded more conflict-related deaths in the world than in any year since 1994. Russia's illegal, full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Slovakia's direct neighbor, has greatly contributed to this rise. For more than 570 days, Russia's forces have been killing innocent Ukrainian civilians, kidnapping children, and destroying towns and cities. They bomb infrastructure and ports that export Ukrainians' grain to those who need it in Bangladesh or Egypt. This is why Moscow must let the grain leave Ukrainian ports. Yes, we need a new agenda for peace, as the Secretary General rightly said. But first and foremost, we need action for peace from Russia as a permanent member of the UN Security Council. Excellencies, the Climate Ambition Summit starts today. But when it comes to our planet, time for action is running out. Our cities are becoming warmer, our oceans more acidic, and our land more arid. This is a result of human-caused climate change. This summer gave us another preview of what we can expect if we sit on our hands. Scientific report after scientific report makes the same conclusion. We aren't doing enough. The current pace of reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and of our mitigation measures won't be prevent the 1.5 degrees rise in global temperature by 2100. Globally, our emissions still exceed our Paris Agreement. We can still prevent the worst-case scenarios. Global emissions must peak before 2030. That is 7 years from now. This is our responsibility, not of the governments that come after us. To see results 7 years from now, we must all act today. Let's turn this ambition into our joint and global commitment, feasible, effective, and low-cost option for mitigation and adaptation are already available. They can speed up our green transition. In Slovakia, we are doing our share. 85% of our electricity is already produced with zero emissions. In the next 7 years, we will use 5% of our GDP to decarbonize our economy and increase the use of renewables. In 2030, our emissions will be 55% lower than in 1990. Europe may be warming twice as fast as any other continent, but Africa, while responsible for less than 4% of global emissions, is the most vulnerable to the effects of climate change. Working together as partners, we can solve this challenge. The already existing green technologies must be available to everyone. Slovakia will continue to meet its obligations under the Global Climate Finance Commitment. Finally, a remark on climate change is simple. We need to wake up. We are not battling an external threat. This is not a meteor hitting for Earth. This is an existential crisis that we created and we alone must solve. Excellencies, this crisis hit hardest those who are least responsible for their creation: vulnerable population, women and children, and the poorest. No peace and prosperity can be achieved if they are excluded. We have been seeing for decades that women's rights are human rights. It's time to return these words into action. Our collective wealth allows us to provide dignified conditions for everyone on this planet. But today, halfway to 2030, only 12% of the Sustainable Development Goals are on track. These targets are not advisory guidelines. They are the benchmark for creating a world built on fairness, equity, and stability. 75 years ago, we adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Human dignity, freedom, and justice must be universally protected. This is even more importantly today, when new technologies promise to unlock huge potential in areas such as public health, connectivity, or addressing climate change. But technological progress is sometimes moving faster than the evolution of human minds and emotions. The rapid rise of social media platforms and the related flood of disinformation and hate speech prove this. Platforms have removed barriers across the globe, linking people like never before. But they have also destroyed barriers that protected the rights and integrity of others. Any technology must be used with one goal in mind, that of dignity and rights of every individual. If not addressed, social media platforms, artificial intelligence, and other emerging technologies can act like steroids for the current crisis. That is why we cannot postpone their democratic regulation. Facts and science are essential to overcoming our global challenges. The COVID-19 pandemic illustrated this well. Disinformation undermined our efforts to build consensus and a common vision. If humankind continues to build alternative truth and distrust each other, we will never be able to take the actions needed to address these universal challenges. In my final words to you, let me leave you with a message of hope. When I meet Slovakia's young people, I am left with great optimism for the future. Data shows that for them, equality is the most important societal value. We should listen to our children and work on achieving a vision of humankind where quality is a rule, not the exception, where development can be sustainable and climate resilient, where we can live in peace. They are looking to us for actions. The cost of our joint failure is not an abstraction. It will count in concrete deaths, displacement, injustices, and the loss of species and ecosystems. We politicians are often asked about our legacy. Should this be our legacy? For me, the choice is clear. Our response should be clear as well. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Slovak Republic for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sauli Niinistö, President of the Republic of Finland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Sauli Niinistö, President of the Republic of Finland, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, more than 10 years ago, when I addressed the General Assembly for the first time as President of Finland, the world seemed complicated. In the Middle East and North Africa, many nations had gone through tremendous changes following a wave of uprisings. Europe was struggling with the deepest financial crisis of its post-war history. People around the world were affected by instability and conflicts. Yet in this whole, our common task was to create a constructive atmosphere, to understand each other, and to find solutions to the challenges we are facing. That is why we gather here in New York, not only to give speeches, not only to be seen, but to collectively ensure that our global community is moving in the right direction. Today, as I address this body for the last time, I have to ask, have we succeeded in our task? The world has grown even more complicated. Global tensions are running high, and great power competition is accelerating. Different worldviews now seem to be on a collision course. The topic of this session is rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity. This must not remain empty rhetoric. We need to put these words in practice. We all have much to gain from cooperation on equal footing. The many global challenges we are facing, from climate change to pandemics, poverty to wars, can't be solved by one country or group of like-minded countries alone. The opportunities presented by new technologies are also best harnessed together. The multilateral system remains the best means to respond to the challenges faced by the international community. But that system now finds itself under pressure. As global realities have changed, many have started to question the existing structures. As we strive to strengthen multilateral cooperation, all voices must be heard, particularly the critical ones. Instead of rushing to judge, we need to learn to listen. In my first speech here, I spoke of the rapid economic growth in the so-called Global South, and then the tremendous changes it was bringing about. Those changes have been clearly visible for quite some time now. Asian, African, and Latin American countries are powerful geopolitical players. The fastest growing and most populous economies of today are found in precisely those regions. That needs to be reflected in our debates. Ladies and gentlemen, more than 1.5 years ago, Russia launched its large-scale war on Ukraine. Russia's aggression is a direct violation of the United Nations Charter, to which we are all committed. By aiding Ukraine, Finland, together with many others, supports Ukraine's inherent right to self-defense. For many Finns, Ukraine's fight for freedom carries echoes of our own history. We too have fought for our freedom and independence against an enemy far greater in size and paid a high price for it. We do not want to see the world regress to a state where the big consider it their privilege to subjugate the small. While the war is directed against Ukraine, it affects us all, both in principle and practice. It has serious consequences globally. The war in Ukraine must not become one of the many protracted conflicts we see around the world today. Peace that respects Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity is in all of our interests. It must be objective. Finland supports Ukraine's efforts towards a just and lasting peace, but these can't be Ukraine's efforts alone. As wide an international participation as possible is needed. It is essential that the discussions recently held in Jeddah continue. The open debate taking place today in the Security Council is also a very important opportunity to discuss and find avenues forward. Bringing the war to a just end is essential for the Ukrainians, but it may also help to lower tensions on a wider scale. Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing the erosion of the international arms control architecture. Important treaties have been abandoned. What is left seems to be in jeopardy. Rebuilding and strengthening arms control in the current international environment is difficult, but we have to understand that a world without mutually agreed open rules and transparency is an unpredictable one. Emerging technologies are further complicating the picture. The risks are mounting. We must come together to tackle these issues. Globally, people's sense of security has decreased to an alarming level. There are over 100 armed conflicts ongoing worldwide. People in Afghanistan, Sudan, and Yemen, and in many other countries, continue to face enormous humanitarian needs. We should not lose sight of any of these emergencies. I commend the Secretary General for his vision outlined in the new Agenda for Peace. We must prioritize diplomacy and make full use of the United Nations. Finland has long underlined the importance of the universal and binding nature of human rights. Human rights need to be respected even when our societies face turmoil. In difficult times, the rights of women and girls are often eroded. We need to be decisive in safeguarding these rights. As a member of the UN Human Rights Council, Finland works together with all stakeholders to uphold universal human rights. No country is perfect when it comes to human rights. We can learn from each other. When one of us fails, the international community needs to ensure accountability for violations. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier this week we were rightly reminded that the lack of progress on the Sustainable Development Goals has severe implications, both for people's life and prosperity and for global peace and security. This is most urgent task to ensure a sustainable future for all life on this planet, and we are not on track. We need to take our commitments much more seriously. If we fall behind on one goal, the effects are likely to be multiplied in other areas. Climate action is a clear example. Important steps have been taken, but more needs to be done. Any progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals will be undermined if we do not manage to cap global warming at 1.5 degrees. Climate change and biodiversity loss are challenges that the global community cannot escape. The past summer was, yet again, the hottest on record. We have seen devastating floods, drought and wildfires, and all parts of the world. We must understand that these are existential questions. It is also important to realize that climate change does not treat us equally or fairly. Those least responsible for it are often the ones who suffer the most. We must raise our collective ambition. New, strong commitments to reduce emissions are urgently needed. These must be backed by swift and effective action. Ladies and gentlemen, as Secretary General Guterres yesterday aptly stated, the United Nations was created precisely for moments like this, moments of maximum danger and minimum agreement. During the years that I have been attending this assembly, we have seen tremendous challenges. We have also seen concrete efforts to make the multilateral system work better in responding to them. Yet, we often fail to deliver. We should all take to ourselves to find the root cause of these repeated frustrations. The UN is a sum of its members. It is our task to make sure this system rises to the occasion. Mutual understanding and agreement can only be increased through dialogue and genuine willingness to engage. None of us can afford to dismiss the concerns of the other. None of us has the right to impose our thinking or constructs on others. We, as the global community, have to be prepared to meet each other from a position of mutual respect and with a keen understanding of our common obligation to work together. If we do so, I'm convinced that we will find we have much more in common than we have thought. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Finland for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Rumen Radev, President of the Republic of Bulgaria. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Rumen Radev, President of the Republic of Bulgaria, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I am deeply honored to address this prestigious auditorium. I do believe that our commitment will lead us to the answers of the pressing challenges the humanity is facing today. Today we live in a world of increasing risks and uncertainty. The resurrected ghost of self-destruction as a result of the full-scale war in Europe is a nightmare that my generation wrongly believed to be bygone phase in human history. War, conflicts, and terror challenge the future of our civilization. So do the higher level of socio-economic distress, the growing food insecurity, the disruption of chains of supply, and the rise of the inflation rates started during the COVID-19 disaster. After the weakening of the pandemic, the hopes for rearranging the broken societal and economic links brought some optimism. But then the war in Ukraine blazed out. It exacerbated all these crises of various kinds and destroyed not only thousands of human lives, but also the optimism that we are able to build back better. The systematic erosion of democracy and human rights and the rise of authoritarianism are completing the picture. The consensus that the humanity may live according to the rules of internationally adopted world order is blatantly violated. These rules that have been forged in this green marble UN hall are now vehemently contested. All these negative developments are about to distract our attention from the challenges that may turn to be equally deadly for the humanity. The triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution threatens the life on our planet. All these risks and challenges must be addressed in full consciousness that the future of our civilization is at stake. The first mission that the leaders must see as their historical vocation at this crossroad for the humanity is to rebuild trust in multilateralism and to uphold the rules-based international order. This order must serve to the firm will of the peoples to live in peace. This is the fundamental precondition to survive and to embark on the path of building prosperity. Restoring peace and security is our most pressing priority. It has been 19 months since a permanent member of the Security Council unleashed a war of aggression against its neighboring country, violating the principles of the UN Charter and international law. From the first day, Bulgaria strongly condemns the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. Every day of this war threatens the global peace and security. Moreover, it has turned into a war of attrition, challenging the economic and social development worldwide. The last events show an increasing risk of spillover in the Black Sea region, affecting countries neighboring Ukraine. An important priority of the 7th and 8th session should be to find modalities that may pave a way towards restoring the peace in Ukraine. What we need is stronger political will, diplomacy, and active talks about comprehensive, just, and sustainable peace, based on the internationally recognized UN's chapters. Bulgaria is deeply concerned by the decision of the Russian Federation to withdraw from the Black Sea Grain Initiative. The bombing of the Ukrainian harbor infrastructure and the restriction of navigation in the Black Sea leads to further escalation of global food insecurity, especially in the global south, where the price of the war is particularly high. Ladies and gentlemen, the maintenance of the international peace and security faces challenges all over the world. The attention is to Ukraine, because this conflict has a growing potential to turn into global. Nonetheless, we have ever been deeply concerned by the victims of each and every war and conflict. Human lives are equally precious all around the globe. The Middle East and the use of violence in the Israeli-Palestine conflict are a source of great concern. We call all parties for refraining from the use of force and for the assumption of direct negotiations conducing to fair and sustainable two-state solution. The political solution to the ongoing conflict in Syria marks the only way ahead. Bulgaria maintains its unwavering position in support of the unity and sovereignty of Yemen. We support the international efforts for peace solutions and humanitarian assistance for the entire region. On Afghanistan, we emphasize the importance on preventing terrorist threats and irregular migration. We strongly condemn the Taliban's actions, worsening the human rights situation, especially of women and girls, of ethnic and religious minorities, and human rights defenders. My country is a strong supporter of the European path of the Western Balkan countries as the most effective way for stabilizing the region. Good neighborly relations, comprehensive reforms, and fulfillment of accession criteria are the core of integration process. Bulgaria is a staunch supporter of further strengthening the global nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation architecture. We call for dialogue among nuclear weapon states on confidence building. Russia's suspension of its participation in the New START Treaty is a cause of great concern. Its intention to deploy nuclear weapons in Belarus undermines the strategic stability and the overall security architecture. We call on Russia to prove its commitment to the January 2022 joint statement on preventing nuclear war and avoiding arms races. We call on Iran to come back to its obligations under the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action and DPRK to stop challenging the international non-proliferation agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, the SDG Summit is a vital opportunity to get the implementation of the 2030 Agenda back on track. Access to financing and strong partnerships between the United Nations and international financial institutions is a key to achieving sustainable development. Bulgaria is actively participating in focusing their activities on effective financial support for all the countries in need. The Global Digital Compact should harness the potential of the digital technologies to accelerate the achievements of the SDGs. Our digital future and artificial intelligence should be guided by a human-centric approach based on human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Bulgaria welcomes the adoption of the political declarations at the 3 held summits during this high-level week. These documents of high political commitment will foster the One Health approach, thus contributing to the strength of the national health systems and the global health architecture. The COVID-19 pandemic resulted in a setback in the realization of the 2030 Agenda, especially in education. We support the vision of the Secretary General for the creation of learning societies, for recognizing education and lifelong learning as a public good. And we stand ready to deliver on the commitments made at the 2022 Transforming Education Summit. Excellencies, these days we spoke a lot about peace among nations, but we need as well making peace with the nature. Climate change is a threat multiplier and mitigating it is essential. Decisive climate action is a pressing global imperative and a test for the ability of the multilateral system to respond. Urgent action is crucial to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. Bulgaria welcomes the recently established Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. and the adoption of the agreement under the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. Sustainable water management is critical to the achievement of the entire 2030 agenda. This year, we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. This remarkable document is a powerful enabler of equality, fundamental freedoms, and justice. Bulgaria remains a firm supporter of the mandate of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights and of the UN human rights system at large. Strongly committed to the further advancing the human rights agenda worldwide, my country has presented its candidature for the Human Rights Council for the period 2024-26 and will strive to ensure their wide support and successful implementation. As co-chair of the Group of Friends on Children, Bulgaria consistently advocates for the rights of the child, and this issue ranks high among our priorities as member of the UNICEF and UN Women's Executive Boards. Investing in children's health, nutrition, education, and protection from violence is crucial for the responding to the 2030 Agenda's basic principles of leaving no one behind. My country consistently emphasizes issues such as gender equality and empowerment of women and girls, promoting the rights of people with disabilities, fight against discrimination and hate speech. This year, Bulgaria also commemorated 80th anniversary of the rescue of the entire Jewish population of my country, counting 50,000 people during the Second World War. This remarkable episode of our modern history inspires us to continue efforts to affirm tolerance and understanding as core values of modern democracy. Excellencies, taking into account the increasing challenges to the fundamental principles enshrined in the UN Charter, Bulgaria welcomes efforts towards increasing transparency and accountability of the Security Council, and is among the co-sponsors of the landmark UNGN resolution on the use of the veto. While the veto initiative empowers further the General Assembly, the real reform of the Security Council remains a difficult and sensitive issue. Bulgaria would like to see the Council being more effective in the performance of its primary responsibility, allocating at least one additional non-permanent seat for the group of Eastern European states in the future reformed Security Council remains priority. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Bulgaria for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, please accept my warm congratulations on your election to the presidency of the General Assembly for its 78th session. I assure you of Guyana's full support as you carry out your responsibilities. I also take this opportunity to express our appreciation to His Excellency Shaba Kurosi for his leadership as President of the 77th session of the General Assembly. I join those before me in expressing Guyana's solidarity with the governments and peoples of Libya and Morocco in the wake of the recent devastating flood and earthquake. The theme of this year's Assembly recognizes the need for us to collectively reset global relationships and imbue them with enhanced trust and solidarity. Only in doing so can we aspire to confront the most pressing challenges of our era: climate change, conflicts, the energy and food crisis, and achieving sustainable development. I remain convinced that multilateralism remains the most effective approach to address these challenges, foremost of which is climate change. We are all experiencing its devastating effects. The difference, however, is our capacity to respond. It is well established that those bearing the brunt of the climate phenomena have made no contribution to the current crisis. Small island developing and low-lying coastal states like Guyana are among the hardest hit and require adequate financing to address the attendant effects. The commitments by the developed countries, including the pledge of US $100 billion per year, remain unfulfilled. How much longer must developing countries wait for these commitments to be fully delivered? Although at net zero emissions, Guyana continues to pursue growth premised on a low-carbon development strategy. Our goal is to ensure that our resources are utilized sustainably to foster inclusive and equitable development for our people. As a country with the second highest forest cover per capita in the world, we know the importance of forests in mitigating the effects of climate change at the global level. Our advocacy in this regard has resulted in Guyana being issued 33.4 million tons of carbon credits, the first jurisdictional scale program in the world. Thus far, we have secured $750 million for the period 2016 to 2030. Guyana is committed to a clean energy transition. We're aiming for over 80% reliance on renewable energy by 2030. Technology, capacity, and financing are key for developing countries to build a relevant energy mix and a share of renewable energy needed. Guyana is using revenue from oil and gas resources to finance its transition to renewable energy, notwithstanding our already globally recognized net zero status. Allow me to expound on the critical question of a just, affordable, and equitable transition. Bloomberg estimates that achieving global net zero emissions by 2050 requires annual investments to more than triple from the 2021 level to $6.7 trillion per year. To limit the rise of global temperature to less than 2 degrees Celsius, the IEA estimates that investment in the energy sector alone will have to be increased by approximately $1 trillion annually. At the same time, in developing countries, the situation is more frightening, with close to 900 million people worldwide having no access to electricity. All of this against the backdrop of a widening financing gap in achieving the SDGs. With adaptation alone estimated at $160 to $340 billion by 2030, and $315 billion to $565 billion by 2050, according to UNEP. More than 90 countries have committed to net zero emissions. To achieve this, the IEA estimates that by 2050, more than 85% of buildings must be net zero carbon ready. More than 90% heavy industrial production must be low emissions, and almost 70% of electricity will have to come from solar photovoltaic. Based on these targets, renewable share in the generation of electricity will have to increase from 29% in 2020 to 88% in 2050. Meanwhile, to remove carbon from the atmosphere, the world will need to simultaneously halt deforestation and increase tree cover gain 2 times faster by 2030. This means by 2050, 7.6 gigatons of carbon will have to be captured and stored compared to 0.4 gigatons in 2020. According to McKinsey & Company, it would cost $375 trillion in cumulative spending on physical assets to transition to net zero by 2050. Mr. President, the question is, under these circumstances, how realistic is the transition path to net zero? It is clear that the global ambition of net zero by 2050 is not currently realistic given the cost of transition and the financing commitment thus far. I say all of this not to reduce ambition, but for us to honestly and frankly direct our energies to a more balanced approach towards net zero in a realistic environment. My country, Guyana, is blessed with the best of both worlds. That is the ability to lead on climate change and the use of our expansive oil and gas reserves to contribute to the advancement and development of our country and region. But let me hasten to add, Mr. President, COP28 will not achieve the desired objectives of definitively putting our planet on a net zero trajectory if we continue to address this matter in a doctrinarian way, ignoring the current realities. Given the growth in demand for energy, a significant part of that demand will come from many in the developing world who continue to live in energy poverty. It is also a fact that renewables will not meet the growth of demand in the near future. If the debate at COP28 is framed by two camps, one calling for no cuts in fossil fuel production, including the most polluting form, such as coal, and the other saying that the only solution to net zero is an end to fossil fuel production, then we'll fail once again to achieve a viable outcome and not to give our world the energy it needs to grow and prosper. I believe that net zero by 2050 as a target can only be achieved by a combination of measures that include a cut in fossil fuel production, incentivizing the introduction of renewables at scale, exploring advances in technology, in using carbon capture and storage, cutting deforestation and land degradation, and introducing measures to curb demand for energy. As custodians of the rainforests, the size of England and Scotland combined, we are of the view that the lack of financing for standing forests suggests they are worth more dead than alive. That is why we support the expansion of a financial mechanism that appropriately value the environmental services provided by forests, including through the carbon market. We are at the midpoint of implementing the 2030 Agenda, our global blueprint for sustainable and resilient development. Financing is a cornerstone of all efforts to achieve the SDGs and the challenges faced by developing countries, including the funding gaps, which I highlighted in the SDG Summit commitments, including those made 50 years ago to provide 0.7% of GNI in ODA, must be fulfilled. The existing financial architecture is incapable of addressing current global challenges and must be reformed. In this regard, the early adoption of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, implementing the measures in the Bridgetown Initiative, and addressing liquidity support, private capital, development lending, trade, and more inclusive governance of the international financial institutions must form part of the reform agenda. Mr. President, the world is presently experiencing a global food crisis marked by soaring food prices, heightened food insecurity, and increasing levels of hunger. Conflict, climate change, and the effects of the pandemic contribute to this dire state. Approximately 198 million people in 26 least developed countries face severe food insecurity since the beginning of 2022. Due to rising food prices and trade restrictions, this situation has worsened. By 2030, it is estimated that nearly 670 million people, equivalent to 8% of the global population, will suffer from undernourishment. Global agri-food system must be urgently transformed to ensure they are more resilient and that nutritious food is affordable for all. We also condemn the weaponization of food as an instrument of war. Guyana welcomes the convening of the 3 high-level meetings on health and the important commitments in the political declarations. But we must together move rapidly to implementation if we are to achieve universal health coverage for all and be adequately prepared for future pandemics. Guyana has already made tremendous strides on the path to universal health coverage. In so doing, we have increased our health spending per capita by 64% in the last 3 years. Mr. President, global peace is hinged on respect and human dignity. Our work at all levels must advance the dignity and rights of every person on our planet to create a just, equitable, and peaceful world. We have noted that since the war began in Ukraine more than a year ago, the developed world provided approximately $220 billion in support to Ukraine. The World Bank has added more than $37.5 billion in emergency financing, almost $260 billion mobilized in less than 2 years. On the other hand, aid to the Palestinian people over a period of 26 years amounted to just over $40 billion, according to figures compiled by the OECD. Haiti receives just over $20 billion in aid for reconstruction and development over the past 60 years. African countries were recipients of just over $113 billion over a 3-year period to fight hunger, according to the OECD. To be clear, Guyana unequivocally supports the principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity as enshrined in the UN Charter and remains in full solidarity with the people of Ukraine and what they justly require from the international community. However, I cannot overlook the disparity in the approach to other countries and regions of the world. This must be corrected. Clearly, this is a demonstration of an unjust ecosystem surrounding and supporting development financing, peace, and security. Importantly, it also proves that if truly committed, mechanisms do exist to unlock financing at scale. Mr. President, adherence to the rule of law, including international law, must continue to be the cornerstone of all of our engagements. This is being undermined by threats and naked acts of aggression against sovereign states and by the perpetuation of old conflicts and disputes between states. The Russian invasion must end. Greater diplomatic efforts must be made to bring an end to this war. The ongoing crisis in Haiti is of grave concern. Urgent and decisive action must be taken to secure a comprehensive solution. I commend the offer of the governments of Kenya and Rwanda to lead the multinational force in Haiti, as well as the offers by the Bahamas and Jamaica. Guyana is committed to working closely with partners within the UN and CARICOM frameworks to find a long-lasting, stable, and sustainable solution to the Haitian crisis, so that our Haitian brothers and sisters can live in peace and dignity. The Republic of Cuba has been the object of aggression for more than 6 decades. We repeat our call for the dismantling of the unacceptable embargo against our sister Caribbean state. The economic and political aggression, along with the designation of Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism, must come to an end. I also reaffirm Guyana's long-standing solidarity with the Palestinian people and support for their dignified existence in their homeland in accordance with the two-state solution. As member states of the United Nations, let us do more to move past rhetoric so that the peace process can progress. Mr. President, when I addressed the OAS last Friday, I recall to that hemispheric body how Guyana was excluded from the OAS for 25 years from its birth as a nation on account of a spurious territorial claim to 2/3 of our homeland by Venezuela. But justice prevailed, and Guyana was ultimately admitted. It is sad, however, that 57 years after Guyana's independence, we remain threatened. Venezuela's efforts to undermine our freedom, sovereignty, and territorial integrity are today before the International Court of Justice, as decided by the UN Secretary General under the Geneva Agreement of 1966. The ICJ's jurisdiction in the matter has been twice affirmed by the court. We are confident that Guyana's sovereignty and territorial integrity will also be affirmed when the court issues its final judgment. I regret to inform you that Venezuela's threats continue. Just last night, Guyana received a very threatening message from Venezuela. It came in the form of a communique attacking Guyana for putting certain oil blocks in our sovereign waters of forbid. Guyana considers this a threat to regional and international peace and security, as well as to Guyana's investment partners. We demand that Venezuela honors its obligation under the Charter to pursue only peaceful means to settle any disputes it may have with Guyana, including adjudication before the International Court of Justice. Allowing the court to decide would ensure a resolution that is peaceful, equitable, and in accordance with international law. Guyana will spare no effort in defending its sovereign and territorial integrity. I express appreciation to every member of the international community that has continued to support Guyana's effort to preserve its sovereignty and territorial integrity. Mr. President, as Guyana takes its place next January as a member of the Security Council, those principles of international law and justice, so prominent in the charter of this organization, shall be our guide. And so, I express heartfelt gratitude to the overwhelming support of member states to our candidature to the United Nations Security Council for the 2024-2025 term. I wish to assure the entire UN membership that Guyana is committed to working with fellow Council members and the wider UN membership to fulfill the mandate of the Security Council. Mr. President, as I reflect on the state of growing insecurity in the world, let me also reiterate the calls made by CARICOM for the early and urgent reform of the United Nations Security Council to make it more effective and inclusive. Mr. President, September is the month dedicated to indigenous people in my country. We are aware that globally, indigenous peoples are often left behind. Not so in Guyana. My government is investing heavily in indigenous peoples' development, ensuring their inclusion and participation in decision-making at all levels. Our land titling program has resulted in indigenous peoples obtaining legal ownership of 16.4% of Guyana's land mass. In addition to regular government investment, 15% of all proceeds from the sale of carbon credits go directly to indigenous villages to finance their development. Guyana is the first country to implement such an initiative. We are proud of our record and stand ready to share our experiences. Mr. President, allow me to conclude by renewing Guyana's solidarity with the peoples of the world, our commitment to multilateralism, our readiness to partner with states large and small in the quest for peace and prosperity for all. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Zoran Milosevic, President of the Republic of Croatia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Zoran Milosevic, President of the Republic of Croatia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, It is my particular honor to address this august body. I would like to use this opportunity to congratulate on being elected to your esteemed position, and I wish you much success in your work during these challenging times. The world we live in today requires joint global and concerted efforts as the key to success in addressing serious global crises. We strongly believe that we have to strengthen the multilateral system based on international law and make sure it is effective and fair, able to endure and deliver results that will serve to achieve our common goals, commitments, and a better future for the people and the planet. We need to safeguard the role of the UN as the center of the global cooperation. We are also hopeful that genuine efforts will be invested in the reform of the Security Council, our main instrument for securing global peace and security. In 2015, we adopted 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, also on the basis of the consensus that to transform our world, we need to realize that sustainable development cannot be realized without peace and security, and the peace and security will be at risk without sustainable development. In 2023, at a midpoint in implementation of the 2030 Agenda, the assessments of the Global Sustainable Development Progress Report showed that the efforts to achieve that synergy so far have proved insufficient. Time to reinvigorate our political commitments to the full and efficient implementation of the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals is irreversibly running out. In the meantime, the necessary boost came with the UN Secretary General's vision offered in our common agenda as an overarching roadmap in fighting the multiple crises. The preparatory process for the next year's Summit of the Future, along with its outcome, the Pact for the Future, represents a unique opportunity to strengthen national and international governance and to make it more sustainable and resilient to future crises and shocks, safeguarding the planet for future generations. The international financial system is increasingly unable to adequately and efficiently respond to the challenges at hand. More needs to be done to update and upgrade the global financial infrastructure so it becomes more adapted to the needs of the world. Most notably, we need to scale up development and climate finance. In this sense, we support the efforts by international financial institutions to review their structures and operating processes with a view to reform in order to meet the challenges of the 21st century. Peace is not maintained by itself. Investment in conflict prevention is far more cost-effective than investing in the conflict resolution and recovery after the fact, post facto. This is why prevention of conflict and sustaining peace should be at the center of the framework of the new Agenda for Peace, intertwined with a renewed commitment to multilateralism, global solidarity and trust. Croatia is the chair of the UN Peacebuilding Commission for 2023, strongly advocates its strengthening and enlarging of both its geographical and thematic scope. We support the Secretary General's call for the universality of conflict prevention and sustaining peace, and the assessment of the Global Sustainable Development Progress Report showed that the efforts to achieve that synergy so far have proved insufficient. The PBC should also work more closely with international financial institutions and regional actors, forming the Sustainable Peace Network. In addition to its advisory powers, the PBC could also be vested with decision-making powers, enabling it to establish UN civilian missions upon the request of countries concerned, helping to address the root causes of instability. In this regard, 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals can be an excellent prevention tool by bringing prosperity and inclusion by leaving a safer place for future generations. According to the Sustainable Development Report 2023, Croatia's performance in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals was assessed among top ranks. However, a lot of work is still in front of us. Croatia has a large natural heritage that it wants to preserve for future generations through the implementation of the SDGs. While accepting the clean energy transition, Croatia is taking a number of measures to alleviate the transition shock in the rejection of fossil fuels and to ensure a fair transition and prevent energy poverty. With regard to biodiversity, Croatia is committed to work jointly for the development and full implementation of an ambitious and transformational Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Furthermore, we firmly believe that the protecting, restoring, and sustainably using biodiversity is essential for the pandemic prevention and promotion of the One Health approach, which needs to be included in future prevention plans. We are also committed to working together to intensify cooperation in protecting the marine environment and combating plastic pollution. If we want healthy oceans and seas, our ambition needs to be high and ocean protection stepped up significantly. Croatia welcomes the landmark adoption of the Treaty of the High Seas on Ocean Biodiversity. The successful negotiation of the BBNG agreement is the most recent proof of devoted multilateral work and presents not only a milestone in conserving marine biodiversity of nearly 2/3 of the world's ocean, but also a triumph for multilateralism. Today, Croatia proudly joined the first tier of countries that have signed the treaty and commits to ratify it as soon as possible. We call on other countries to do so as well, to enable its swift entering into force and to start its effective implementation. As a member state of the EU, Croatia has already committed itself politically and legally to contribute in making Europe the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. By further pursuing that course and by accelerating development of renewables and increasing green investments, we believe we can turn current crisis into a new chance for our economies. Here I will mention as an example one of such project that can boost new growth of European economy based on decarbonization and clean industry. It is the project of North Adriatic Hydrogen Valley, which encompasses Italian region of Friuli Venezia Giulia, Slovenia and Croatia. By putting the clean energy transition in the heart of the fight against climate change on the global level, we should not forget that the most vulnerable communities who have historically contributed the least to climate change are often the ones most and the worst affected, both by the climate conditions and by the costs of the green energy transition. As a remedy, establishment of a loss and damage fund to help vulnerable countries cope with the destructive impacts of climate change at COP27 marked a historic breakthrough in this respect. How we go about this issue at Climate Ambition Summit and COP28 will be a true test of trust and solidarity among nations and will impact current and future generations. Creating a world of peace and security that respects human rights and promotes social progress is the very foundation of the UN. The amount of human rights violations and humanitarian crises around the world demonstrates that more must be done in terms of atrocity prevention and the operationalization of the responsibility to protect. Croatia is honored to contribute to this cause by serving as a co-chair of the group of friends of R2P in New York, along with Costa Rica and Botswana. Croatian government remains committed to determining the fate of 1,806 persons that went missing during our homeland war in the 90s. Based on such tragic national experience, we continue to render our unwavering support to all efforts to provide answers to those still suffering the anguish of uncertainty anywhere in the world. We remain committed to combating hate speech, advancing the rights of women and children, protecting minorities, and the abolition of the death penalty. Gender equality is the foundation of a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. In that vein, we highlight the importance of education and equal opportunities for girls and boys. We will continue advocating against discrimination and hate speech, including anti-Semitism. Croatia continues to attach the utmost importance to its immediate neighborhood in the Southeast Europe. Issues of the past and war legacy, like resolving remaining cases of missing persons and engaging in meaningful cooperation in handling the war crimes without discrimination and in line with international standards, access to archives, as well as other unresolved and highly sensitive issues must be fully tackled. We actively support the European perspective for our close neighbor Bosnia and Herzegovina and have warmly welcomed the recent EU decision on granting the BH the status of the EU candidate country. We continue to advocate electoral reforms that would ensure legitimate representation of all constituent peoples, in particular Bosniaks, Croats, and Serbs, at all the levels of the government, which is, in our view, essential for the future stability and prosperity of the country. We're very concerned about the latest development in Kosovo-Serbia relations and would like to encourage measures for de-escalation of tensions. Similarly, these two countries need to focus on normalization of relations and deliver on their commitments and start implementing on what was agreed this year in Brussels and Ohrid. We continue to advocate universal recognition of Republic of Kosovo and its right to existence as an equal member of the community of nations. It is in our interest to promote stability and further development of this region, as well as the process of European integration, which we believe remains crucial for the future prosperity of our neighbors and for which we are hopeful will be accelerated in the coming years. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Croatia, Zoran Milanovic, for his statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Guillermo Lasso Mendoza, Constitutional President of the Republic of Ecuador. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Guillermo Lasso Mendoza, Constitutional President of the Republic of Ecuador, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor
Mr. Dennis Francis, President of the 78th session of the General Assembly. Distinguished delegates and representatives of the nations of the world. We are here to renew our commitment to the ideals and principles that give life to the United Nations. Peace, the diplomatic resolution of conflicts, and respect for freedoms and human rights. In this brief address, I shall share our vision and efforts to address the global challenges that we are facing, including climate change, chronic infant malnutrition, and even the most urgent threats to our security. Since my government took office, we have rolled out an historic policy of environmental transition which preserves our natural heritage. In parallel, we have made great strides in transitioning from unsustainable production systems to a low-emission circular economy. In January 2022, we expanded the protection of the Galapagos Islands with the establishment of the Brotherhood Marine Reserve of 60,000 square kilometers. This decision represents the greatest step forward by my country towards the preservation of our incomparable biodiversity. In addition, we have enhanced the Eastern Tropical Pacific Marine Corridor, acting in common purpose with the kindred nations of Colombia, Costa Rica, and Panama. Together, we have created the largest cross-border reserve in the world in protecting 500,000 square kilometers, home to innumerable and unique species that use these migratory routes. We did this for our peoples and for the world. Above all, my government has been able to balance environmental aspirations with good economic sense. We have been pioneering in implementing an innovative debt for conservation swap initiative. This redirects resources towards the protection of the Galapagos Islands. Without doubt, this is great news for the world. The debt swap amounted to $1.63 billion, making it the largest transaction of its kind in the history of humanity. This figure is equivalent to 10% of Ecuador's public debt with external private creditors. Of this amount, 450 million will be channeled into the Galapagos Life Fund for the protection of marine ecosystems and more than 2,500 species, 38 of which are migratory. In this way, we are showing the world how debt and all of its financial weight can be converted into opportunities of various kinds. Further, we wish to express here our concern at the upcoming and ever more likely El Niño phenomenon, which could cause devastating flooding in Ecuador and the region. To prepare for a potential event on such a scale, we have prioritized prevention. And we are working with the United Nations to seek alternative forms of financing through multilateral organizations. We appeal to the international community to consider risk mitigation measures through the large financial funds and non-reimbursable international cooperation. Because the severity of this event is related to climate change. This is a huge task that requires the collaboration of all sectors of the international community to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and to protect the future of us all. However, we are not only concerned by environmental issues. We are also focusing on improving the quality of life of the most disadvantaged in society, particularly children. Faced with alarming figures of chronic infant malnutrition, we have implemented the successful Ecuador Grows Without Child Malnutrition program. Through this program, in just 28 months, we reduced the rate of malnutrition in infants under the age of 2 by 3.5%, shrinking it from 23.6% to 20.1%. This type of malnutrition has serious and irreversible consequences on the children affected by it. It affects their neurological development, their ability to learn, to communicate, to think, and to relate to others. So these children from the beginning of their lives face enormous disadvantages that have negative repercussions on their future. In light of this painful reality, we have implemented this public policy strategically to provide care to pregnant women and to children in their first 1,000 days of life with medicines and vitamins. We have repurposed and equipped health centers. We've recruited more family medicine specialists, more obstetricians and nurses. And we've further hired 50,000 community workers who go into neighborhoods to detect cases of malnutrition in time. Thanks to this, more than 20,000 children under the age of 2 are now free of chronic malnutrition. And all of this has happened with investment of $650 million over 28 months in government. Solutions don't depend on how much money a state has, but rather how much political will its leaders have. In our government, with a lower average oil price, we've prioritized state resources for this cause. Because there's no growth nor economic development if we do not invest in social issues and in our children. We hope to be able to share our experience with all of you and to join forces so that in the near future we can all together say, the world is growing without child malnutrition. President. Ecuador strives to promote safe and responsible migration. We are one of the few countries that experiences all facets of migration. We are a country of origin, of destination, a transit country, and a country of return and even of refuge. Migration in recent years has been a challenge for the region because it has meant facing complex situations posing enormous challenges with cultural, economic, and social impacts. Ecuador has hosted thousands of migrants of different nationalities. In light of this, it was essential to identify their needs, their circumstances, activities, and experiences, and this became a fundamental goal of our innovative approach. It led us to begin a registration process for foreign migrants residing in our country, irrespective of their migratory status. And we have now registered 201,711 citizens. Most of them are Venezuelan citizens who reached Ecuador fleeing hunger and authoritarianism. We want to give them a better future, guaranteeing all of their rights, giving them a humanitarian visa so that they can regularize their stay in our country and find it easier to integrate into society. Our arms have been open wide to protect this population that is asking for refuge from us. With or without documents, children are being enrolled in schools. Everybody is treated in public hospitals. Nonetheless, the open doors policy requires the valuable support of the international community. We have acted coherently and in a spirit of solidarity, and we humbly hope that this will be reciprocated. Ladies and gentlemen, after 31 years, Ecuador has taken up the challenge of returning to the Security Council. We've done this at a critical juncture for humanity, marked by extremely complex phenomena, such as the post-pandemic global vulnerability and an unexpected war which has heightened nuclear tensions. At the same time, new problems related to radicalization and violent extremism are emerging. Ecuador has risen to the challenge. Over the 9 months of our membership of the Security Council, we have acted consistently in accordance with the United Nations Charter. We have prioritized the peaceful resolution of conflicts and the protection of civilians, the Women, Peace and Security agenda, as well as combating illegal arms trafficking. Our action is in response in particular to new threats such as transnational organized crime that undermines democratic stability, civic safety, and the rule of law. I reiterate my statement at the high-level meeting of the Security Council on Ukraine. We call once again for a cessation of the military aggression and compliance with the order of the International Court of Justice, and for progress towards a peace based on the territorial integrity of Ukraine and the Charter of the United Nations. We have warned that this conflict not only inflicts pain and destruction on the people of Ukraine, but also worsens global food insecurity and destabilizes the global economy, particularly in developing countries. For this reason, we insist on the resumption of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. All wars and conflicts must cease. Excellencies, I dedicate the rest of my statement to a topic which is of the utmost concern to Ecuador and the world. I have been called upon to be the head of a state at a momentous time in history, which, like few others, is under violent siege by an enemy whose allies move between the porous borders that still divide the legitimate from the illegal world. I'm referring to transnational organized crime, particularly drugs trafficking, and its dangerous and increasing effects on public life. My government has beaten records in the confiscation of drugs. In just 2 years, we have seized more than 500 tons. This is a figure that far exceeds that seized by previous governments. What we are seeing today is the result of the blow that we have wrought to the income of the criminals. Such is the impact of our policy. Last year, the United Nations recognized Ecuador as the 3rd country in the world in drug seizures, after the United States and Colombia. Just a few weeks ago, Ecuador experienced a hitherto unheard of event: the assassination of a presidential candidate. I'm referring to Fernando Villavicencio, a clear-sighted and brave Ecuadorian who denounced outright the activities of organized crime and its links with political mafias. Transnational organized crime is a corrupt and murderous system which penetrates society and the state, which defies the democratic stability of our countries, and which is progressing at great speed. It's not a problem exclusive to Ecuador. It's a global problem. Indeed, across the world, we see expansion of the same phenomenon as Ecuador is suffering. Drugs trafficking, weapons trafficking, people smuggling, forced migration, and illegal mining. If we do not fight together, we will continue to suffer them alone. If the enemy is able to multiply itself, states must also be able to multiply our efforts, even more so. It's vital for the future survival of states that we forge lasting, robust, and effective mechanisms to bring an end to criminal organizations and those who support or sponsor them. Because if we want to fully share in the bounties of a globalized world, we must also face together the very adversities that this brings with it. Excellencies, in this and in each and every battle which we face together, you can always count on Ecuador's unswerving commitment. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Constitutional President of the Republic of Ecuador for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, the President of the Republic of Angola. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency Denis Francis, President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, distinguished heads of state and government, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I take floor at this August Assembly of United Nations within a context where the world is facing a highly complex situation, which requires this organization to strengthen its role and capabilities in crafting the most adequate responses and tackle the serious challenges facing the world. I would like to wish to Your Excellency Denis Francis all the best wishes during your term of office starting now as the President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I also would like to express my thanks to Mr. Antonio Guterres and UN Secretary General for the tireless effort you've been undertaking towards peace and development under very challenging circumstances. Excellencies, as I was not present at the 2022 General Assembly session, I did not have the opportunity to, on behalf of Angola and Angolans, to express our views and concerns about the problems faced by the world, which were exacerbated by the eruption of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine in that year. Despite of the great efforts made in order to create a more peaceful and prosperous world, we recognize that after 78 years of foundation of our organization, it's not been possible to build a a solid base of trust among nations in order to prevent the emergence of tension hotspots here and there that degenerate in open conflicts in Africa, Asia, Latin America, Middle East, and now in Europe, where it would be less expected to have a war of great proportions, such as that one is happening right now. The management of interest at global level in matters of security, science, and technology, as well as resources in general terms, where I highlight the strategic raw materials and energy sources, do not yet meet the interests and expectations of different nations and peoples of our planet. It is therefore fundamental to do our utmost to promote continuously the respect and upholding of values enshrined in the UN Charter and in the international law, so that we can correct the dangerous trajectory that the war had taken after the fall of Berlin Wall. In discussing the contemporary problems of international relations, we highlight the importance of looking objectively the nature and origin of conflicts, as well as the perspective of their resolution, upholding always the universal norms that govern relations among states. Excellencies, we have to recognize that the gap between the developing countries and the developed countries is still an unacceptable reality, because in some cases there is no political will to overcome them. As a consequence, we have difficulties in accessing financial resources and material resources that are necessary to implementing development projects, as well as the conditionalities imposed in know-how transfer that become factors that delay the implementation of the sustainable development goals provided in 2030 agenda of the United Nations. I would like to welcome the call of the Secretary General on the reform of the global financial architecture and the stimulus of SDGs of at least $500 million per year in order to face the emerging challenges, as they are not adequately represented in most of global governance institutions. The developing countries are not in position to express their views and make their stand prevail at appropriate level and contribute in formulating realistic solutions to their problems. This situation generates anxiety and frustration of the most vulnerable population, who, by not seeing their expectations met, they become easily prone to negative and dangerous influences to the order and stability of their respective countries. Excellencies, over the past decade, Africa has witnessed transformations that galvanized changes with impact in the upcoming generations. Many African countries have resolved their conflicts, invested as much as they could in social and economic development, and have promoted the education of their citizens, making them more informed and ready to contribute to the economic and social development of their respective countries. Democratic transitions have become regular, and essential institutions for consolidation of democracy have become more active and therefore more capable of giving support and solidity to the democratic conquest achieved in our nations. It is a record that should be highlighted, and we are convinced that all must be done in order to prevent the return to models that govern previous the advent of democracy in Africa. Nevertheless, the lack of perspective that is observed in many of our countries in social and economic fronts creates a fertile land for unrest and weakening of the recent democracies on our continent. Therefore, it is urgent and imperative that real support is given to development through financing in favorable conditions for the construction of power production distribution infrastructure, as well as water, roads, railway infrastructures, basic sanitation, construction of schools, as well as providing direct private investment on the African economy so that Africa can have a major share in the global economy. In Africa, we've been seeking ways that would help us get out of the current status, such as the initiative of establishment of the African Continental Free Trade Area with more than 1 billion consumers that constitutes an important boosting platform for the progress of the continent. International partners of Africa must believe and invest in our market, because surely they are going to have a satisfactory return on their investment in the different sectors of our economies where they decide to invest. We would like to meet the expectations of the young Africans who are forced to try to realize their dreams out of the continent in context of adaptation, which are almost always difficult, apart from the high life risk many of them face on making dangerous crosses through the Mediterranean. Angola has been as a booster of dialogue who, in our opinion, should not limit in political and diplomatic space, but it should include also a wide range of stakeholders, namely civil society organizations, enterprises, and individuals, and giving a highlight to the youth, which is the true engine of transformations that we wish to achieve so that we can ensure the progress of our nations. It is within this spirit that Angola decided to host the Pan-African Forum for the Culture of Peace in Africa, organized in partnership with the African Union and the UNESCO, whose third edition will take place in November this year in Luanda. The forum, also known as Luanda Biennale, constitutes a good platform for exchange amongst different cultures, religions, social models through interactive and constructive sessions aimed at identifying, promoting, and diffusing feasible and inclusive models of peaceful resolution of conflicts on the African continent, which could serve as potentially inspiring landmark for other regions of the world. Excellencies, the Republic of Angola has been seeking to contribute with its experience in terms of peace building, harmony, and national reconciliation to the resolution of conflicts that are striking the African continent, with special emphasis with that happening in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where we believe that we will be able to build a base of trust between the warring parties that would contribute to slowing down the tensions in the Great Lakes region and lead us to so much awaited peace. These steps aimed at containing the expansion of terrorism and other destabilization actions imply financial costs that our countries are not always ready to bear. Therefore, it can compromise the success of peace-building operations that are being carried out and topple down all the hope that is made around these processes. That's why it is essential for us to reaffirm the need of adequate, sustainable, and foreseeable financing in the efforts aimed at fighting terrorism in the continent. Therefore, it is opportune to renew our call to the United Nations, particularly the Security Council, for the use of fixed contribution for peacekeeping operation mandated by the African Union. Up until relatively short time ago, the Sahel region was struck only by actions of terrorist groups helped by terrorism, who have found a vacuum of power in Libya, they have spread to the neighboring countries. To this situation, we add, which is already dangerous, in almost the same region, a new wave of unconstitutional change of power came out, which is carried out by the military. These new powers should not be rewarded with the possibility of sharing with us the same political stages. Otherwise, would be conveying a wrong message which is contrary to the principles that we advocate. We are increasingly convinced of the existence of an invisible hand that is interested in creating instability in our continent, only concerned with expansion of their sphere of influence, which we know will not bring the necessary guarantees for the economic and social development of the African countries. The international community is concerned not only with the situation in Sahel countries, in the Horn of Africa, in Mozambique and the DRC, as well as with the conflict in Sudan, which, apart from the high number of deaths, wounded people, destruction of infrastructure of the country, has caused a high number of internal displaced people and refugees, and that has become one of the biggest humanitarian catastrophe that the world has witnessed, whose consequences are felt in the neighboring countries. The world should not forget the suffering of the Palestinian people or ignore the need of enforcing the resolution of the conflict in the Middle East, highlighting the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, whose formula of two-state living side by side peacefully has been found by the United Nations years ago without having any positive evolution, whereby we are lacking implementation. The international community runs the risk of being accused as giving different treatment and privileged treatment to the conflict in Europe to the detriment of others. Because they are in Middle East and Africa, whereby the one of Sudan is so deadly and devastating as that of Ukraine, but which receives less coverage of international media and less attention of the biggest center of decision on global peace and security. In Europe, the war between Russia and Ukraine should deserve all our attention, urgency of putting it to an immediate end due to the level of human and material destruction that is seen there, and also risk to escalate to a big conflict of global scale and its negative effects on energy and food security. All evidences indicate that it's unlikely to have winners and losers on the battlefield. That's why we have to engage the involved parties to give privilege as soon as possible to dialogue and diplomacy, establish a ceasefire, and negotiate a long-lasting peace, not only for the belligerent countries, but that would ensure the security of Europe and contribute to the global peace and security. Excellencies, over the past 3 years, we faced a great global challenge that was raised by the COVID-19 pandemic, which has demonstrated the importance and the need of solidarity among nations as base of facing and resolving the big global challenges. And this example should serve as a paradigm of our behavior in facing other challenges, mainly those that have to do with the fight against poverty, disparities between the developing and the developed countries in the field of science and technology, which represent, as we all know, important and indispensable factors to boost development and well-being of peoples of our planet. Coordination and articulation among all nations of the world, which was the dominant tone in the process of fight against COVID-19, put into evidence the crucial role of the multilateral institutions. Therefore, we consider pluralism in international relations is the main safeguard of the efficacy of the actions that we undertake to resolve the big challenges affecting humanity at this time. It is true that in the perspective of multilateralism, United Nations have to empower itself in order to assume an effective role in fulfillment of its task and imposing urgently the need of UN Security Council reform, whose reform should reflect the reality of current times that is totally and deeply different from that reality right after the end of the Second World War. The Republic of Angola advocates, therefore, the need to revise the representation of different regions of the world in the Security Council. In this regard, as for the African continent, we advocate the Ezulwini Consensus and the Sirte Declaration, which established the need of giving Africa seats as permanent member of the Security Council with all privileges inherent to that post. Excellencies, the United Nations have been dealing along decades with a number of situations to which they have adopted a number of resolutions that are simply ignored and disregarded without any consequences to the protagonists. I therefore think it is necessary to reflect together on the need to seek creating mechanism that would strengthen the authority of the United Nations in order not to debunk, weaken the decisive role in construction of efficient architecture of global peace and security to which all nations of the world should be bound with strong sense of commitment regardless of their economic or military might. It is therefore opportune to highlight the importance of enforcing the resolution in force with regard to embargo on Cuba and the prevailing conflict in the Middle East between Israel and Palestine. One should recall that in 2021, I participated in this city of New York at a meeting of the Security Council with the purpose of discussing the issue of lifting arms embargo on the Central African Republic. No progress since then has been recorded in this matter, which affects seriously the exercise of a fundamental right of countries of having their own national armies to ensure the defense of independence, sovereignty, and normal functioning of the institutions of the country. I once again reiterate the pertinence of putting this issue on the agenda of the Security Council of the United Nations so that a decision is made that will allow the Central African Republic to comply fully with their role as an independent state and not having need to resort to hiring of foreign paramilitary forces for indefinite time. Excellencies, the Republic of Angola is chairing the Summit of Heads of State of the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, which gives us the responsibility to discuss some aspects related to that organization. The negotiation of the partnership agreement between the Organization of African, Caribbean, Pacific States Organization and the European Union was concluded, whose signing ceremony will take place shortly, which will mark a game-changer of cooperation tailored to the reality of to the current reality and aspiration of member states of this organization. This important tool, which will govern the cooperation between the OACP and EU member states, defines the basis on which we are going to project actions in most various fields, with special focus on environmental sustainability, climate changes, human and social development, migration, and mobility. As Your Excellencies know, OCPS includes 79 member states from 3 continents, 3 oceans, and represents an enormous potential for cooperation for those who establish partnerships in priority fields for the member states that will generate reciprocal benefits. I seize this occasion to make a call to investors in order to look at the OACP's countries as a safe destination with important advantages for their businesses. Excellencies, allow me once again to seize this opportunity to, in few words, talk about climate change issues that represent in current time the main concern of humanity, of governments and society of all our countries. International community should seek to comply within its reach the pledges made in the 2 last edition of COP on environment funds, so that at the next COP summit that will take place in United Arab Emirates, this topic must absorb a meaningful part of our agenda so that we can discuss concurrently on the need to implement the measures to be taken with a view to reducing polluting gases, reduce deforestation, reduce global warming, and save our planet Earth while we still have time. Allow me to seize this occasion to, on behalf of the Angolan government and people, to express our deep condolences to the authorities and peoples of Morocco and Libya for the loss of thousands of human lives and valuable national heritage as a consequence of natural disasters. Our total solidarity goes to the families and beloved ones who feel the pain of loss of their beloved ones. Thank you very much for your attention.
Je tiens à remercier le président de la République d'Angola de l'allocution qu'il vient de prononcer et je prie le protocole de bien vouloir accompagner son Excellence.
I thank the President of Angola for that statement, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency. I ask protocol to escort His Excellency.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, j'ai l'honneur.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mr. Edgar Venkovic, President of the Republic of Latvia, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, first of all, I wish to congratulate Mr. Denis Francis of Trinidad and Tobago on assuming the post of President of General Assembly. I assure you of Latvia's full cooperation along the way. The topic of this year's general debate invites us to focus on rebuilding trust and global solidarity. Rooted in the United Nations Charter, both concepts are crucial for effective multilateralism. Today, I would like to highlight the following points. We are at a transformative moment for the global order. Russia's unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine continues to challenge the world in many ways. It is a test for the rules-based multilateral system. The Russian Federation's brutal invasion of its neighbor runs counter to the United Nations fundamental principles to refrain from the use of force against the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. Blatant breach of these principles undermines the entire international system, especially if the aggressor is a nuclear weapon state and a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. It is not a dispute between two neighboring countries. Russia's attack was unprovoked. Russia is trying to redraw international borders by force to restore its former sphere of influence. In 2008 and in 2014, international community made a grave mistake by not responding to Russia's aggression against Georgia and to the illegal annexation of Crimea. It sent a wrong signal to Russia, allowing its aggressive imperial ambitions to advance. We are now seeing the consequences. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a reminder of the struggle of a colonial empire to keep its territories. Ukraine is not Russia, never was, never will. Having experienced 50 years of Soviet occupation, Latvia knows the value of freedom and independence, like so many countries in the other regions. The international community must firmly stand together against Russia's attack on the principles and norms of the international law. Respect for the UN Charter is in the vital interest of all states. The outcome of this war will determine global security for years to come. Latvia condemns, in the strongest possible terms, Russia's ongoing aggression against Ukraine. Aggression that has been enabled by Lukashenko's regime in Belarus. We cannot talk about restoring international trust until Russia ends the war and withdraws from Ukraine. Russia must withdraw all its forces and military equipment from Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Russia must stop its terror and atrocity crimes. In response to those who call for ceasefire and peaceful dialogue, I wish to remind that only Ukraine can decide when to start negotiations about peace. Latvia supports Ukraine's peace formula. Sustainable peace must be based on Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. I call on all members of the United Nations to support those principles. Ukraine has shown remarkable determination in exercising its right to self-defense against Russia's aggression. I urge international community to continue providing all necessary support to Ukraine and its people. Latvia will support Ukraine for as long as it takes. Our assistance to Ukraine has already exceeded 1.3% of Latvia's GDP. Together with private sector and civil society, we have sent humanitarian aid to Ukrainian regions. Latvia continues to give safe refuge to Ukrainian people. We provide rehabilitation to wounded Ukrainian soldiers and victims of sexual violence. Comprehensive support to Ukrainian people to rebuild their country will be required. It is important to lay the ground for the reconstruction of Ukraine already now. Distinguished delegates, even in times of war, the rules of the international humanitarian law apply. The evidence of Russia's deliberate attacks on civilian population and infrastructure in Ukraine is mounting. Innocent civilians, including children, are killed. More than 11 million people have been forced to leave their homes. Forcible deportations and illegal adoptions of Ukrainian children to Russia are of serious concern. We call on the United Nations to take a more active stand on this issue. Latvia knows all too well the heavy toll deportations and repressions of the occupying regime have brought upon generations. Russia must bear full legal and financial responsibility for its aggression. We must ensure complete accountability for all crimes committed in Ukraine. It means responsibility of Russia as a state for violations of international law. And it means individual liability for the most serious international crimes. I commend the steps taken by the International Criminal Court to investigate atrocity crimes in Ukraine. Latvia has provided financial contribution to ICC, including to the Victim Support Fund. We support other international mechanisms documenting and investigating Russia's violations. However, the International Criminal Court or any other existing mechanism cannot exercise jurisdiction over the crime of aggression against Ukraine. Every effort should be made to hold Russian leadership and military personnel accountable. What is at stake is whether impunity or abiding to international rules of law will prevail. Latvia reiterates the need to establish a special international tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. The creation of a tribunal under the auspices of the United Nations would provide the strongest international legitimacy. I encourage other countries to support this proposal. The Register of Damage created by the Council of Europe is an important step towards a future international compensation mechanism. Currently holding the presidency of the Council of Europe, Latvia has launched the register. We hope more countries beyond members of the Council of Europe will join this important initiative. By blocking Ukraine's exports and destroying its agricultural sector, Russia has disrupted grain deliveries worldwide. Yet it claims to care about global food security. There is no doubt that Russia is directly responsible for the suffering of the people worldwide. Increase of costs and food insecurity affects all regions. The Black Sea Grain Initiative was paramount for global food security. We condemn Russia's single-sided termination of this initiative. Food and energy are instruments in Russia's warfare, fueled by disinformation. Lies must be countered with truth and facts. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has caused shortage of food and fertilizer supplies. Those were not the sanctions. Sanctions do not block the export of mineral fertilizers and grain from Russia. The truth is that Russia is benefiting from higher prices. Access to food is a human right, and hunger must never be used as a political tool. International efforts to facilitate Ukrainian exports for global food security must continue. Latvia cooperates with the World Food Programme to improve food security worldwide. I urge the United Nations to resolve the removal of the remaining Russian-owned fertilizers from the territory of Latvia, so they can be delivered to the countries in need as soon as possible. The UN system must respond more effectively to humanitarian needs. Mr. President, the concept of solidarity has defined the work of the United Nations since the birth of the organization. The Sustainable Development Goals Summit, held 2 days ago, reaffirmed the importance of dialogue, cooperation, and solidarity. At the same time, the summit acknowledged stark reality. The achievement of global goals by 2030 will be very challenging for many countries. International cooperation will be key. The Global SDG Index ranks Latvia in the 14th place among UN member states for overall achievement of global goals. Latvia is convinced that strengthening of innovative and eco-efficient economy, quality education, and good governance will contribute to our development. Participation of the non-governmental sector and youth has become an integral part of our national decision-making processes. In the spirit of solidarity, Latvia's development cooperation policy is becoming more global. Notable part of our development support has been provided to Ukraine and countries of the European Eastern Partnership and Central Asia. Latvia now extends cooperation projects to countries in Africa. We are willing to contribute to the promotion of peace, good governance, economic growth, digitalization, and gender equality. Latvia recognizes the climate-induced challenges that small island developing states face. Strengthening resilience remains at the core of CITES sustainability. Latvia is committed to contribute to successful preparation of the UN CITES conference next year, including financially. We will follow an evolving work of the International Law Commission on the legal aspects of the sea level rise. Moreover, Latvia is already engaged in international legal proceedings addressing the obligations of states regarding climate change. Resilience against disinformation is an area where Latvia has meaningful experience. We must address accountability of the actors in the information environment also at the global level. Distinguished delegates, the United Nations is not a perfect institution. Inability to stop the aggression or conflicts has often called this organization's effectiveness into doubt. Still, as the only truly global organization, it is the core of multilateral system uniting all sovereign states. It is especially important for smaller countries like my own country, Latvia. Revitalization of the United Nations system and meaningful reforms of the Security Council are necessary. The inability of the Security Council caused by the abuse of the veto is a serious concern. That is why Latvia supports efforts to make the Security Council more transparent and accountable for its inaction. Veto power was not created as a privilege, but as responsibility. Latvia supports a more just, equitable representation of the regions on the Security Council, including countries from Africa and CITES. Latvia remains a responsible and reliable partner. We will continue to be involved in peacekeeping and peace-building efforts. Determination to protect the fundamental values of the United Nations Charter guides Latvia's candidacy for the Security Council elections in 2025. This organization will be as effective as the collective will of its member states. It is in our hands to safeguard and to improve it. I thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Latvia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Mr. Yoon Suk Yeol, President of the Republic of Korea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mr. Yoon Suk Yeol, President of the Republic of Korea, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, I extend my congratulations to His Excellency Denis Francis on assuming the presidency of the 78th session of the General Assembly. Let me also pay tribute to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his dedication to global peace and prosperity. This year marks the 70th anniversary of the Korean War armistice. After the invasion by communist totalitarian forces, the fate of the Republic of Korea hung in the balance. Thankfully, with the support of UN forces, the nation dramatically defended its freedom. The determined decision of the first UN Secretary General, Trygve Lie, who viewed the armed invasion against the Republic of Korea as a challenge to world peace, led the effort to convene the Security Council to adopt the resolution intervening in the war, remains deeply ingrained in the minds of the Korean people. Over the past 70 years, Korea has risen from the ashes of war to blossom into liberal democracy and a market economy. Now, Korea intends to responsibly contribute to the international community with a goal to promote social progress and better standards of life in larger freedom as championed in the UN Charter. The theme of the 78th session of the General Assembly is rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity. The war in Ukraine that has been going on for 2 years has deepened the division in values and ideologies within the international community. Additionally, the economic repercussions of the COVID-19 pandemic have been exacerbated by the war in Ukraine, causing a contraction in the global economy and leading to food and energy crises in many parts of the world. In difficult times, it is the vulnerable who suffer more. In the face of today's multifaceted global crisis of an unprecedented scale, divides among countries are widening across various areas, including security, economy, technology, health, environment, and culture. To narrow these divides and ensure harmonious coexistence among all nations, the international community must stand united with the United Nations at its core. Today, I wish to address the divide issue in 3 key areas: the development divide, climate divide, and digital divide. Many countries around the world still lack the essential infrastructure necessary for everyday living. Development is unattainable without basic infrastructure, such as water and sewage systems to process and supply drinking and daily use water, energy facilities to provide electricity, and healthcare facilities to treat the sick. To narrow the development divide, countries with financial and technological capacities must assume responsible roles. Korea is set to boldly increase its official development assistance volume. Despite this year's fiscal austerity measures, the Korean government has raised the ODA budget planned for the upcoming year by over 40%. As a result, compared to the fiscal year of 2019, Korea's ODA budget is expected to more than double next year. We'll allocate the increased ODA funds to foster development cooperation tailored to the needs of our partner countries. In particular, we'll actively channel our ODA efforts into education and training to help partner countries build the capacity to progress economically and socially on their own. It is said that a year of education can increase income by approximately 10%, and this impact is more pronounced among low-income groups and women. We must expand these benefits on a global scale. The climate crisis is another challenge that exacerbates the economic divide between nations and impedes humanity's sustainable development. This past July, we experienced the hottest summer ever recorded on Earth. On this boiling Earth, extreme weather events such as heat waves, torrential rains, and typhoons have become the norm. Climate change is causing geopolitical shifts in agriculture and fisheries, worsening the crises in countries vulnerable to food shortages. To assist the countries vulnerable to climate change in reducing their carbon emissions and accelerating their transition to clean energy, Korea will scale up its green ODA. In particular, we'll contribute an additional $300 million to the Green Climate Fund. We anticipate the international community's active financial support for the Green Climate Fund. We also hope that the international community's collective resolve to bridge the climate divide would lead to tangible actions. Korea will not only harness renewable energy, but also extensively employ high-efficiency, carbon-free energy, such as nuclear power and hydrogen, as a realistic measure to hasten our pursuit of carbon neutrality. We also plan to share these energy sources with countries vulnerable to climate change, ensuring they too can benefit. To this end, Korea aims to pursue an international joint research on carbon-free energy and facilitate technological innovation and investment from the private sector. Moreover, Korea will launch a carbon-free alliance, an open platform that anyone in the world can join to promote the adoption of carbon-free energy.
Next, Korea plans to play a leading role in bridging the digital divide, utilizing our strength in information and communications technologies. Today, with advancements in digital technology, cultures and industries are shifting towards digital-based paradigms. The digital divide is a major cause of economic divide. Therefore, bridging the digital divide will be a positive attribute in resolving the challenges faced by the Global South. Korea will support the digital transformation of countries with limited digital penetration and utilization. This will enhance their citizens' access to education, healthcare, and financial services. Last September at New York University and last June at the Sorbonne in Paris, I stressed that digital advancements can only be achieved when fair access to AI and digital technologies, as well as the safe use of digital technologies, are ensured. I have also proposed the establishment of an international organization under the UN to discuss and set forth rules regarding digital ethics. If we fail to curb the spread of fake news resulting from the misuse of AI and digital technologies, our freedom will be at risk. The market economy anchored in liberal democracy will be in peril, and our very future will be under threat. Korea plans to introduce a digital Bill of Rights soon, put forth a desirable future of the digital order. To support the creation of an international organization under the UN and provide concrete directions for the development of AI governance, the Korean government plans to host a global AI forum. Furthermore, we plan to collaborate closely with the high-level advisory body on AI being established by the UN to provide a network for communication and collaboration among global experts. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates. Without international peace and security, development and prosperity remain elusive. During my visit to Kyiv last July, I saw the sorrow in the eyes of children being treated at the National Children's Hospital. Children are our future, yet children are oftentimes the first victims of war. In line with our commitment to the Ukraine Peace and Solidarity Initiative, the Korean government will implement a comprehensive support program that encompasses security, humanitarian assistance, and reconstruction. Furthermore, as I pledged at the G20 summit just 2 weeks ago, Korea will actively support Ukraine's reconstruction by providing $300 million next year and a mid to long-term support package exceeding $2 billion. The nuclear and missile programs of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea pose not only a direct and existential threat to the peace of the Republic of Korea, but also is a serious challenge to the peace in the Indo-Pacific region and across the globe. It is paradoxical that a permanent member of the UN Security Council, entrusted as the ultimate guardian of world peace, would wage war by invading another sovereign nation and receive arms and ammunition from a regime that blatantly violates UN Security Council resolutions. In such a situation, the call to reform the UN Security Council would receive a broad support. And if the DPRK acquires the information and technology necessary to enhance its WMD capabilities in exchange for supporting Russia with conventional weapons, the deal will be a direct provocation threatening the peace and security of not only Ukraine, but also the Republic of Korea. The Republic of Korea, together with its allies and partners, will not stand idly by. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates. While military strength may vary among countries, by uniting in unwavering solidarity and steadfastly adhering to our principles, we can deter any unlawful provocation. As a member of the UN Security Council for the 2024-2025 term, the Republic of Korea commits to playing a responsible role in promoting and building global peace as we work closely with fellow UN member states. Passing on to future generations an international order grounded in justice and the rule of law, along with sustainable freedom, peace, and prosperity, is a historic responsibility shared by all of us here today. The Republic of Korea, together with the United Nations, shall readily take on this responsibility. Distinguished delegates, the Republic of Korea aspires to host the World Expo 2030 to fulfill its responsibility and contribute to the international community. It was Busan that served as the last bastion defending the freedom of Republic of Korea when the most of the country was invaded and conquered by the communist forces more than 70 years ago. It was also Busan that rose from the ruins of the Korean War and became the second largest transshipment hub in the world, leading the miracle on the Han River. Without Busan, Korea would not have been able to stand where it is today. Now, the Republic of Korea will play its role as a responsible member of the global community by hosting the 2030 Expo in Busan, a gateway that links the Eurasian continent and the Pacific. Korea intends to give back to the international community by sharing its experience of economic growth and development, reciprocating the help it received in the past. The 1851 London Expo was an expo of the Industrial Revolution. The 1900 Paris Expo was an expo of culture. The 1962 Seattle Expo was an expo which opened the new space era. The 2000 Hanover Expo was an expo of the environment. The 2030 Busan Expo will be an expo of the solidarity. The basis of Korea's foreign policy is freedom and solidarity. Building upon these values, the 2030 Busan Expo will serve as a platform of solidarity through which the world's citizens can overcome crises and spread freedom together. The Busan Expo will be a festival where all nations can come together to share their history, culture, goods, and visions for the future, and will significantly contribute to the freedom, peace, and prosperity of the citizens around the globe. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Korea for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency, Mr. Emomali Rahmon, President of the Republic of Tajikistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Emomali Rahmon, President of the Republic of Tajikistan.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen. In today's challenging and turbulent time, the international community more than ever needs integration and trust. We are now witnessing alarming developments in the international arena against the backdrop of increasing modern threats and challenges. Terrorism, extremism, and transnational organized crime, rapid armament, as well as the escalation of the Cold War, threaten international peace, security, and development. At the same time, the disastrous impacts of climate change, extreme heat, floods, droughts, fires, and other natural disasters, as well as water shortages and famine, pose a serious threat to humanity. In this context, joint concerted efforts to address these threats and challenges and achieve the goals of the 2030 Agenda have become more imperative. To this end, we welcome the theme of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Rebuilding Trust and Reigniting Global Solidarity, Accelerating Action on the 2030 Agenda and SDGs towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the efforts of the international community to attain the 2030 Agenda, the world is not on track to meet most of the Sustainable Development Goals. Unfortunately, developing countries, least developed countries, and small island developing states are bearing the brunt. Despite significant progress made on some SDGs, in particular SDG 1, SDG 7, SDG 12 and SDG 13, Tajikistan still faces challenges in fulfilling its promise to attain SDGs by 2030. Therefore, we understand that solidarity, financing, implementation of commitments and other practical measures should be strengthened, and this requires truly fundamental shift. Therefore, Tajikistan supported the Secretary General's proposal of a common agenda to reverse the course and turbocharge the SDGs. We also welcome the Secretary General's SDG stimulus to deliver Agenda 2030 and call for at least $500 billion to be made available to developing countries, least developed countries, and small island developing states annually to accelerate progress towards the 2030 Agenda. We also welcome the call to reform international financial architecture to ensure the mobilization of stable and long-term financing scale for investments needed, among other things, to achieve SDGs and tackle climate issues. Distinguished participants, as we all observe, climate change impacts are increasing across the globe. This year, we witnessed the highest air temperature over the entire period of observation. Asia is warming faster than the global average, as a recent World Meteorological Organization latest report, State of the Global Climate, indicates. The negative consequences of this process, such as droughts, floods, landslides, and fires in different regions of the world, including Tajikistan, are very alarming phenomena. Tajikistan, with 93% of its territory covered by mountains, is experiencing the impact of climate change firsthand and considered one of the world's most vulnerable countries to climate change's impact. frequent climate-related disasters in the forms of landslides, mud flows, floods and droughts in Tajikistan result in human and infrastructure loss annually. To this end, Tajikistan attaches particular importance to the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015-2030, which is called upon to promote the improvement of early warning systems, to increase investments in programs on natural disaster risk reduction, and to render financial assistance to developing countries. Tajikistan is one of the pilot countries to implement the United Nations Secretary General's Early Warning for All initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, more than 13,000 glaciers are registered in the Republic of Tajikistan, and 60% of the region's water resources form in our country. Unfortunately, over the past decades, Tajikistan has lost more than 1,000 of glaciers, which will have significant implications for future food security, water availability, and ecosystems of St. Glacier and beyond. The intense melting of glaciers as the primary source of fresh water requires the adoption of concrete measures, including research, data collection and processing, and enhanced international cooperation. I express my profound gratitude to all member states for their cooperation in adopting the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 77/158 from 14th December 2022 on declaring the 2025 as the International Year of Glaciers Preservation. I invite all interested parties to join efforts to ensure the targeted implementation of this resolution. We stand ready to work with the international community within the newly created group of Friends of Glaciers and beyond to implement the mandates of the resolution. Tajikistan is convinced that this initiative will give a powerful impetus to a new global movement to take necessary collective action and to protect glaciers from intense melting. I would also like to highlight the successful outcomes of the United Nations Conference on the Midterm Comprehensive Review of the Implementation of the Objectives of the International Decade of Action of Water for Sustainable Development 2018-2028. I do believe that fulfilling the commitments made by the international community at the conference will contribute to achieving SDG 6 and addressing other internationally agreed water-related goals. Recently, the General Assembly unanimously adopted another resolution following this conference, proposed by Tajikistan, the Netherlands and Senegal. We hope that member states and other partners will join our efforts in this process. It is worth noting that Dushanbe will host the third high-level conference on the implementation of the Decade for Action Water for Sustainable Development in 2024 and the International Conference on Glaciers Preservation in 2025. We expect the international community to take an active part in these important international conferences. As a proactive and champion country in the global water and climate agenda, Tajikistan will continue to strive to promote cooperation between countries and organizations. In modern conditions, the formation of a green economy has become one of the urgent tasks of humanity. In our country, 98% of electricity is produced from renewable sources, that is, hydropower, and according to this indicator, Tajikistan ranks the 6th in the world. Effective and rational use of Tajikistan's tremendous hydropower resources can provide a favorable ground for the development of green energy generation throughout the region. We consider the role of the Green Climate Fund to be positive and constructive in the process of addressing environmental challenges and adapting to climate change. In support of the Fund's strategic plan for 2024 and 2027, we invite member states, especially developed countries, and other stakeholders to contribute to financing its implementation. Dear friends, regional solidarity and integration is of paramount importance in today's interconnected world. It enables countries to address shared challenges, promote peace, and respond effectively to emergencies. Currently, as a result of joint measures taken by the countries of Central Asia, a favorable atmosphere has been created for strengthening regional integration. It was fully demonstrated during the 5th consultative meeting of the heads of state of Central Asia, which took place on 14th and 15th of September 2023 in Dushanbe. This initiative will contribute to a stable atmosphere of peace, cooperation, sustainable development and prosperity in our region. Ladies and gentlemen, security, stability and regional cooperation in Central Asia are directly linked with the situation in neighboring Afghanistan. Afghanistan continues to face a difficult political, economic and social situation. As the United Nations Secretary-General puts it, 97% of Afghans live in poverty. In this challenging time, Tajikistan reaffirms its commitment to continue providing humanitarian assistance and allowing its infrastructure as well as 6 bridges on the border to support the Afghan people. Taking this opportunity, I would like to once again appeal to the international community to increase the volume of humanitarian aid to the suffering people of Afghanistan. We in this regard are ready for further increased cooperation with international partners and other interested parties. We continue to consider the establishment of intra-Afghan dialogue and the creation of a truly inclusive government with the participation of representatives of all peoples, nations and political and social groups as an important ground for achieving lasting peace and genuine stability in Afghanistan. Drug trafficking, especially from Afghanistan, has increased dramatically over the past 2 years. During this period, the competent authorities of Tajikistan confiscated more than 10 tons of narcotics on the border with this country, which is several times more than in previous years. The government of Tajikistan is continuously taking practical measures within the framework of the National Strategy for Combating Terrorism and Extremism for 2021-2025. We, in cooperation with the international community, intend to hold the next international conference on counter-terrorism and its financing in Dushanbe in 2024. Tajikistan reiterates that the response to the growing threats of terrorism, extremism, trafficking in narcotics and other global modern threats and challenges must be comprehensive and uncompromising. We in this connection do believe that the United Nations Office for Counter-Terrorism can and should contribute effectively to the integrated and balanced implementation of the United Nations Global Counterterrorism Strategy and other relevant documents to address all aspects of these threats and challenge. The efforts should also be focused on preventing the use of the Internet for radicalization, recruitment and propaganda of extremism and violence. Tajikistan welcomes the adoption in June 2023 the 8th review of the United Nations Global Counterterrorism Strategy. We believe it provides a robust framework in further guiding our counterterrorism efforts. Distinguished participants, the fabric of our societies is woven with the thread of different cultures, traditions and faiths. This solidarity is a good basis for peaceful life in a space of mutual understanding between different cultures and religions. In this regard, manifestations of discrimination, racial and religious hostility with an understanding of their negative consequences are absolutely unacceptable. These actions, as well as the politicization of religious issues, undermine the very essence of our international community. Insulting religious sentiments, hatred and violence against any religion or belief have tragic consequences. In most cases, such provocative actions trigger intolerance and mistrust, causing divisions and conflicts among civilizations. In this sense, Tajikistan strongly condemns any insult to the religious sanctity of the people, including the Holy Quran or other cultural and religious values of humanity. As a co-sponsor of the recently adopted United Nations General Assembly resolution entitled Promoting Interreligious and Intercultural Dialogue and Tolerance in Countering Hate Speech, Tajikistan reiterates the importance of promoting dialogue and mutual understanding among civilizations for peace and harmony in the world. We believe spreading the values of tolerance and peace is the best way to confront hate speech, fanaticism, extremism, violence and incitement. Let us stand united against actions that seek to divide us and instead work towards a world where mutual respect and recognition are the cornerstones of our global society. Ladies and gentlemen, as a nation that has demonstrated resilience, stability and commitment to peace, Tajikistan seeks to secure a non-permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council for 2028-2029. I take this opportunity to call on the United Nations member states to render their valuable support for Tajikistan's candidacy during the 2027 elections. To conclude, I would like to once again emphasize that achieving all our agreed goals is possible only based on mutual understanding, coordination, integration and tolerance. To this end, let me recite a poem from the famous Tajik Persian poet, writer and thinker Saadi Shirazi that is very relevant and speaks to the theme of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly and correspond to our shared commitments. Human beings are members of a whole in the creation of one essence and soul. If one member is afflicted with pain, other members uneasy will remain. I thank you for your attention.
Au nom de l'Assemblée
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Tajikistan for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency, Ms. Iris Xiomara Castro Sarmiento, President of the Republic of Honduras. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome Her Excellency, Ms. Iris Xiomara Castro Sarmiento, President of the Republic of Honduras, and to invite her to address the Assembly.
Distinguido señor presidente.
President of this General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished heads of state, representatives and delegates here present, citizens of the world. Today marks 1 year since I last appeared before this Assembly as the first female President of the Republic of Honduras. I arose out of resistance in the streets, fighting the coup d'etat that overthrew Manuel Zelaya Rosales, a democratically elected president. The progress made and the results of my government have already been recognized by the international community and by financial organizations. We have seen greater economic growth, rescued public finances through the cancellation of corrupt trust accounts, a single window system, fiscal discipline, the prompt payment of onerous debt, and reduced inflation, as well as a decreased risk profile for the country. With the National Congress, we repealed the Secrets Law. This was an instrument that served the corruption of the former regime. We repealed the ZEDE law, the law on employment and economic development zones, which split the country into 17 areas shared between 25 economic groups. In security, we have already achieved a significant cut in extortion, murders, and violence. We've done so through the Resolving Crime program, through interventions in the penitentiary centers, and through a state of emergency. Furthermore, it's important to note, for the benefit of my gratuitous opponents, that I have ordered and overseen the greatest increase in the budget of social sectors to reduce poverty, to improve education and healthcare. School meals are now provided for all children in primary schools. We have also brought back the historic program for free school enrollments, fuel subsidies, and free energy for the poorest. In addition, we've seen widespread bonuses for agricultural production, repairs to 12,000 neglected schools, efforts to foster production in all municipalities of Honduras. We've repaired the road network, and 8 new hospitals are being built. In 2022, the former president of Honduras was accused by the United States of conspiring and organizing for more than a decade in the trafficking of thousands of tons of drugs, of leading a criminal organization involving different people from the underworld, state authorities such as mayors, ministers, deputies, generals, and police chiefs, some of whom have already been convicted. These assailants who hijacked the state are today conspiring against my government. They are organized in an alliance of corrupt politicians and alleged civil society, with the aim of holding back the proposed structural changes that the people requested from me at the ballot box. They are the very same people who assassinated Morazán, and today they are opposing the adoption of the fiscal justice law. They are boycotting the election of the new Attorney General to perpetuate the impunity that they are used to, and to obstruct the arrival of the International Commission Against Corruption and Impunity, CICI. It's impossible to understand the magnitude of the tragedy that has befallen the majority of Honduran people and the constant caravans of emigrants that reach the United States if we overlook the 13 years of dictatorship overseen by the international community that was responsible for a six-fold increase in public debt and the highest rate of poverty in the history of Honduras. 74%. The Honduran people, in its noble aspiration for justice, has given me a robust mandate to combat and dismantle the narco-state and public-private corruption that plundered and destroyed our institutions, that corrupted popular will with electoral frauds, and which imposed state terrorism via death squads. Popular support has been made clear with the recent mobilizations of popular resistance at a national level, with hundreds of thousands of grateful men and women who have shown me their backing in the fight to return the rule of law and to restore the dignity of the Honduran people and the presidency of the Republic. This Monday, the 18th of September, upon my arrival in New York, after attending the summit of the G77 and China in Havana, Cuba, in line with the commitment made in my plan of government and in line with the Memorandum of Understanding signed with the UN in 2022, I gave the United Nations Secretary General the official proposal for an agreement to establish the International Commission Against Corruption and Impunity in Honduras, CICI. This is an impartial, autonomous, and independent body, able to investigate and prosecute cases of high-impact corruption networks and financial crimes. This is the only way to clean up a state in which public institutions, the pirates of the political class, public-private partnerships have been infiltrated by organized crime. Next year, I shall take up the pro tempore presidency of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC, and the Central American Integration System, SICA. This includes all of the great homeland dreamt up by the liberators and those of us who fight for the unity of South America, Central America, the Caribbean, and Mexico. Today, I propose to open spaces of dialogue between us, to craft proposals that resolve the challenges afflicting our region. We're not only one of the most unequal and poorest regions, we are also one with the lowest economic growth and most technologically backwards, all issues affecting our ability to tackle the threats that we're facing. Only by supporting each other will we be able to move forwards. We mustn't forget our brothers and sisters in Haiti. The humanitarian crisis of an oppressed and revolutionary nation warrants our full support and solidarity. At the third summit of the European Union and CELAC, held in July this year, I clearly expressed the views of Honduras on international matters, which, as I've mentioned here, need to be urgently resolved. On SICA, Central America, I wish here to state how important it is to boost the integration process. This is a process that has seen sluggish development over the last 30 years. For this reason, we need to show true political will, which allows us to advance in the customs union, in social and environmental policies, and in the safe movement of people and goods. Today, the great economic interests are coming face to face in the war in Ukraine. In the end, always, the poorest countries and peoples on earth are those most affected, crushed by inflation, food shortages, and high fuel prices. The complex military industry accounts for the majority of budgets in developed countries, with trillions and trillions of dollars. But this is in contrast to their indifference and incapacity to contribute to humanity and to protecting nature. The Bretton Woods world has come to the end of the road. Today, we must recognize that at the current pace, we won't be able to reach the Sustainable Development Goals and secure enough financing for climate adaptation. It's not an issue of taking steps, but rather proposing changes to the economic system that requires a deep-rooted commitment to humanity and to nature. There is no invisible hand. There is no spillover. Practice has shown us that the application of global capitalism and the neoliberal model only causes misery, inequality, and a crazy individualism from consumerist societies against enormous deprivation for billions of people. Excellencies, the war in Ukraine must end. All of humanity must find a way to achieve peace. We cannot live with the permanent threat of a conflict that might mean the end of our planet. It's important to stop with the practice of sanctions, piracy, and confiscating the assets of one nation against another. We can't talk about a civilized world when we live with the risk of being embargoed and our accounts being frozen in foreign banks. This is currently happening to Venezuela, whose assets have been confiscated against all norms of international law. This United Nations Assembly every year demands the end of the blockade against Cuba, which is an arbitrary, outdated measure contrary to international law. It's a measure that violates the principle of respect for the self-determination of peoples. And it sacrifices a noble people who, despite the limitations imposed upon it, continues to contribute its solidarity to the world. We condemn the long-standing and cruel blockade against Cuba and against Venezuela. Further, we demand the removal of Cuba from the list of terrorist countries. This is a manipulative, false, and capricious measure. Similarly, the unfair measures and sanctions against Nicaragua must be removed, because they are barriers that prevent us from normalizing our relations with this kindred country. I believe in a multipolar world where exchange and cooperation for development are based on the principles of independence, sovereignty, and non-interference. On the basis of these principles, a couple of months ago, I officially opened relations with the People's Republic of China. Likewise, we have reached out to financial organizations and innovative initiatives for us, such as the Andean Development Corporation, CAF, and we have already joined as a member of that corporation. Further, also the administration of the BRICS New Development Bank. I wish to reiterate, as I did at the CELAC European Union Summit, our vehement call for the release of Julian Assange, a faithful defender of free expression, a principle that we must all defend. In defense of the indigenous peoples who fight for land and for rivers, I feel proud as a woman to convey the message of our compatriot and our martyr, Berta Cáceres. Wake up, humanity. Time is running out. Thank you very much.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Honduras for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency.
nous avons
We have heard the last speaker for this meeting. The general debate will continue with the 7th plenary meeting to continue with the general debate at 3:00 p.m. The meeting is adjourned.
Okay. Can we start? Le gavel. Je déclare ouverte la 7e.
The Assembly is declared open.
L'Assemblée va entendre.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mr. Alar Karis, President of the Republic of Estonia. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, j'ai l'honneur de souhaiter.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honour to welcome His Excellency Alar Karis, President of the Republic of Estonia, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, let me first express my deep condolences to the people of Morocco who lost their close ones to the earthquake, and the people of Libya for their loss due to the catastrophic flooding. The world is constantly changing. We live through difficult times and glorious moments as human beings, as states and societies, as humankind, as global brother and sisterhood. On this path called history, we have learned that moments and situations do not repeat themselves fully. They rhyme. Our ability to learn from the past, to read the rhythm and flow of the verses of time, is a source of the progress. This gives us hope that the future rhymes will be nicer, that they will be free from the mistakes we have made before. We are different as humans, states and societies. But I am certain that some things are universal, like the simple wish for a better tomorrow, our sincere joy of doing good, feeling hope that somebody gives you a helping hand in the darkest moment and says that it is going to be all right. We are all entitled to live with dignity. We are all equal. Recognizing and accepting that is the foundation of freedom, justice and peace in the world as postulated by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. These are the things that unite us. These are the values upon which we must build our future. Our challenges are greatly common: ensuring sustainable peace and security, ending poverty, addressing climate change, finding best sustainable use for new technologies. Only nations with a united effort, with a shared vision, with an urge to understand each other in our differences, and with a readiness to compromise, are able to tackle the great challenges of our time. We know our world is facing diverse, intertwined crises reversing years of sustainable development gains. This is heartbreaking. As I had the privilege to address the SDG Summit on Monday, I want to focus on other equally important topics today. We have learned from the past mistakes. We have seen horrors and grave human suffering. We do not want to end up in a situation that rhyme with barbarity and cruelty. Humankind does not deserve war, death, aggression, and suppression. That is why sovereign states gathered 78 years ago and formed the United Nations. United Nations is really uniting nations. We have been trying to build a world where ones in need should be noticed and helped. We have learned to hear and accept various voices. We have been shaping the world that is based on freedom, justice, and rules. But this world is in danger. Regrettably, we see attempts to bend the rules or even ignore and forget them. We have witnessed ethnic cleansing against the Tigrayan population in Western Tigray, resulted in many deaths, sexual violence, mass detention, and forced displacement of thousands. We have heard the painful stories of slavery and murders in the Yazidi Kurds. Hundreds of thousands have been killed in the Yemen war. The humanitarian crisis is devastating. Famine, diseases are raging on. There are numerous violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. In Afghanistan, girls are denied their basic human rights, education. Would you accept this fate for your daughter? The Iranian population has lived for decades with severe limitations of fundamental rights. UN Office of the High Commission of Human Rights stated last year that there are serious human rights violations against Muslim minorities in Xinjiang region. And there are massive restrictions of fundamental rights of the people in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. These are not merely statistics, abstract passages in annual reports, but real and utterly tragic stories happening to our fellow citizens, to people like us. Like Anna, who worked in a shop in Kiev. When war started, she remembers constant running to different shelters, to schools, churches, houses nearby. Bombs were falling constantly, and one could only hope that explosions would stop. Shelters were overcrowded. Small babies, older men and women, cats, dogs. Everybody were nervous and shops were empty. With her daughter and cat, Anna decided to leave her hometown Kiev that were in flames. Like thousands of others running for their lives, Anna took a difficult journey and made it to Estonia, where she enjoys especially the sunsets and is amazed how quiet it is. Sometimes when it thunders, she prays that it would be just a thunder. Russia escalated its aggression against Ukraine into a full-scale war already more than a year and a half ago. A UN Security Council permanent member, Russian Federation, is shamelessly destroying hospitals, kindergartens, grain storages, and schools as we speak. We have to be very clear. Russia invaded another sovereign country using fabricated pretext. The real reason for aggression against Ukraine lies in Russian neo-imperial and neo-colonial aspirations. Russia wants to destroy Ukraine, occupy it, and drain its resources to feed the ideology about its greatness. But what is there great about colonizing another country? The outcome of this war will greatly determine the future world. we and our kids are going to live in? Will it be dominated by brutal use of violence by those who commit crimes and destroy others? Or will be living in a world where law and order, justice and universally approved rules will prevail? What kind of lessons will we be learning from Russian aggression? How can we discredit the aggression as a rogue tool of statecraft for generations to come? The answer is that Russia's political and military leadership must bear individual criminal responsibility for planning, launching and waging a war of aggression against Ukraine. It is a crime against peace. It is a crime of aggression. It's a leadership crime. Russia misuses its place in the Security Council and tries to convince the world that the black is white. But it is not. Lie is always a lie, no matter how nicely it sounds. Votes in the General Assembly have proven that there are less and less of those who tend to believe Russian lies. UN Charter says that the purpose of the UN is to prevent and remove the threats of peace and the suppression of acts of aggression. Russia has continuously breached this core principle. The fact that Russia is a member of the Security Council does not legitimize its actions. Crime is a crime anyway. Therefore, tribunals should be created, and if it's based on the suggestions from the General Assembly, it would have been desired international legitimacy. If we let the impunity to prevail, we put our own virtues and values, our moral norms under question mark. The whole concept of international trial and arbitration will be under threat. This undermines deeply the international law. This is why the international reaction and response to Russian crimes has an existential significance for us all. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the situation calls us to really use the tools at our disposal for protecting the international law based on the UN Charter. Therefore, we need to reform the UN Security Council. Now is the time, as the world is out of joint. Now is the time, as it has become more evident than ever. The Security Council is close to a dead end, unable to act and make decisions on the biggest conflicts in the heart of Europe after the Second World War. This undermines the UN Charter. Granting international peace and security is the raison d'etre of a Security Council. But instead of that, the Council is paralyzed. It has numerous negative implications globally, be it inability to offer conflict resolution or solutions concerning migration and food security. This dangerous tendency doesn't have its foundation in Russian aggression against Ukraine, but it has crystallized because of that. The world needs a Security Council that is able to fulfill its tasks and live up to the expectations of its founding members. But even more so, to give hope for better days to those suffering under fear, oppression, and violence. The ones responsible for aggression and conflicts have to face justice, even those with veto right in the Security Council. In order to make sure that the Security Council can fulfill the tasks set by the UN Charter, there is no alternative than to adjust the structure and working methods of the Security Council. And yes, this is possible, and we should gather up and raise the voices calling for the Security Council reform. Of course, it is hard. We are different in our positions. The reform has been on the table for many decades already. But instead of complaining how impossible the Security Council reform will be, let us make an extra effort towards it. We owe it to the starving, physically injured, mentally damaged, homeless boys and girls in Rakhine, Tigray, Syria, Yemen, Ukraine. Those children will be next. We need to stick together and protect the international law based on the UN Charter. If we cannot agree on all the reform ideas, let's concentrate on commonalities. Let's make the small steps that we can take already today. We all need to show some flexibility. Both issues, the composition of the Security Council and its working methods, have to be seriously addressed. It is time to abandon the well-known and documented group positions. We, as a united world community, need to start fresh. Let's turn blank page and work closely together to make a strong point that enough is enough. For the greater good, it would be make perfect sense to take one step back from the old positions in order to move 3 steps ahead. Let's keep in mind what is at stake here. The central issue is, of course, using the veto right. There should be no veto right if there is a suspicion that the one who uses it may have acted itself against the international law. Estonia supports the proposal of Accountability, Coherence and Transparency Group to limit the veto rights in case of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and crime of aggression. UN Charter stipulates in Chapter 5 that a party to a dispute shall abstain from voting in the Security Council. We call the Council to always implement this clause, like it was done in the early decades of United Nations. It is unacceptable if the aggressor is using the veto right and the Security Council is unable to act. In fact, there is a way out from letting a Security Council member to misuse its veto right. Let us use it. As the future composition of the Security Council, there should always be a fair distribution between continents and regions. Small, medium, and big states should be all represented. Only then we'll have the balanced council really addressing the world. In addition, the Security Council should be more transparent and open. That would immensely increase its efficiency. Building on that belief that the Security Council is able to maintain international peace and security will be restored. The world community has the right to know what was discussed at the Council. If a solution was clearly on the table and there was a member state who simply just blocked it, and by doing that increased the suffering of people, then it should be stated publicly. In a situation where the Security Council is unable to function as expected, it is definitely a positive development that the General Assembly has gained more prominence and influence on addressing the peace and security issue. We have seen it, for example, during the process of adopting Ukraine resolutions and implementing initiatives concerning veto right. We, in the General Assembly, should be able to collectively overcome the veto in the Security Council if the situation requires. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the concept of war and peace started to change already during the 19th century. War was gradually seen as a state of confusion or disorientation of mind. It became more and more clear that nobody actually wins from war or gains anything out of it. States started to understand that their national interests are better served in peacetime than in war. Peace generated welfare. After the world wars, the international community said, never again. United Nations was created to serve this exact purpose. The question we have to ask ourselves is, do we need another worldwide petition to create a new, better world order that is up to its tasks? Or are we wise and willing enough to use the international law to resolve the conflicts, to maintain peace and security? Are we heading towards the dark days or the glorious ones? This is entirely up to us. We are the ones determining the future. We are the ones responsible for it. But let's start from fixing the Security Council. Thank you very much.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Estonia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of the Comoros. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, j'ai l'honneur de souhaiter la bienvenue à son Excellence.
On behalf of the Assembly, I welcome His Excellency Mr. Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of the Comoros, and I invite him to take the floor.
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Majesties, Highnesses, Excellencies, heads of governments, distinguished representatives of countries and institutions. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah ta'ala wa barakatuh. It is a real pleasure for me to address you here today, and I would like to first thank the American authorities. We thank you very warmly for the warm welcome that we see every time we are here in New York in order to participate in this great annual gathering of the international community. Next, I would like to express my very warm congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis and congratulate him on being brilliantly elected to preside over the 78th session of a regular session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. And I'm all the more happy to do so since this is a distinguished representative of an island developing state. My country is one as well, and we now have such a person assuming a high office. There's no doubt, Your Excellency, that your professional qualities and your experience, together with a particular sensitivity you have when it comes to development issues, which is a characteristic of a person coming from an island, will be a token of success of this current session. I would like to also use this opportunity to pay a much-deserved tribute to your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Csaba Kőrösi. Congratulate him on the effectiveness with which he has discharged his high duty on behalf of us all. And finally, I would like to, on behalf of my country and the African Union, express all of my thanks to His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. We thank him for his constant engagement in the engagement of all of his teams in the service of our common institution for the benefit of one and all. Distinguished delegates, as a chairperson of the African Union, I would like to today, in front of this august assembly, express the voice of all of the African states. It continues believing in fair and more effective multilateralism because it is more inclusive and therefore can help bring about longed-for deep changes that we all wish for because we want a better life for the continent and the entire world. And this will be realized, we are convinced, in an in-depth reform of the United Nations system. Africa, where 3.8 billion people will live by the end of this century, intends to play a crucial role in attaining the SDGs and therefore has the right to participate in global decision-making bodies and to, inter alia, be on the Security Council as a permanent member and thus realize its rights in line with the Essolvini Consensus. It is a question of equity. This reform of the United Nations that Africa has been asking for loudly and clearly, but it's also a question of effectiveness because it becomes a matter of legitimacy and therefore of the effectiveness of multilateralism. I would like to furthermore use this opportunity so as to reiterate on behalf of Africa our thanks, very sincere thanks, to the members of the G20 who have just integrated the African Union, which it is my honor to chair in this year 2023, within their group. And this diplomatic victory for Africa, but also for the G20, through India, where this historic decision was enacted, gives us hope, especially at the time where a synergy of actions is needed in order to get our countries out of the socio-economic stalemate. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this 78th General Assembly, rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action of the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all, this theme is very timely. The African continent is facing numerous challenges, and there is a danger that these challenges can compromise its future. And I think that the trust and the solidarity which has pride of place this year will provide us with the solutions which are adequate for our concerns. We are dealing with the challenge of food security, which is becoming wider and wider spread in the continent, despite the fact that we have immense arable lands on the continent, despite the fact that we have qualified and competent labor aplenty. Despite this, food insecurity continues affecting millions of people. Climate change and the numerous conflicts on the continent compound this situation, as does the Russian-Ukrainian war, which brought in its wake the disruption of supplies of grain and fertilizer, and also brought in its wake an unprecedented inflation. You will agree with me that it's inconceivable that with all of these arable lands, the continent remains a major importer of agricultural goods, and this contributes towards us creating a sizable shortfall in its trade balance. Therefore, at the time when we're talking about solidarity, it is time for all partnerships amongst African governments, development bodies, private sector, both foreign and domestic, be strengthened so as to rise to this challenge and resolve it effectively and in a lasting fashion. It is also high time for our partners to support us in implementing far-reaching reforms, such as, for example, the transfer of expertise and technology, so as to help those countries which are severely affected, help us promote agricultural development, and more specifically, produce and transform our goods locally, thus adding value to them and helping us combat shortages and famine. We also need to strengthen our fight against climate change because, and we live through it, all of us, our planet is constantly dealing with various climate events, and more specifically cyclones, floods, earthquakes, rising waters, droughts, and the list is far from exhaustive. Frequent disasters, of course, have devastating effects on our economies, on our social infrastructure, on our agriculture, and on our people, in particular the most vulnerable, and brings in its wake public health crises, which further underscore the vulnerability of the continent. I would like to use this opportunity to renew our deep condolences and also our solidarity to our brothers in the Kingdom of Morocco and in Libya. Their country have just suffered enormous human losses and material damages in the wake of such natural disasters. I'm also thinking of the many countries in Europe and Asia and in America who are hard hit by the devastating consequences of forest fires, of floods, and storms. Above and beyond the numerous human losses, the damages resulting from these catastrophes require the cost of rebuilding and recovery, which is not always something that our countries can sustain. I therefore call upon the international community to promote communal approaches, better structured and adapted, and especially within the framework of funding to meet these disasters on a large scale so that we can provide our people with the support that they need and help them recover. And especially, I call for the effective implementation of the recommendations having to do with the protection and safeguarding of the environment, for the implementation of the commitments undertaken in the area of adaptation and mitigation. The lowering of the level of the greenhouse effects and the funding pledged to combat climate change have to, in fact, be translated in specific actions if we want to live in future in a world which is safer and more prosperous. I call, therefore, for support to the Moroni Declaration issued last June on blue economy and the Nairobi Declaration of last September, and this to make sure that the countries can defend with one voice their common interests and helps develop sustainably, in particular to do this during the upcoming COP28 in Dubai, to which we would like to wish every success. And finally, I would like to launch an appeal to strengthen the capacities of UN Habitat. I'm asking for more substantial support in the implementation of the new urban agenda so that this agenda can better support our African cities, which are full of potential, but which have become very vulnerable to climate change. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot talk about the challenges of the African continent without talking about the political and security situation and complex and worrying situation on our continent, and in particular in the Sahel. As we all know, the Sahel, this region of Africa, which since 2010 has been seriously affected by insecurity and terrorism. There are terrorist groups who have intensified their attacks against security forces, but also against civilians and civilian infrastructure. It is urgent, therefore, that the international community should strengthen its efforts aimed at accompanying us in our attempts to stabilize this region, knowing that the global planetary village in which we all live, that on this planet, crises are very easily imported and therefore have consequences on economies and the investment within and between countries. Of course, first and foremost, it's up to the Africans to implement their economic and social development plans within the framework of Agenda 2063, so as to better combat poverty and youth unemployment, but especially to make sure that the young people do not become hostages to all kinds of extremism. However, it is also the duty of the international community to support Africa in this action, because our efforts need to be pooled if we are to stand the chance of being effective. In addition to terrorism, unfortunately, Africa is also facing the resurgence of anti-constitutional changes. They compromise and undermine democracy, peace, security, stability, and our socio-economic development. And it is in this regard that the African Union has undertaken sanctions against those who commit such acts and demands a rapid return to constitutional order in the countries concerned. And I would like to here recall solemnly that a political life worthy of its name is not possible without respecting electoral timetables and legitimate institutional mechanisms which undergird a democratic public life. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, Africa, of course, is under all these pressures, but we are fighting for our regional integration to stop the economic stalemate. The economic shocks that our countries underwent, in particular inflation and logistical and food crises, have seriously affected our growth potential, our daily life for our people, and the stability of our states. And it is in this regard that since 2021, we have been implementing the African Continental Free Exchange Area, a major continental common market, and this is with a hope to give new impetus to growth and African GDP. Having this tool at our disposal, it is my task to accelerate during the time that I'm chairperson of the AU for the continent and using this tool to create the needed wealth to better handle our demographic growth. This area will contribute to the implementation of our common ambition to move towards industrializing the continent, because Africa has to stop being a simple provider of raw materials. Whilst enabling us to strengthen our secondary and tertiary sectors to create jobs, the common market area on the continent would also stimulate technology transfer and promote foreign investment, because it will open for other continent immediate access to a market of more than 1 billion people. And here I would like to reiterate our request for support and strengthening of a strategic partnership between Africa and the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC, even making its institutional and put together a joint AU-CELAC commission. This partnership will not only strengthen cooperations between South-South, but in the mutual interest of our states, it would also help us to capitalize on the partnership with our friends and brothers in the North. Similarly to the rest of the world, African countries need more than ever peace and security to be able to have better living conditions. Peace and development will also result through resolving our political and territorial problems which have to do with the sovereignty of states and the dignity of nations. It was these concerns that pushed us, me and my African partners, to go to a meeting with President Zelensky and Putin within the framework of the mission for African peace last June in Kiev and St. Petersburg, respectively. We therefore stand ready to support any and all other initiatives aimed at ending this war, which negatively impacts our goals to increase the well-being of our people. Let me also reiterate, once again, with the goal of safeguarding peace and stability, and on behalf of the African Union, that there is a high need to come up with a just and fair solution to the issue of Palestine, a solution which would enshrine the right of the Palestinian people to have a sovereign state living in perfect harmony and security with the State of Israel. I would like to recall here also very solemnly, as chairperson of the African Union and the Union of the Comoros, the Comorian nature of the Île of Mayotte. And I recall that in order to move forward on this, we opted for a dialogue with the French party, so as to find a solution to this disagreeable dispute, and to do so in the interest of both countries. I would like to underscore my determination, a determination of my government, to honor the institutions and the democratic life in the Comoros by organizing free, transparent, and democratic upcoming presidential elections and governors' elections in 2024. I would like to also recall that the Union of the Comoros managed to put an end to this cycle of political instability, which used to be the characteristic of our political life since independence in 1975. And this was done thanks to the policy of national reconciliation that I have been conducting since 2000. This policy of reconciliation, supported by the African Union, the United Nations, and all of our partners, have brought stability to the country, and it is our duty to build on it and to sustain it. Since 2002, in fact, the date of the 26th of May have become a symbolic date of the transfer of power in the Comoros, because it is on this date we have the transfer of power as resulting from free and transparent presidential elections. It is with this concern in mind, the concern to preserve peace and stability and democracy in the Union of the Comoros, that I am asking once again for your support in your accompaniment so that the upcoming presidential elections and the election of governors planned for the month of December and January next should be conducted under good conditions. To conclude, let me say that I am confident that on the 26th of May 2024, we will once again celebrate the political maturity of the people of the Comoros, and that the inauguration ceremony of the next president of the Union of the Comoros will symbolize the deep rootedness and the strength of our democracy. I thank you.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens
On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like the President of the Union of the Comoros for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
l'Assemblée va entendre l'allocution de son
Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luis Rodolfo Abinader Corona, President of the Dominican Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Au nom de l'Assemblée
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Luis Rodolfo Abinader Corona, President of the Dominican Republic, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Excelentísimo señor Denis Francis.
Your Excellency, Mr. Denis Francis, President of the 78th Regular Session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Heads of State and Government, Honourable Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen. As we enter the second decade of the 21st century, humanity faces inherited challenges and new obstacles that require action. We must see these calamities as opportunities that compel us to work together to overcome them. The Dominican Republic has the firm commitment that we can build a model of inclusive human development that is just and sustainable. However, it is legitimate for us to wonder whether we are really on track to achieve such an outcome. The various crises caused by climate change have had devastating impacts on our planet and societies, such as droughts, rising sea levels, loss of biodiversity, extreme weather events, amongst others. These impacts have generated an environmental liability that significantly threatens all of the progress achieved in recent decades. As a developing economy with a negative carbon footprint, we are making our contribution to mitigating climate change by incentivizing the use of renewable energies. But we know that this is only one step on the long road to sustainability, because we still have significant dependence on fossil fuels. Oil is still important to us. I take this opportunity to draw attention to the practice of supply control by exporting countries in order to keep crude oil prices high to the detriment of importing countries. In this Assembly, representative of all, we should discuss and approve a financial mechanism to guarantee the stability of crude oil prices for low and middle income importing countries such as mine. Important steps have been taken to address the climate emergency, such as the recent adoption of the Convention for the Conservation and Sustainable Use of Marine Biological Diversity in Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction, known as BBNJ, a convention which I will be signing this afternoon. But many more and far more significant steps remain outstanding, such as adopting a Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, MVI, applicable to all developing countries, or the implementation of the Loss and Damage Fund to provide financial assistance to the nations most vulnerable to the effects of climate change. I would also like to highlight the International Summit to be held in Antigua and Barbuda in May 2024 on small island developing states, in which our country will be present as a member of the Preparatory Committee. It is also urgent to create a concessional financing mechanism for middle-income countries so they can meet the challenges of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs 2015-2030. The lack of access to adequate resources was one of the reasons why many countries failed to meet the Millennium Development Goals. As the Secretary General has stated, the international financial system is broken. The Dominican Republic strongly believes in an in-depth reform of the international financial architecture that could benefit all countries in an equitable way. Another of the harmful effects of climate change affects in particular our Caribbean region. Here I am referring to the massive proliferation of sargassum. This seaweed devours Caribbean coasts, including the coasts of the United States and Mexico, and has serious economic, social and environmental impacts, especially for tourism, which represents up to 75% of some Caribbean nations' economies. The Dominican Republic has created a multi-sectoral roundtable to deal with this problem, and we hope that developed countries will contribute to the solution. Mr. President, one of the pillars of our commitment to achieve a fairer social contract and a more effective state has been, and will always be, the fight against corruption. Dominican citizens have taken this on as a response to one of their main demands. The various international indicators on the perception of corruption confirm the progress that my government has made in this regard. On a different matter, I would like to take this opportunity before this Assembly to reiterate the Dominican Republic's candidacy for the UN Human Rights Council for the period 2024-26. Elections will be held next month. This candidacy represents our firm commitment to the defence of human rights. Distinguished colleagues, looking at the island of Hispaniola from space, you could do this on your mobile phone, for example, using Google Earth. You can see a palpable and heart-wrenching difference. One half of the island is green and flourishing. That is the Dominican Republic, which has prioritized the conservation and sustainable management of its natural resources. The other half is devoid of that rich forest cover. This is a reflection of Haiti's dramatic deforested landscape. This natural frontier is not only a geography lesson, it is a potent reminder of what awaits the world if we continue to ignore nature's alarms. Ladies and gentlemen, Haiti today suffers not only from an environmental tragedy, but also from political and social instability that may become a threat to the entire region. I am not happy to have to recall the call I made 2 years ago to this General Assembly when I said, since this government took office, we have been warning of the possibility that the Haitian situation could spill over its borders into our country, becoming a factor of insecurity for the entire region. That is why this community of nations, once and for all, has to take up the Haitian issue at the highest level of priority with permanent monitoring. Today, 2 years later, the harsh reality of that warning is coming home to roost. a small group of Haitian private individuals have resumed the construction of an illegal diversion canal in Haitian territory to extract water from the Dajabon River in violation of border treaties between our two countries. The international community should realize that the Dajabon River originates in Loma de Cabrera and most of its 55 kilometers run through our territory before emptying out into Bay of Montanillo in Montecristi. Only 2 kilometers run through Haitian territory. It is in that small stretch on the Haitian side that a canal is being dug. The information available to us indicates that this is a maneuver to control the water by a small economic political elite in order to profit from its sale to small producers in the area. The idea behind this project has never been officially communicated to the Dominican government, nor has documentation been provided on its scope, environmental impact, or the identity of its final beneficiaries. Despite the highly limited information available, our analysis shows that the project puts at risk access to water for hundreds of Dominican and Haitian farming families downstream of the canal's construction site. Moreover, the project puts at risk of flooding an industrial park which is 300 meters downstream from the canal, as well as 19,000 Haitian workers in Mendez, as well as inhabitants in the border towns of Dajabon and Juana Mendez. Additionally, it would have harmful ecological impacts affecting Saladillo Lagoon, one of the main wetlands in the Dominican Republic. Since April 2021, our government has repeatedly sought for the Haitian authorities to stop the unilateral and illegal construction of this project. The Haitian government itself has indicated that it is not a government-run project, but it has not been able to stop it because of institutional weakness and the public order and security crisis ongoing in that country. The situation has already led to a fragile animosity on both sides of the border. Faced with this illegal international act committed by private individuals in a part of the river that is on Haitian territory, the Dominican government has been forced to take forceful measures, such as closing the border with Haiti, in order to guarantee security and our national interest, as well as to protect our rivers, environment, and agricultural production. We do not have, nor do we seek or desire, a confrontation with the Haitian people, but we face uncontrollable actors who foment insecurity in Haiti for their particular interests and who are now conspiring against their own government's stability and the security of water resources. Mr. President, there can be no doubt that the problem of Haiti is no longer just in Haiti. It is in the hands of the international community. That is why we strongly support the responsible position of the President of the United States, Mr. Joe Biden, expressed yesterday from this rostrum, and which we will repeat now. The Security Council must authorize urgently the UN-backed security mission as a matter of urgency. The Security Council has already passed 3 important resolutions creating a sanctions regime, an effort to stop the illicit flow of arms, and a call for the creation of a multinational force to assist the Haitian National Police as requested by the government of that country and the Secretary General of this organization. We applaud Kenya's major gesture of solidarity in leading the multinational force, as well as the gestures of Jamaica and Bahamas in providing personnel. I take this opportunity to thank in particular the President of Kenya, William Ruto, for his solidarity and humanitarian willingness to lead, via that mission, the search for peace and stability for the Haitian people. Moreover, we urge all those countries that are considering playing a role in this commendable effort to act with determination. What is happening in Haiti is a breakdown of law and order caused by criminal elements without any political or ideological claims, and therefore welcoming the Haitian authorities' request for assistance by sending a multinational force would be in keeping with the spirit and the letter of the United Nations Charter and the mandate of this organization, in accordance with international law as a way of guaranteeing the peace. We are all aware that the process of achieving peace in Haiti must be undertaken together with a social and political agreement. In this regard, we commend the noble efforts made by the CARICOM group of eminent leaders to reach a political agreement that will allow the greatest possible legitimacy of the acceptance of a multinational force and the holding of fair, free and transparent elections. In this regard, I wish to acknowledge Prime Minister Andrew Holness of Jamaica for all of his efforts. I also wish to thank the Secretary General for his work in addressing this crisis. We call on him to redouble those efforts to achieve the immediate deployment of a multinational force in Haiti. We also call on the Security Council to pass a resolution as outlined already, and to do it now, because time has run out. Mr. President, for centuries of often difficult coexistence with the Haitian people, the Dominican Republic has given clear signs of untiring solidarity. Haiti has significant needs. I would like to reiterate our solidarity with the Haitian people, but without forgetting that our main responsibility is to defend the interests of the Dominican people. That is what we have always done. That is what we are doing now, and you can rest assured that that is what we will continue to do, because there is no and never can be a Dominican solution to the Haitian problem. Ladies and gentlemen, let us not wait for the next warming to be the story of a tragedy foretold. At this session of the General Assembly, we should mark a renaissance in our collective determination to forge a more secure, inclusive and sustainable future for Haiti and for all. I would make one final call. The current global scenario challenges us to act not only as individual nations, but as a united world with a shared vision and common purpose. History will judge us not just for the words which we pronounce in these hallowed halls, but more crucially, for our actions on the ground. Let's not fail the future. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Dominican Republic for the statement just made, and I request Protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Maya Sandu, President of the Republic of Moldova. I request Protocol to escort Her Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome Her Excellency Maya Sandu, President of the Republic of Moldova, and to invite her to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies, it is with great pride that I once more stand before you at the General Assembly of the United Nations to represent the Republic of Moldova, a country on the front line of the fight for democracy. Today, Moldova stands stronger and more resilient than a year ago. We stand firm in our belief in a democratic future, and we stand firm with Ukraine as our neighbor continues to resist Russia's brutal invasion, an attack on its sovereignty and way of life. We stand firmly for Ukraine's victory, because when Ukraine wins, the free world wins. Now, more than ever, support for Ukraine must not diminish. Please continue supporting Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine, Moldova, Europe, and the free world are facing an external assault on our values. But countries like mine haven't broken free from imperial chains only to be brought back into servitude. We push forward. We are not facing an imminent military threat, unlike our Ukrainian friends and neighbors. But every day, we are countering Russia's hybrid assault. Russia has teamed up with corrupt crooks to destabilize us. Their hybrid toolbox includes energy blackmail, support for separatism, cyber attacks, and disinformation campaigns. They also tried to overthrow our democratically elected government, but each time they failed. We know they will try again. In soon-to-be-held elections, they will attempt to undermine our citizens' ability to make their own democratic choice. This threat is not unique to us. Many countries in Europe and beyond our continent are feeling the sting of foreign interference in their democratic processes. This hybrid assault is conducted by those who oppose not just our democracy, but all liberal democracies. We must stay vigilant, and we must stand united. Distinguished audience, against all odds, we preserved peace across all of Moldova, including in the breakaway Transnistrian region, where Russian troops are stationed illegally and where concerns about human rights violations are deeply worrying. Our commitment to a peaceful resolution remains steadfast, and I call here today for the unconditional withdrawal of those Russian forces. In light of intertwined challenges, building Moldova's resilience has not been an easy task. Yet, we take heart in the fact that Moldova is not alone. Our friends and partners, the entire free world, stand with us. Building resilience means that Moldova has moved from relying solely on Russian gas to having a mix of energy sources and backup storage. We are also building electricity lines to Europe, investing in energy efficiency, and pursuing renewable sources. The true measure of a democracy's success rests in its ability to deliver a better life and real economic benefits to citizens. Strengthening our economy as the war rages across the border is a daunting challenge, but we are determined. Small and medium-sized enterprises can now access funds to grow. Digital public services are helping to cut red tape. The EU market is open to exports of our fruit and vegetables. Inflation is down to 10% from a peak of 35% last October. A major ratings agency has upgraded our outlook to stable. We are comprehensively reforming the justice system, redoubling our efforts to defeat corruption and organized crime. Part of this effort is reducing the malign influence of fugitive oligarchs who at one time captured our state. I'm grateful to many of you in this room for imposing sanctions on those individuals. The next critical step in this journey is to ensure that the stolen money is returned to the Moldovan people. As evidence of our commitment on corruption perception, as measured by Transparency International, we improved by 24 places in the past 2 years, our best score in a decade. On the Rule of Law Index, part of the World Justice Project, we have advanced by 14 places since 2020. Greater resilience will also come through enhanced transport links with Europe, vitally important given Russia's blockade of Ukrainian ports and the disruption of trade routes. We are upgrading roads and railways, and this modernized infrastructure will not only boost our trade and create jobs, but will support solidarity lanes for Ukraine, ensuring that its grain reaches the regions where it's needed most. And one day, these very connections will be aiding Ukraine's post-war reconstruction. As we build up defenses and resilience, Moldova is increasingly recognized as a contributor to regional security, a strong neighbor to Ukraine, and partner to the EU in countering security challenges. But our commitment extends globally. Moldovan servicemen actively contribute to peacekeeping missions, including most recently in the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon. Underscoring our commitment to the security of our continent, we hosted the European Political Community Summit last June, a summit that further cemented our place in the European family. Ladies and gentlemen, economic progress, improving security, and reinforcing our democracy are parts of our journey towards membership of the European Union. Moldova's European aspirations have long been well known. Last May, 100,000 Moldovans rallied in Chisinau to reassert their commitment to democracy and to EU membership. Let me be clear. Moldova's EU membership is not just a political choice. It is the only way to protect our liberty, peace, and democracy. The enlargement of the EU is the sole path to ensure our neighborhood stays anchored in the free world and that we deliver better lives for our citizens. It would also demonstrate the Union's commitment to peace, the very reason the European Union was built. When it comes to membership, we believe in a fair and merit-driven process and have been doing our work diligently. With this in mind, I call on the European Commission and all EU members to support us. I extend this call beyond the EU borders to all the countries of the free world, especially those with well-established, robust democracies who have long reaped its benefits and understand its worth. The success or downfall of one democracy resonates globally. When one thrives, it inspires hope in others. When one falters, it risks a domino effect. Today, the fight for democracy anywhere is the fight for democracy everywhere. And in this interlinked fight for democracy, we will prevail. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Moldova for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency Denis Francis, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, colleague heads of states and government, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, permit me to extend my heartfelt congratulations on your auspicious assumption of the presidency of the 78th session of the General Assembly. My delegation and I stand unwaveringly by your side, committed to fortifying the bedrock of global unity during your tenure. I offer my profound respect and gratitude to your predecessor, Mr. Saba Kurusi of Hungary, whose depth stewardship of the 77th session is a guiding beacon for all. To our esteemed Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres. Your dedication to weaving together the strands of global consensus for battling poverty, planetary crisis, and championing sustainable development goal is a testament to your leadership. Mr. President, the soul of Sierra Leone, echoing the spirit of Pan-Africanism, resonates with the clarion call of this year's theme: rebuild trust and reignite global solidarity. A testament to our enduring democratic spirit was showcased on June 24th, when in free, fair, and peaceful multi-tier elections, the Sierra Leonean people elected their leaders across various tiers of governance. My re-election as president for a second final term serves not merely as an endorsement of my leadership, but a solemn testament to my government's commitment to fashioning a Sierra Leone that thrives as a united, peaceful, and dynamic bastion of hope and opportunity. A nation where our aspirations for abundant jobs, food security, quality education, and equitable healthcare are not mere dreams, but manifest realities, where justice and opportunities are not mere prerogatives of a few, but the birthright of all. Mr. President, in the face of global upheavals, from the pandemic to geopolitical tensions exemplified by the war in Ukraine and the ensuing food crisis, my first term stood as a beacon of our commitment to democratic freedoms and human rights. We rooted out the unpleasant legacies of the past, repealing antiquated laws such as the seditious libel statute that lingered for half a century. We consigned the death penalty to the annals of history and charted bold advances against the scourge of corruption. Our devotion to education was unambiguous. Over 800,000 new learners were introduced under our aegis, and we significantly augmented domestic educational funding, ensuring it constituted an average of 22% of our national budget. We championed an ethos of radical inclusion, providing unfettered and tuition-free access to quality primary and secondary school education for all. In our unwavering commitment to dismantle the barriers of gender inequality, my administration declared a state of emergency on the heinous crime of rape and sexual and gender-based violence. Sierra Leone urged the global community for solidarity on access to justice and remedies for survivors of sexual violence and the recognition of November 18 by this General Assembly as World Day for the prevention of healing from sexual exploitation, abuse, and violence. Our Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Act of 2022 shows our commitment to equality. With this act, I've proudly inscribed our nation's pledge to reserve a minimum of 30% of seats in elected and appointed offices for women, ensuring equal employment opportunities, lengthening maternity leaves, and compelling our financial institutions to chart pathways that amplify women's access to financial resources that they so rightfully deserve. As I step into my second term, Mr. President, my government has carved out 5 pillars that guide our national development trajectory to spur sustainable development and social progress. Food security. 1, food security, intertwined with investment in agriculture, is poised to not just to feed our nation, but to fear job creation, propel economic growth, and alleviate the weight of poverty. 2, human capital development, meticulously crafted for the modern era with a special lens for gender equality. 3, youth employment scheme. This promises our younger generation that their energy, passion, and ambition will find fertile ground in Sierra Leone. 4, cutting-edge technology and infrastructure program. This is conceptualized to pave sustainable pathways of economic ascent. And a thorough revamp of public service architecture, refining its essence for utmost efficiency, professionalism, and service delivery. SDGs towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Mr. President, 78 years ago, the United Nations was born from the profound understanding that peace, development, and human rights are inextricably intertwined. Each element nourishes the other, creating an equilibrium essential for global harmony. As we stand at this juncture, let us remember that the noble ambitions enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations to foster international cooperation, to confront and surmount challenges, be they economic, social, cultural, or humanitarian in nature. It is in unity and shared purpose that the promise of a brighter, just, and peaceful world is realized. The resonant theme of this General Assembly, therefore, opens a horizon of possibilities, beckoning us to harmoniously forge ahead in the shared pursuit of accelerating actions on the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and enduring sustainability for all. Our world faces formidable challenges: widespread poverty, persistent hunger, the looming shadow of climate change, and the unsettling presence of sustained and emerging conflicts. To honor our 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development commitments, member states of the United Nations must rekindle the fires of trust and galvanize a renaissance of global solidarity. Trust requires a harmonious amalgamation of our collective wisdom and resources. Solidarity mandates our unwavering cohesion, even when navigating different and opposing philosophical terrains. In pursuing the 2030 Agenda, we must resolve to leave no one behind. We must fervently champion inclusivity, recognizing the intrinsic value of every individual, irrespective of their circumstances. Progress has been made, but we acknowledge that the road ahead is challenging. However, this challenge also presents an opportunity for innovation and collaboration and reimagining our global priorities. ECOWAS regional peace and security. Mr. President, we view with deep concern the rising tides of insecurity and the subtle erosion of democratic governance and ideas in the West African sub-region and the Sahel. Sierra Leone raises its voice alongside our ECOWAS allies, expressing unequivocal dissent towards an extra-constitutional changes of government. Such challenges to the very bedrock of our democracy threaten the stability of individual nations and the fabric of our collective African identity. While we stand united, it is not simply a call to maintain things as they are. Real stability and lasting peace don't come from resisting threats or building defenses. Instead, they arise from genuine, open conversations. True dialogue requires that everyone at the negotiating table must be ready to seek and find common ground. While we emphasize the importance of dialogue, we cannot ignore the crucial reality. The ongoing threats to our continent's constitutional stability are signs of deeper problems. Every action that undermines the rule of law is connected to underlying issues. These range from past and present injustices to the burden of poverty, widespread unemployment, and the dangers of discrimination. Our duty is clear. We must lift our people from poverty. We should focus on creating jobs and supporting industries that benefit our countries and our continent. Mr. President, national electoral reforms. Elections as vehicles of democratic transformation fortify governance and allow peaceful transitions. After our nation's multi-tier elections on June 24th, we stand resolved to strengthen our democratic foundation, recognizing the significance of deepening our democracy. I have instituted a National Electoral Systems Review Committee to address historical challenges to our electoral processes. Since our first multi-tier elections were conducted after the Civil War in 2002, the electioneering process has been plagued with persistent challenges, including contestations of declared presidential election results by the constitutionally mandated Electoral Commissioner. To address these historical challenges and consolidate our democratic gains, a comprehensive review of the electoral system is necessary to reform Sierra Leone's electoral landscape. The National Electoral Systems Review Committee will comprise the government, civil society, political parties, professional organizations, and development partners. It holds the mantle of evaluating existing frameworks, institutional arrangements, and observer mission reports. Its mandate extends to proposing vital reforms fortifying Sierra Leone's electoral integrity. These actions encapsulate our commitment to forging a fertile environment for dialogue, affirming democratic governance, and fostering enduring peace. Mr. President, it is regrettable to note the decision of certain member states to introduce unilateral cohesive measures, including visa restrictions on Sierra Leonean citizens following the recent multi-tier national elections. We observe that such unilateral measures, which are in contravention of international law, have sometimes been the response to electoral outcomes in other African nations to exert political pressure. As members of the international rules-based community, African states strive for sovereignty and meaningful cooperation based on mutual respect and understanding. In democratic processes, every democracy faces unique challenges. However, the essence of sovereignty, as contained in the UN Charter, is the ability of member states to address and resolve internal matters independently and without external pressure. In our engagement on the international stage, we hope for understanding and mutual respect, especially on important issues like national elections. Constructive dialogue and open channels of communication should be the pillars of our global interaction and not punitive, unilateral, cohesive measures that do not further the entrenchment of democracy, but instead strain relations between nations. Sierra Leone remains steadfast in its commitment to free, fair, and credible elections alongside our dedication to the rule of law. We believe that democratic progress is a journey, and its pace varies from one nation to another. We respect the individual paths countries have taken in their quest for democracy and anticipate the same level of understanding and respect for ours. We aspire to nurture relationships rooted in solidarity, cooperation, and mutual respect, all directed towards a shared global future. United Nations Security tenure. As Sierra Leone takes its non-permanent seat at the United Nations Security for the 2024-2025 term after a hiatus of 53 years, we are deeply aware of our shared duty to uphold international peace and security. The profound nexus between peace, development, and human rights will be the beacon guiding our priorities. We stand poised, resolute, and committed to forging a world where these ideas are not mere aspirations, but enduring realities for all. Sierra Leone fully subscribes to the ideas of multilateralism as a tool for global peace and security. Our vision is to serve as the vital conduit linking ECOWAS community of the West African states, the African Union, and the nations in focus with the Security Council. As we yearn for tranquility and justice, we pledge our commitment to collaborate with the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, and as part of the 10 elected members and the 3 African representatives. Reform of the UN Security Council. Mr. President, Sierra Leone recognizes the pressing issue of Security Council's legitimacy, equitable representation, and transparency. In a world reshaped by geopolitical realities, true global peace and security hinge on reforms and the rejuvenation of United Nations Security Council and the UN General Assembly. Joined by fellow United Nations member states, Sierra Leone committed at the 2005 World Summit to support reforms of the Security Council as essential elements of our overall effort to reform the United Nations, to make it more broadly representative, efficient, transparent, and thus to enhance further its effectiveness and the legitimacy and implementation of its decisions. While the discourse has seen forward movement, the historical injustices endured by the African continent remain unresolved at the intergovernmental negotiations. Africa, glaringly, stands alone as the only region without permanent representation within the Security Council and is conspicuously unrepresented in its non-permanent category. The United Nations Security remains trapped in the era of 1945, when much of Africa was still in the regrettable grip of colonialism. We must not allow this colonial ethos to persist 3/4 of a century later. Africa demands for 2 permanent seats, complete with commensurate rights, including the veto, is maintained, if maintained, and 5 non-permanent seats are issues of equity, justice, and our right to have an equal say in the decision-making on issues that affect the African region. Our conviction is steadfast. Security Council reform should squarely confront these long-standing inequity and imbalance, addressing Africa's unique circumstances. As the coordinator of the African Committee of 10 Heads of State and Government on the reform of the United Nations Security Council, Sierra Leone will continue to advocate and garner support among member states and other interest groups for the common African position as enshrined in the Eswatini Consensus and SADC Declaration. We will also envisage infusing the working methods of the Council to instill transparency, accountability, democracy, and ultimately renewed legitimacy. Climate change. Mr. President, our collective pursuit of sustainable development confronts the triple planetary crises of pollution, climate change, and biodiversity loss. Despite contributing minimally to these crises, Sierra Leone remains intensely vulnerable to their repercussion, a reality compounded by our limited capacity to cope. Our National Adaptation Plan, launched in 2018 as an embodiment of our commitment, designed to have our vulnerability by 2030, it underscores risk awareness, regulatory enhancement, institutional empowerment, and gender-responsive adaptation strategies. Sierra Leone seeks equitable and timely access to climate financing. We request unfettered access to leverage new climate change adaptation and mitigation technologies and shared knowledge. Our salvation from the escalating climate change crisis lies in collective wisdom and concerted efforts. Global solidarity. In today's complex world, the urgent need to rebuild trust and strengthen global unity stands out. We must adopt a cooperative approach, set aside individualistic actions, and promote shared progress based on common values. As we deal with disputes of sovereignty and self-determination across the world, we must also resolve to do so with dialogue, exhausting all avenues for peaceful resolution. Conclusion. In this evolving multipolar world, where conflicts ripple across borders and power dynamics are in flux, we must recognize our shared interest and intertwined destinies. The multifaceted crisis challenging our global community demands unified action. For our collective strength is determined by our most vulnerable segments. The voices we make today, the choices we make today, have far-reaching implications for tomorrow. We stand at a crossroads. One path takes us to mere rhetorical commitments to equity and solidarity, while the other beckons us to act with conviction, driven by profound belief in equity and justice, economic justice, social justice, political justice. Let us choose wisely, for the fate of generations to come hinges on the decisions we make now. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Serene Highness Prince Albert II, Sovereign Prince of Monaco. I request protocol to escort Serene Highness, His Serene Highness. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Serene Highness Prince Albert II, Supreme Prince of Monaco, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président.
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Heads of States and Governments, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, please allow me to express my heartfelt condolences to the authorities of Morocco and Libya in the wake of the devastating events in these two countries. I would like to express the solidarity and the support of Monaco to the people of Morocco and Libya who have shown courage and remarkable resilience in these particularly difficult times. In 1993, I was taking the floor for the first time from this rostrum as head of delegation of the Principality of Monaco. This is what was at the 48th session of the General Assembly. My country celebrated the 30th anniversary of its admission last spring. My determination to do that, to make sure that Monaco contributes to the implementation of the Charter, is heartened, strengthened by the fact that current challenges oblige us to do that. This year, we're celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and I would like to welcome the commitment of Eleanor Roosevelt, who played a decisive role in drafting this historic document, aiming at making sure that every human being can have their inalienable rights. In the recent decades, the United Nations has achieved gains that only multilateralism can allow for. For example, the Agenda for Peace, which was passed during the Security Council Summit in 1992, Agenda for Development, General Assembly in 1997, Millennium Development Objective in 2000, Sustainable Development Objectives in 2015. It is through working together that we've been able to move forward quite so significantly. Mr. President, Monaco was an observer to the UN when my father, Prince Rainier III, decided to take part in the Rio Conference, in the wake of which we had the Agenda 21, which is customarily called the Rio Convention. And this participation in the Earth Summit was one of the trigger elements which resulted in the fact that the Principality started seeking full membership in the community of nations which gather here in this august chamber. The respect for the environment and wild fauna on land and sea and supporting science were fundamental priorities for the Princes of Monaco throughout the centuries. Today, what was a relentless commitment have become a duty for our survival. And that is why we signed the Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Convention on Climate Change, the Convention on Biodiversity, and then the Convention to Combat Desertification. These international treaties, they were added to thereafter, but they continue guided our action to preserve the planet from environmental disasters which can destroy all progress. In this regard, I would like to underscore to what extent the growing body of international law is the unsung success of our cooperation efforts within the UN, and recall that since our admission to the United Nations, we have become parties to 50 international treaties covering a large spectrum of topics such as human rights, disarmament, environment, or the law of the sea. In the course of this past year, the multilateralism in certain areas has shown once again its strength and its effectiveness because it continued and persevered. In December last, we have had a historic event when we adopted the Congy-Montreal Global Framework on Biodiversity, and then we concluded about 2 decades of negotiations by finalizing the agreement on biodiversity and high sea, which I had the honor of signing. And this binding legal instrument will have another decisive step in protecting and safeguarding the seas and the oceans. And these victories, which came out of our collective efforts, have to give us hope, because above and beyond the ocean and the biodiversity, they also show the very potential of the United Nations to build common edifices for us to live better in harmony with nature. Furthermore, it seems fundamental to me to be aware of these new instruments because they give us powerful tools to combat climate change. Amongst the indigenous people or island people, the sea is a fully fledged being. The crucial role of seas and oceans in regulating climate is clearly recognized now and enables us to handle this challenge holistically. Because make no mistake, we will only able to gain the battle on climate if we work together towards the implementation of the SDGs that we have set ourselves 8 years ago. There is not a moment to lose. Extreme climate events, floods, droughts, fires, whose frequency and intensity is only growing, already result in the suffering of millions of people and require from us to undertake urgent and drastic measures. Physical modifications of the marine environment and coastal areas, the acidification of the ocean, rising sea levels are other phenomena which are threats for the very existence of coastal communities in many countries. Secretary General, your determination to bring together the leaders of states, representatives of private institutions, of civil society within the framework of the Climate Ambition Summit is very timely. The very recent IPCC report has alerted that it once again showed us that our collective efforts are insufficient in order to fight this planetary scourge. Several months ago, we have started the first stage of assessing the implementation of the Paris Agreement. This will be finalized at COP28, but it cannot be simply a statement of failure. We need to, on the contrary, use this most recent opportunity we have to rectify the trajectory so as to make sure we do not raise the temperature more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. Ladies and gentlemen, let's face facts. Serious changes to our ways of life and our collective organizations are needed, and needed fast. We need to redouble our solidarity so justice and equity become keywords of this phase of our transition. In this context, Monaco would like to play its part. The government of the Principality will contribute to the replenishment of the Green Climate Fund to the tune of 3.3 million euros for 2024-2027. This is a 10% increase compared to the previous period, and Monaco is already a #1 per capita donor into this fundamental instrument under the Paris Agreement. Mr. President, for more than a century, Monaco has shown how our man and sea can coexist. And the question of oceans will be once again, 2 years after Samoa Pathway, at the center of the deliberations of the 4th Conference on SIDS and the 3rd Conference on SDGs for Land in Nice, presided by France and Costa Rica in 2025. Monaco decided, together with the organizers of this conference, to host sessions on blue economy, and the conclusions of that, I hope, will enrich the deliberations of this gathering. We do still have the unexplained phenomena of the cold stretch in the east of the Pacific Ocean, but the United Nations Decade on Ocean Sciences in the Service of Development provides us an opportunity to better understand the complex phenomena of climate change. Major countries have understood what needs to be done for our oceans. We are looking for water on Mars, but we had to wait for a generation to make sure that under the impetus of the president of the 77th GA, we had another conference on water last March. The young people of our nations place a very serious responsibility on us to make sure that we safeguard the air they breathe, the land where they grow, and the seas and the oceans, the cradles of humanity and the key to our survival. And this fight will never be over. Mr. President, the conflict also undermined the environment and an additional obstacle to the implementation of the SDGs. It's been about 600 days now that Russia took the decision, in violation of international law, to launch a major-scale aggression against Ukraine. This was condemned several times by our Assembly, as well as humanitarian and environmental consequences. Here, yet once again, I'd like to express the solidarity of my country, given these tragic events and the destruction that the civilian population suffer every day. And the fights and the bombings resulted in pollution of soils and resulted in toxic substances. Natural areas have been destroyed, and there is now a shortage of drinking water and the spread of diseases. It is inconceivable that in the 21st century, healthcare professionals are regularly attacked, that medical infrastructures are attacked in various areas of conflict. So I appeal once again for the protection of these professionals and for the protection of civilian populations. The world is now beginning to recover after the pandemic of COVID-19. I would like to welcome, therefore, the fact that this week we'll have several high-level meetings on major public health issues. And we need to draw lessons from this pandemic so as to strengthen the global governance and build resilient and strong public health systems. Mr. President, amongst the issues of existential threats that we are facing, there is one which has become very widespread recently, and I am referring to, of course, to artificial intelligence, which has in it both at the same time an immense potential for the SDGs and unprecedented risks for peace and security. Looking for innovation is part of our very nature and needs to be supported when it's geared towards improving the lives of our people. We are, of course, fascinated by the advantages provided by digital tools that simplify our daily life, but we cannot ignore the potential dangers they represent. Artificial intelligence very frequently is more effective than man in many tasks. But just like the language of Aesop, it could be the best and the worst thing for humankind. Cyber attacks using artificial intelligence are already targeting critical infrastructure in hospitals and humanitarian operations conducted by the UN. Security and weapons industries use these techniques, and their potential leads us to an ethical problem. Can a machine decide on the human issue of life and death? These questions show that we all have a duty to build a framework of global governance and ethical norms dealing with artificial intelligence. Therefore, concluding current works underway on this is of particular importance. I welcome, therefore, works aimed at creating a high-level advisory body on this within the UN to work on international governance over artificial intelligence. Mr. President, our role has always been the role of moderator in what has been a peaceful country, and I remain convinced of the central role to be played by the UN in rebuilding the trust and reawakening global solidarity. This requires common efforts anchored in the solid multilateral system, which is faithful to the values and principles in the Charter of the United Nations. I'll conclude by voicing the hope that we'll succeed in improving the effectiveness of our organization so that it can carry out its initial mission to safeguard peace amongst nations and the well-being of our common humanity. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Sovereign Prince of Monaco for the statement just made and request protocol to escort His Serene Highness. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, President of the Republic of Chile. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, the President of the Republic of Chile, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, distinguished representatives of the member states of the United Nations, we have the firm conviction that democracy is memory and future, and that's why in our country 9 days ago we commemorated 50 years since the coup d'etat of the 11th of September 1973, which violently split our coexistence, bringing death, persecution, pain, and misery to my nation. The images of the presidential palace La Moneda being bombed the immolation of the democratically elected president of the country, Mr. Salvador Allende, and the self-evident truth that the then US government, headed by President Nixon, had conspired from the outset to promote the downfall of the Chilean government, touched the democratic conscience of the wider world. While some countries at that time were betting on instability of fragile and more robust democracies, there were international organizations such as the UN itself who played a fundamental role in defending human rights and democracy. Because from the very outset, they put it on the line to defend those who were suffering most, who were most vulnerable in Latin America and Chile and throughout the world. That is why United Nations and several of the countries here today, we have a great debt of gratitude to you. There were thousands who provided support to the persecuted, who saved lives, and who showed solidarity, which up to today we continue to commemorate on behalf of the victims of the Pinochet regime. Since then, my country has covered a great distance. We've come a long way. As Chilean citizens, we feel proud that we have come together to recover our democracy, restore our republic, and return to the path of human rights and fundamental freedoms, which had been founded by the founding fathers of our democracy. Chile is a country which loves and promotes peace. That is our identity, and that is what we choose to carry forward. 50 years after the tragedy which I've just outlined, we have borne our pain, and we have done so via initiatives such as the Redditch and the Balic Commissions and the Search Committee. But at the same time, Chile remains a country which is progressing because we've learned from the lessons of the past. We have analysed our past to build a better future, and it's through that learning that we can project ourselves into, we can see into the challenges of the future. One of those challenges where there is great agreement, having listened to the speeches which came before mine, is that the problems of democracy must be solved with more and never less democracy. A coup d'etat is never inevitable. Democracy always offers alternatives. We've also learned that human rights are an irrenounceable ethical basis in politics, and that human rights are of no individual party and must be defended in all places at all times, whatever the political colour of the government which undermines them. That is a principle which we have upheld and will continue to uphold, in particular as a member of the Human Rights Council. We have learned through our history that democracy is vulnerable, fragile, that it is not guaranteed forever, and therefore we must look out for it. That violence is not acceptable as a method of political action in democracy. That dialogue must always be the priority amongst those who have different views, and that applies also to relations between states. That is why I want to reiterate Chile's profound conviction and commitment to multilateralism and peaceful mechanisms for resolving conflicts. We have also learned, and I think it is important to highlight this at times of polarization, that when we manage to come together around shared goals, we can make progress in a shared and plural way to the benefit of all of our peoples. Because it's true to say, and you just have to follow the debates in my country to realize this, it's true that there are major differences of opinion in Chile today, but there are also major consensuses. And taken together, along with the four former presidents who are currently still alive, we have signed a firm commitment for the future of democracy and human rights in our country. And we invite other state leaders to join us in this effort. Even at the moments of most political turmoil, we are able to come together to seek ways out of our difficulties and which put our people ahead of our legitimate differences. That is why together, and I underscore this, together, both the government and the opposition are seeking paths forward to meet the demands of our people. The generations which came before us, ladies and gentlemen, assumed the responsibility of making our nations independent, of building democratic institutions, and creating leadership and universal human rights, and progressively moving forward on achieving social rights. My generation, which hadn't yet been born when the coup d'etat happened in 1973, it falls to us to consolidate and to enhance many of the achievements of the past at the same time as with optimism we tackle new threats and challenges ahead. Mr. President, distinguished members of the General Assembly, today there are 3 urgent tasks which I humbly today wish to bring to your attention and which my country thinks deserve our priority and which have already been mentioned by many in this General Assembly today. It is an urgent task, this is number 1, that we look out for democracy, that we take care of it. We must put a stop to the advance of totalitarianism. We must be decisive in confronting disinformation, which is corroding our democracies from the inside. We must do it from an institutional and clear way. We must defend the rights of minorities, but also of those who are not minorities, who are in fact the majority, such as women, whose progress is threatened by various forms of totalitarianism and fanaticism. We must tackle the profound causes that are undermining our democracies. We are concerned that these vulnerabilities or the loss of democracy will take on new forms, not of the coup d'etats of the 20th century, but new forms in the 21st century, some of which may even have the sheen of majority to them. Democracy today is not satisfying all of the yearnings of people who urgently want and need security, greater equality, a way out of poverty. Democracy must be able to come up with results. We must pour all of our efforts into that. When institutions fail or are too slow in coming up with results, corruption and organized crime, various forms of inequality, all of these challenges which are corroding our institutions lead to a lack of trust among the people. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, looking after democracy means tackling the frustrations and the yearnings and the needs of our people. We have to channel them through the challenges which we face and make progress with shared action, greater freedom, more prosperity, social justice, sustainability. We must always put the collective interest ahead of individual interests, and in particular of the individual interests of those who have the most power, including ourselves as the governing class. In this regard, we also call for the strict respect of human rights as a path forward, regardless of who is in government. And as I've already said in other international fora, I feel the obligation to denounce in front of this Assembly and the world the persecution that is brought against all those who have any different thoughts or ideas than those of the government of Mr. Ortega in Nicaragua, who's not only impeding involvement in elections, but is removing citizenship, imposing house arrest and removing political rights. At the same time, ladies and gentlemen, we have to come together to reflect on the fact that any solution to all of these problems must arrive via multilateral consensus. And we must understand that when unilateral sanctions are imposed, That is not contributing towards the solution. The case of the sanctions against Venezuela, for example, from our perspective today, are not contributing to improving the life circumstances of the population of Venezuela, and we are convinced that to ensure that there are free elections with all the necessary safeguards for all in Venezuela, it is essential that the United States lift the sanctions which it has now imposed on Venezuela. The same applies to the sanctions which have been in place for so very long against Cuba. I want to be very clear. Declaring that Cuba is a country which promotes terrorism is not just false, it is violent, it is brutal, and we would call on the United States to follow the line which was taken a few years ago by the government of Barack Obama when it took Cuba off of that list. These sanctions hurt not the government of Cuba, but the people who don't deserve it. At the same time, I feel obliged to raise my voice when it comes to two conflicts which are tearing apart humanity and which come to us from two different times. Some of you legitimately will be wondering why Chile wishes to discuss conflicts which are happening in such far-flung parts of the world. It's because humanity as a whole is important to us, and we should not remain silent when we see the illegal, for example, the illegal occupation of Palestine and the inability of Palestine to form its own state and government, the wall which is enclosing its citizens. We must recognize the right to exist of both of those countries, Palestine and Israel, and that is why at this podium we call for the respect of international law. A more recent conflict now, where also we see ambiguities which tend to come out when these events happen, and we must clearly condemn, explicitly condemn, the illegal invasion by Russia of Ukraine. On this point, it is our conviction that a conflict of this nature, of these characteristics, we cannot blame the invading government, the invading nation, in any way in the same way as the invaded nation, and we are convinced that peace can only be achieved by respecting the territorial integrity of nations. And we say that as a country which is a small or medium country, which is what we are, a country from the far south of the world. And we say it because we understand that countries such as ours depend on international law for our defense in potential future conflicts. Today it's Ukraine, in the future it could be any of us. And in this context, we can't close our eyes or look away. We cannot be ambiguous in condemning what, from our perspective, is a war of aggression, and a legal war of aggression at that. My second topic, requiring urgent action now, where responsibility, again, does not fall on all of us in the same way, is the climate change crisis, pollution and loss of biodiversity. Here, the diagnostic is very clear. Almost all of the leaders at this rostrum have spoken on this topic. These are problems of today, not tomorrow. In my country, we faced it with forest fires and other disasters, and we know that many of you, particularly the most vulnerable, those who have contributed least to global warming, are the ones who have suffered the most. The ones who have burned the least fossil fuels are the ones suffering the most from this climate crisis. And that is why we make a call, as we did earlier this morning at the high-level panel on this topic, for rapid action to accelerate the transition, to change our consumption, to establish new rules which allow us to meet these demanding challenges. In my country, we've made progress in that direction under different governments with different leadership. We have 43% of protected marine areas and a very high percentage of terrestrial protected areas. We've set up a number of protected areas, and we've also made commitments whereby at the very latest by 2050 we'll be climate neutral, if not before. However, climate change means that we are facing increasing and more complex challenges. Right now, it's a very severe drought, which, despite the rains of this year, which themselves brought problems flooding in areas that were no longer used to such rains, and we've also had forest fires. We are suffering a wide range of phenomena which have a direct impact on the most vulnerable. We understand that the same problems are happening elsewhere in the world. For example, the major floods recently in Libya, which the Secretary General and the President both mentioned in their addresses yesterday. Last year in Pakistan, there was a drought. In Argentina, in the Horn of Africa, in Central America. These are just a few examples which should move us into action now. And that is why we need to do more. I would make a call on the countries with greatest industrial activity to assume their full responsibility, not just to be more environmentally respectful, but also to show greater solidarity with those who are suffering most, such as the small Pacific Island nations, who are suffering the effects of climate change. Also Central America and the Caribbean, they are suffering the devastating effects of climate change, a crisis which we had no hand in causing. In Chile, we are putting all of our weight behind environmental agreements and making huge efforts since last year, for example, for an agreement to protect the oceans. This year we signed the BBNJ Convention, and today before this Assembly I wish to reiterate our commitment and willingness for Valparaiso, the historic gateway to America, the Pearl of the Pacific, to become the headquarters of that treaty's secretariat. You can count on us for its proper development and to contribute to a more sustainable and fairer, more equitable development. Finally, the third challenge, which I think has to be a priority, relates to technological change, which can only be compared with the Industrial Revolution of the mid-18th century, which will change entirely the way that we think, that we relate, that we produce, that we work. Only a few weeks ago, we saw in a small town in Spain how a few hours ago, in fact, how a mother had to report to the police how a group of boys at school had taken images of her daughter and, using artificial intelligence, created pornographic images of her daughter and distributed them. The world is changing. People have a right to privacy, to their integrity. All changes in technology throughout the history of humanity have been a major opportunity to create fairer societies. But if we get it wrong, they can also be sources of new injustice. And in this context, it is the obligation of all to create multilateral consensus, to create an ethical framework for the development and use of new technologies such as artificial intelligence. We need a framework which takes the human rights perspective into account in the research and development of new technologies in order to protect and foment the dignity and the rights of peoples and individuals. Societies must make progress, there can be no doubt, but we have to do it in a responsible way. That is why understanding and better managing the opportunities of new technologies to put it to use for our benefit before it becomes a threat is so important. And I would conclude by saying that this is an obligation. And it is what we've been doing in Chile since the Congress on the Future, which I am absolutely sure you all have initiatives of a similar nature in your country. With humility, but with pride, I can state here today that my country can stand as a Latin American reference for the future of artificial intelligence, and we are going to work tirelessly in that responsible direction. Democracy, as I said, is memory, but it is also future, and that's why we think that technological development has to be a tool for unity, not division. It has to promote the empowerment of all of society. We must tackle the phenomenon of disinformation, which is brought to bear in particular against the most vulnerable in society. We must ensure that it does not drive us further apart, both within our countries and at the international level. I conclude by saying that the challenges we face require audacious and collective solutions, because none of us, even the most powerful country in the world, can tackle these challenges in isolation. The phenomena of the climate crisis, migration, pandemics, no borders, no flags. They affect all countries of the world. And that is why this forum, this General Assembly, must stand up to these challenges. We must rise to the occasion. We must show that we are more than just empty words and more than the speech made yesterday by the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres. We must reform global governance, both in its political aspects as well as financial. It is reform or the descent into barbarism. We stand for reform, and we can tell the Secretary General that he has our support, not just in reforming the Security Council, but also the financial institutions that were born out of the Bretton Woods Consensus. I underscore, democracy is memory and future, and on the path to a better world, the role of this General Assembly will be decisive. That is why, and because we've learned from our past, and as a representative of a new generation, I am optimistic about what is yet to come in our future. This General Assembly, throughout its more than 70 years of history, has shown that even in the most difficult times, it is possible for humanity to strike agreements on the path towards civilized cooperation and coexistence. Distinguished delegates, you will always be able to count on Chile to promote and to defend human rights, multilateralism, democracy, and together to build a sustainable future and a world free of poverty which has greater social equality. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Chile for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kurel Shaw Ukna, President of Mongolia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to convey my heartfelt congratulations to the President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency Mr. Denis Francis, and wish every success in the work of this session. I'm confident that under your able leadership, the 78th session of the General Assembly will facilitate comprehensive discussions on a range of critical issues facing the world and will present constructive solutions for peace, prosperity, and sustainability. We can not only indulge in peace and harmony, but we can entrust a peaceful and prosperous world to future generations by sincerely yearning for peace, security, and sustainable development, and by devoting efforts and financing resources to consolidate the political, economic, environmental, and socio-cultural foundations that sustain the world. Mr. President, despite the world's collective accomplishment in overcoming the threat of the global pandemic, we are still facing a range of challenges stemming from geostrategic and geopolitical tensions, socio-economic crises, climate change, and swift technological advancement. The United Nations, its charter, and international legal system are continuing to play an important role in strengthening global peace, security, and fostering international cooperation. The United Nations, its charter, to collectively overcome current challenges, conflicts, confrontations, and mistrust, the countries of the world should strive for greater unity, trust, and friendship, and endeavor to further strengthen the role and position of the United Nations as global community of human solidarity. Mongolia commends and supports the initiatives outlined in the United Nations Secretary General's report, Our Common Agenda, including the recent new Agenda for Peace, which offer proactive solutions to global challenges in international relations by amplifying preventive diplomacy and reinvigorating multilateral cooperation and dialogue. The rapid advancement of digital technology is unlocking new prospects for global development. Yet, on the other hand, it is also reshaping the landscape of threats that jeopardize world peace and security, such as terrorist attacks, their financing, money laundering, and proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Therefore, in order to combat them effectively, it is vital for the countries across the globe and international community to collaborate in all aspects, exchange information, and refine the international legal framework. In this context, Mongolia fully supports the initiatives and activities of the United Nations and its system organizations, and has been actively contributing to the establishment of a comprehensive international convention on countering the use of information and communication technologies for criminal purposes. Mr. President, today's tense and complex geopolitical dynamics are undermining both global and regional security and provoking misunderstandings among nations. Consequently, the most effective means to address these complex issues is peaceful dialogue. It has been more than 3 decades since Mongolia declared its territory as nuclear weapon-free, and we have been fully supporting the international community's efforts for disarmament and non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. In order to make a contribution to our regional peace and security, Mongolia has successfully hosted the International Conference of the Ulaanbaatar Dialogue on Northeast Asian Security in June of this year for the 8th time. The United Nations Under-Secretary General and High Representative for Disarmament Affairs, Ms. Izumi Nakamitsu, participated in the conference and highlighted that the Ulaanbaatar Dialogue mechanism is becoming a significant platform in establishing peace and security and in strengthening confidence-building measures in the Northeast Asia. I'm pleased to note that Mongolia's efforts in pursuing regional peace and security within the framework of its peace-loving, open, and multi-pillar foreign policy are expanding, and the number of participating countries is growing year by year. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres praised Mongolia as a symbol of peace in a troubled world when he visited Mongolia last year. I'm also delighted to note that His Holiness Pope Francis, during his recent visit to Mongolia, stated that, and I quote, "A profound spiritual sensitivity belongs to the very fiber of your cultural identity, and it is proper that Mongolia should be a symbol of religious freedom," end of quote. Furthermore, His Holiness called upon the international community, on this earth devastated by countless conflicts, there be a renewal respectful of international laws, of the conditions of what once was the Pax Mongolica, namely the absence of conflict. Mr. President, UN peacekeeping stands as one of the essential instruments in maintaining international peace and security. It continues to play a pivotal role in halting and preventing armed conflicts, alleviating humanitarian crises, and fostering an environment conducive to the progress of social development. For this cause, we consider UN peacekeeping operations as a vital part of the United Nations and multilateral cooperation efforts for peace. over the past 20 years through its deployment of more than 20,000 peacekeepers to hotspots around the world. Mongolia has been honorably fulfilling its obligations to the international community in the maintenance of global peace and security. Mongolia emphasizes the meaningful participation of women in UN peacekeeping operations and believes that strengthening the role of women at its all levels will have significant impacts on the maintenance of international peace and security and on the peaceful resolution of conflicts. To contribute to the implementation of the UN SCR 1325, we successfully organized the International Conference on Strengthening the Role of Women in Peacekeeping in June 22, where participants shared and exchanged their experiences and ideas on best practices and lessons learned, as well as challenges and obstacles encountered in the field. We are also aiming at implementing our national policies and activities on ensuring gender equality in line with the Women, Peace and Security Agenda. Mr. President, as nations, it is our collective aspiration to coexist harmoniously and equitably in this world, regardless of our ethnicity, race, age, gender, religion, or cultural distinctions. However, the principle of leaving no one behind in development defined by us has not been fully realized so far. Disparities still persist both in the levels of development among various countries and in the living conditions experienced by different groups of people. The recent global challenges such as pandemic, climate change, geopolitical conflicts, financial and debt crisis, poverty, and hunger have significantly hindered development, particularly in developing countries where progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals is lagging. Even though we have already passed halfway to the deadline for the 2030 Agenda, which is the roadmap for fostering trust, unity, and development, the UN Report 2023 reveals that only 12% of the SDGs targets are on track, while progress on 50% is weak and insufficient, and progress on 30% has stalled or even reversed. If we are unable to achieve our goals, it is evident that the further path for development and progress for mankind is bleak. It is critical time to be responsive, as UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres warned, not to turn the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development into a mirage of what might have been. Prior to the pandemic, the annual SDG funding gap stood at $2.5 trillion, but as per the OECD, it has now surged at least $4.2 trillion, and 52 least developed countries are at risk of serious debt crisis. Therefore, there is an urgent need to develop a global plan for financing the SDGs. Mongolia presented its second National Voluntary Review Report at the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development of the United Nations held last July in New York. According to the report, Mongolia has made a notable progress in 15 of the goals, while the implementation of one goal has been assessed as regressive. It has been estimated that Mongolia needs additional spending of approximately 18% of GDP annually on average until 2030 to achieve the SDG targets. Mr. President, climate change is sending a distress call and warning alarm of impending threat that is looming over human life and the existence of humanity on the earth. If we do not follow a resolute path to preserve our Mother Earth right now, she will inevitably find her own way to survive, even if it means doing so without us. The 2023 report of the IPCC warns that if global temperature increases by half a degree, it will lead to increased poverty, heat waves, sea level rise, coral reef decline and habitat loss, and severe drought. Every increment of global warming will be immeasurably costly. Therefore, governments should take urgent measures to implement the Paris Agreement, heed the guidance of scientists, raise public awareness, regulate resource utilization, preserve and restore biological diversity, foster ecologically friendly and economically efficient technologies, such as the use of renewable energy, and substantially bolster climate financing. With this determination, in 2023, Mongolia became one of the first countries to adopt the SDG finance taxonomy by introducing major legislative reforms aimed at increasing foreign and domestic investment. Mongolia is effectively implementing the national movements, Billions Trees, and Food Supply and Security, as well as successfully hosted the World Export Development Forum, focusing on further development of green, digital, and inclusive trade and economic relations. Furthermore, in the Orkhon Valley, which has been inscribed in the World Heritage List, we commenced a major development project to rebuild Karakorum, the ancient capital of Mongols, into environmentally friendly, smart eco-city for green development. I'm also pleased to inform that Mongolia has proceeded into the preparation for hosting the UNCCD COP17 in Ulaanbaatar in 2026. Mr. President, at the United Nations, Mongolia actively endeavors to protect the interests of the landlocked developing countries and to present both the challenges and opportunities of countries with special needs to the international community. Currently, Mongolia is working as Vice Chair of the Group of Landlocked Developing Countries at the United Nations and is making an advancement on the initiative to set up a group of LLDCs in the World Trade Organization and the International Civil Aviation Organization. Henceforth, during the 41st session of the Assembly of the ICAO, held in Montreal, Canada in September 2022, Mongolia submitted a working paper on improving air connectivity in LLDCs, which received a wide support from its member states. Moreover, Mongolia attaches particular importance to developing the international think tank of the LLDCs, an intergovernmental organization established in Ulaanbaatar in 2017, and strengthening its research capacities. We believe that based on the practical experiences and lessons learned from the implementation of the VINA Program of Action, the third United Nations Conference on LLDCs to be held in Kigali, Rwanda in 2024 will be a critical occasion to adopt a renewed development framework for the landlocked developing countries for the next decade. Mr. President, it's commendable that the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly is drawing global attention to health issues by convening 3 high-level meetings on universal health coverage, pandemic preparedness, prevention and response, and fight against tuberculosis, and adopting their political declarations. I'm confident that outcomes of these meetings will have a significant contribution to the international efforts in this field, and they will be reflected as well in the national program Healthy Mongolian, implemented at my own initiative. Mongolia fully supports and expresses its commitments to contribute to the negotiation on the development of the WHO Convention agreement, or other international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response as agreed by the member states during the second special session of the World Health Assembly. We believe that the establishment of the international legal document will be of great importance for timely and equitable access to and distribution of pandemic-related vaccines, treatments, and diagnosis. On behalf of the people of Mongolia, I wish to express my deep gratitude to all healthcare workers around the world who selflessly and tirelessly work to save people's lives and their health. My gratitude also goes to World Health Organization, their employees, and Director General Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, who played an important role in overcoming the tough times of global pandemic with less damage. We call upon member states to support and cooperate comprehensively in strengthening the WHO's role and position while broadening its range of activities. Mr. President, this year marks the 75th anniversary of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. As a democratic country, Mongolia fully advocates for human rights, freedom, and justice, and the principles of promoting gender equality and human rights in political, social, cultural, and economic spheres are enshrined in the Constitution of Mongolia. Building a world free of gender inequality is our shared goal, and it is our collective duty and responsibility to collaborate in its realization. Just as women's role and contribution are essential for both the harmony and prosperity of nation and well-being of families, women and female leaders play a critical role in security and development of humankind. Last June, Mongolia successfully organized a female foreign ministers meeting where the participants conducted constructive discussions on presenting solutions to pressing issues of mankind and international community, including global peace and security, climate change, and food security. As an outcome of the meeting, Ulaanbaatar Declaration was adopted. To further advance this achievement, we propose to convene the World Women's Forum in Mongolia in 2024. We call upon countries to cooperate in support of this initiative. Mr. President, in this era of profound transformation in the international order and norms, the role and significance of multilateral cooperation and the international community is growing enormously. Therefore, Mongolia believes that it is important for the UN member states to actively participate in the intensification of the reforms of the United Nations, particularly in furthering the negotiations of the reform of the UN Security Council. I have a confidence that the Summit of the Future, which will be convened in September 2024 under the theme Multilateral Solutions for Better Tomorrow, will be a decisive event to reaffirm the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter, revive multilateralism, fulfill commitments, seek solutions to global challenges, and rebuild trust among member states. Today, our leadership plays a pivotal role in shaping the destiny and well-being of our nations. Humanity is counting on our sagacious and visionary policies and initiatives that are in the best interest of the future generations and to prioritize global peace, security, and environment. Let's act together for peace, solidarity, and the world of well-being of the future generations. May the eternal blue sky bless us mankind forever. Thank you very much for your attention. Bayratla.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Mongolia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Muhammad Ould Sheikh El Ghazouani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Muhammad Ould Sheikh El Ghazouani, President of the Republic of Mauritania, and to invite His Excellency to address the Assembly. Your Excellency.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Sallallahu.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, peace and blessings on the Prophet of God. Mr. President, Your Majesties, Highnesses, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to first of all express my congratulations to Ambassador Denis Francis, congratulate him on presiding over the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, and we wish him every success in discharging this mission. I'd like to thank his predecessor, His Excellency Sada Koroshi, for the excellent way he steered the deliberations of the previous General Assembly. I would like to, furthermore, welcome the efforts made by His Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Guterres, efforts to strengthen the role played by the UN throughout the world and to get to the objectives the organization has set for itself. Ladies and gentlemen, our world today is undergoing through various acute and overlapping crises, so much so that their nefarious effects are sensed by one and all, even if it's not in equal measure. Our fates are therefore intertwined, and that is why we need to accelerate the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals in line with the collective undertakings we took upon ourselves to implement them by 2030. There is no doubt, in fact, that the pace and the degree of inclusivity of this implementation have so far been below our expectations, given the complexity and the diversity of the challenges we are facing. Globally speaking, we can say that the progress accomplished so far, in particular in developing countries, is slowing down. Difficulties and even stopping sometimes. For example, let me quote the worsening poverty, unemployment, public health and acute food crisis, inflation, which could lead to economic recession and greater violence, terrorism, destructive armed conflicts. All of this accompanied with environmental deterioration throughout the world. However, as grim as this picture is, we remain hopeful when it comes to implementing the SDGs. On this will depend our collective capacity to open a new pathway for multilateral cooperation, to rectify the imbalance in the system of development assistance, to create more effective mechanisms for mobilizing the funding which is needed to finance sustainable development. And that is why this 78th session of the General Assembly is of particular importance. It allows us to take a halfway look at the implementation of SDGs and also to discuss the means we can accelerate the process. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, we have made the implementation of the SDGs the main area of our developmental effort. And this is shown in our accelerated growth and prosperity strategy, which is the framework for our public action for development. Thanks to these efforts, and despite the regional and international context, which is not favorable, we managed to improve many indicators having to do with SDGs. We fought against poverty, the vulnerability and exclusion. We created a network of social protection, a broad network, so as to strengthen the resilience of our most vulnerable nationals, strengthen their purchasing power, and strengthen the medical and social coverage, so as to progressively get to universal health coverage. We undertook structural reforms. We did this so as to build a diversified economy which is more resilient and better able to create jobs and add value. We also strengthened the economic governance, financial governance, and monetary governance in my country, and we did this by strengthening the productivity of such sectors as agriculture, fisheries, cattle, husbandry, so as to achieve food security and self-sufficiency. And thanks to these reforms, the economic growth in Mauritania, it was at the level of 6.4 last year. Access to basic services also improved, and the offer of health services has broadened. Access to drinking water reached 72.32%. Access to electricity 91.84% in urban area and 53% on average throughout the country. The share of renewable energies in our energy mix is 34% in 2020, and we are aiming for 50% in 2030. The energy diversification horizon has broadened in Mauritania thanks to a program for the development of green hydro energy that we've just launched. And this provides us with an alternative, sustainable solution when it comes to clean energy. This helps us implement the objective of the nationally determined contribution, namely an 11% drop in carbon emissions. COP28, which will take place in the United Arab Emirates, is for us a source of great hope. We call on industrialized states to honor the commitments they undertook when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions and the commitments that they undertook during the Paris Summit. Our efforts in terms of energy transition are accompanied by a continued fight against desertification and other climate change. We're doing this so as to restore the balance of our ecosystems. It is within this framework that we're implementing the initiative on the Great Green Wall, and there we are active within the Permanent Interstate Committee on fighting drought in the Sahel. We're strengthening thus the green economy. We also are investing in our human capital. We implemented various youth training programs to make it easier for them to enter labor markets and to protect them against extremism and fundamentalism. We launched the programs of women empowerment and to strengthen their participation in the political and public life of the country. Numerous promising reforms are also underway in the area of education, so as to create a republican schooling system which gives all of our children quality education and gives them equal opportunity. Furthermore, we're actively working on strengthening the rule of law, good governance, social cohesion, and individual and collective freedom. In fact, we are ensuring that human rights are promoted. We're promoting the rights of women and children, and we're fighting against any contemporary forms of slavery. And we have seen positive results in all of these areas. This was also praised by our partners and international organizations involved in these matters. In all of the aspects of our public policy, we use dialogue and openness with all parties. We undertook an in-depth report of our judicial system to strengthen the independence of our judiciary and to guarantee that there is a separation of powers. We also developed various mechanisms of combating against resistance to these reforms. We heightened their transparency through reinvigorated democracy. This would have been impossible without security and stability, which we have throughout the country, despite the fact that the regional and an international environment is particularly unstable currently. Our integrated security strategy was also praised by all stakeholders. We have contributed to the stability and security of the sub-region through the G5 Sahel, which we're currently chairing. We're also contributing to MINUSCA in the Central African Republic and are hosting more than 100,000 of our Mali brothers who found refuge in Mauritania in the wake of the instability in their country. Our efforts to achieve regional and international peace and stability as part of our foreign policy based on good neighborliness, mutual respect, constructive cooperation, dialogue, negotiations, upholding international treaties, and support for any and all just cause. In this regard, I would like to reaffirm the right of the Palestinian people to create an independent state with a capital in East Jerusalem under the relevant resolutions of the United Nations. The Arab Peace Initiative. We also support any and all solution aimed at preserving the territorial integrity, stability, and security in Libya, Yemen, and in Syria. We call for the deployment of any and all possible efforts so as to put an end to the hostilities and to do this effectively in Sudan and to reach a comprehensive political solution in this brotherly country. Also, we stand with the government of Somalia in the efforts they are making so as to attain stability in their country. We reiterate our position of principle when it comes to the conflict in Western Sahara. We support the efforts being made by the United Nations and the various Security Council resolutions aimed at finding a lasting and acceptable solution for all. We firmly condemn the phenomenon of Islamophobia, which distorts Islam and which sows division and hatred between the West and Islam. We would like to express our very serious concern as regards the continued war in Ukraine. We call for a negotiated solution, taking into account the concerns of various parties in respect of international law and the Charter of the United Nations. We reject any coming into power through non-constitutional means, in particular in the Sahel, and call on brotherly countries in the Sahel to rapidly return to the constitutional order. We're aware that a lot remains to do so as to attain the SDGs. We in Mauritania need resources which are far greater than what we can mobilize domestically. Our situation in this regard is similar to the majority of developing states, and in particular African states. And that is why the easing of the debt burden of those countries, heightening the level of investment, and upholding the commitments undertaken by partners could help us to collectively get to better results. And that is why we call for the resolution of the issue of debt by reforming the development debt system and increasing the support to the least developed countries, the most vulnerable countries, through multilateral cooperation, which should be strengthened. Ladies and gentlemen, our organization is the very institutional embodiment of our common destiny and the need to cooperate and of solidarity so as to meet the common challenges whilst upholding our common values. And that is why we need to work together so as to continue with the reform of this organization. This is needed for the purpose of working in a more balanced way to resolve international crises, taking into account the needs of the least developed countries. This will help us strengthen the trust everyone should have in the United Nations and trust in its effectiveness and its work for international peace and security. I thank you, and may the peace of God be on one and all of you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency George Mane Ware, President of the Republic of Liberia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency George Mane Ware, President of the Republic of Liberia, and invite him to address the Assembly. Your Excellency.
His Excellency Denis Francois, President of the 78th United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Ambassadors, Heads of Delegation, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by extending sympathy to all nations experiencing loss of lives due to recent natural disaster. May the souls of all the faithful departed rest in perfect peace. I'm honored to address these 78th sessions of the United Nations General Assembly on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Liberia. I congratulate His Excellency Mr. Denis Francois on his elections as President of the 78 sections of the United Nations General Assembly, trusting that he will bring his word of experience to bear on the works of this august assembly. I wish to assure him of my delegation's further support as he steers the works of this assembly successfully in fulfillment of the expectation and confident repose in him. Let me use the occasion to congratulate your predecessor, His Excellency Saba Korosi, for the capable manner in which he administered the affairs of the 77th session of this General Assembly. Let me also commend His Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for the astute manner in which he continues to administer the affairs of the United Nations in these difficult and challenging times. His foresight, commitment, and dedication have kept the United Nations firmly on course. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we have convened at a time when the world is faced with many challenges: security, social, economic, political, and natural disaster. We must exert our collective efforts to confront these challenges with a view of resolving them in order to have a safer, secure, and prosperous future. We must continue to promote global solidarity and rebuild trust in accelerating progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. The SDGs, by design, require bilateral and multilateral collaborations to achieve the result we seek. The theme of this year's debate, Rebuilding Trust, Reuniting Global Solidarity, Accelerating Actions on the 2030 Agenda and its SDGs towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all, adequately captured our current global demands. There is a critical need to ensure that development assistance
is aligned with SDG projects. That is why my delegation welcomes and supports the Secretary General agenda for actions to accelerate the implementation of existing agreements, including the Sustainable Development Goals, and to re-embrace global solidarity and find new ways to work together for the common good of mankind. As the world deals with unprecedented global political and security challenges, there are growing concerns about the proliferations of non-state armed actors, threats of nuclear escalations, and extreme climate conditions. These challenges continue to serve as obstacles to our quest for a safe and peaceful world. Reaching the 2030 vision is to ensure that the journey is secure through accountability and mutual understanding. Liberia is committed to the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. They are in line with our flagship National Development Plan, the Pro-Po Agenda for Prosperity and Development, which represents our resolve to achieve peace and prosperity while addressing the structural impediments to economic growth and national development. Mr. President, the slowdown in global economic growth continues to be a challenge. Over the past 12 months, Liberia has made progress in areas ranging from health to education, gender equality, and infrastructure development. We are proud of our achievements in reducing maternal mortality rates, increasing gender parity in school enrollment, and elevating our overall health and well-being. Liberia appreciates the fact that this august body has once again directed its attention to issues of global health, as demonstrated by the number of high-level meetings to keep these critical issues on our collective agenda. Mr. President, we emphasize unity of purpose as we address challenges aimed at providing basic services to all peoples. Considering that more than 60% of Liberia's population comprises of youth, the future of our nation rests on their shoulder. Understanding this immense responsibility, we are committed to continue paving the way for their growth and development. Being cognizant that structural transformation drives prosperity, we are focused on infrastructure development with roads and energy playing a critical part. Thanks to the support of our many partners, we remain unwavering in our commitment to explore means to further the implementations of the Sustainable Development Goals as it represents the roadmap towards prosperity. I support Secretary General Antonio Guterres' proposed SDG stimulus plan and call for the actualizations of the $500 billion per year in order to boost sustainable development for developing countries through tackling the high cost of debt and rising risk of debt, distress, scaling up of affordable long-term financing for development, and expanding contingency financing to countries in need. Mr. President, Liberia profoundly appreciates the continued engagement and support from the United Nations system in consolidating its peace and seeking to address emerging challenges. Liberia will continue to cooperate and collaborate with the United Nations as it continues to rebuild and strengthen its institutions and infrastructure. 5 years ago, on the occasion of my first address to this August Assembly, we informed you of a peaceful democratic transition that had just taken place in Liberia. With your support and that of our friends, we have kept the democratic torch burning. We have maintained peace and security. We have protected human rights and the rights of the media to operate peacefully and freely. The Liberian people have enjoyed the full exercise of their constitutional rights. The country is well on course of consolidating its democratic credentials. I'm pleased to inform you again that in a few weeks, Liberia will go to the polls in keeping with the Liberian Constitution to vote in our scheduled presidential and legislative elections. The October polls will mark the fourth peaceful general elections in Liberia since the end of the Civil War in 2003. This 78th session is taking place at a time when my country is preparing for the first election since the withdrawal of the UN peacekeeping presence from Liberia. The October 10 election is an opportunity to sustain the gains made in our reconstruction and development processes. Mr. President, Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the government of Liberia has taken all necessary measures to ensure a free, fair, transparent, peaceful, inclusive, and credible elections. The National Election Commission has been strengthened to ensure that it operates without undue influence. In addition, political parties have committed themselves to a non-violent electoral process by signing the 2023 Farmington River Declaration, which obligates all actors in the elections to continue to promote peace. As a strong believer in democracy, let me reiterate my call for the respect of constitutional governance and respect for the will of the people. While addressing the issues of elections and democracy, permit me to congratulate all democratically elected leaders around the world. Mr. President, our world is also under threat from natural calamities as seen with extreme climate conditions globally. It is therefore our collective responsibility to urgently prioritize addressing the climate crisis as we strive to reach a target of 64% reduction in carbon emission. There remains a need to prioritize support to countries, including Liberia, that have the capacity to use its biodiversity in building resilience against the changing climate. The United Nations has always been confronted with challenges and has withstood the test of time. Hence, this too will come to pass. I wish to thank the Secretary General for his new agenda for peace. Liberia is in solidarity with these bold steps needed to address the triple crisis of disruption, biodiversity loss, and pollution destroying our planet. Liberia is hopeful that concrete global actions toward the attainment of the goals of the common agenda will be achieved. Liberia's journey is best captured in the spirit of unity, resilience, and ambition. Together, through collaborations and shared purpose, we can and must shape a world that uphold the rights and dignity of every individual. In alliance with our United Nations family, Liberia remains resolute in its commitment We pledge to protect our planet, promote peace, and prevent conflict. We vow to ensure sustainable financing and amplify our partnership, reflecting our shared determination for a better future. We must also accept that this can only be achieved through collaboration between and among governments, non-government stakeholders, and other partners, which will guarantee transparency, accountability, good governance, and the inclusion of all citizens in the decision-making process. Mr. President, Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let us remind ourselves that our collective strength lies in unity. Together, we can overcome any challenge, rebuild trust, promote peace, religious tolerance, uphold tenets of democracy, the rule of law, support women participation, encourage diplomacy, and strengthen global solidarity. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Liberia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi Tshilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and to invite him to address the Assembly. Your Excellency.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée.
President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, heads of state and government, Secretary General of the United Nations, heads of delegations. The convening of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly affords me the opportunity to share with the member states of our organization the vision and the major concerns of my country, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, about the current challenges facing us in the world. Having said that, I wish to preface my remarks by congratulating His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis upon his election as President of our august Assembly, and I assure all the members of his Bureau of the support of my country as they go about their noble mission, the mission conferred upon them by our institution. I also wish to thank the outgoing President, Mr. Chaba Karoshi, for his far-sighted leadership and his devotion, which contributed to moving forward our discussions and finding concerted solutions. I also wish to extend my gratitude to Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his active and ongoing commitment to peace and international security. President, as our session unfolds here in New York, the people of Morocco have not yet finished mourning their victims. Their wounds have not yet healed, following the powerful earthquakes which took place in the night of Friday the 8th to Saturday the 9th of September. That earthquake caused the death of 3,000 Moroccans. It wounded 5,000, destroying several cities and areas of the kingdom. Furthermore, Libyans have not yet recovered from the trauma of the flooding which claimed the lives of over 20,000 people and caused major damage on Sunday, the 10th of the same month. The people of the DRC welcome the mobilization of the international community to provide assistance to the kindred peoples of the Kingdom of Morocco and of Libya. We express our full compassion and solidarity and wish all the wounded a speedy recovery, all the wounded from these two natural disasters. President, beyond deploring these natural disasters, the current session of the General Assembly falls at an exceptional period of our history where the world faces serious situations that threaten the very existence of human beings. There is the war in Ukraine, which has caused a food crisis marked by skyrocketing prices and shortages of basic goods. Added onto that comes the exacerbation of the effects of climate change and armed conflicts, which have continued to erupt in various places. These crises are mutually reinforcing, and they pose a challenge to the multilateral system and to international cooperation. And yet, the maintenance of international peace and security, guaranteeing justice and human rights, prioritizing social progress, and establishing the best living conditions are what everyone in the world wants and has always wanted. These goals need to remain at the center of our collective action following a truly multilateral and inclusive approach. We are called upon to work together with an eye to responding to these challenges, which are existential in scope. For this fundamental reason, I hail the relevance of this year's topic of our session, which is entitled Rebuilding Trust and Reigniting Global Solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. This topic places the values of solidarity and of trust at the forefront of the factors for recovery and for accelerating the solutions to closely intertwined global challenges in order to move forward peace, security, and sustainable development. These values take on their full meaning in the context of the crisis that we are undergoing today. In this regard, it is vital to recall that at the halfway point towards achievement of the SDGs in 2023, given the climate disasters, the recurrent conflicts, the economic recession, and the persistent after effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, inequality and poverty have worsened. Hunger and malnutrition are on the rise. Humanitarian needs and the displacement of populations have reached record heights. Climate and environmental disasters have plunged the world into a systemic existential risk, which is very serious. In order to tackle these scourges, which pose a genuine threat to international peace and security, and which also constitute a major obstacle to the prosperity and progress of nations, it is clear that pooling our energy and taking a multilateral approach with mutual trust and solidarity is a major and indispensable approach. President, the maintenance of international peace and security constitutes the foundation of and the main objective underpinning the creation of the United Nations. Accomplishing this requires more determination and commitment on the part of everyone, given the current threats to peace and security in the world. African peoples often don't understand the equivocal attitude, the double standards at work, the ambiguities, and the procrastination of our organization, especially of its Security Council, in certain political and security crises which are rampaging through Africa and sometimes have rampaged there for decades. This is the case, notably, of the forgotten crisis of Western Sahara, which has riven apart two kindred countries, Algeria and the Kingdom of Morocco, and that crisis has dragged on for several decades. This is also the case when it comes to Mozambique, which has fallen victim to deadly terrorist attacks for roughly 1 decade in the province of Cabo Delgado. This is also the situation in West Africa, in the Sahel-Sahara region. There, the UN troops are withdrawing, leaving behind them the memory of what they haven't achieved. This despite the fact that they embodied all of the hopes of people that were caught in the clutches of jihadism. The Republic of Sudan is no exception either. Sudan is mired in a deadly civil war, which has pitted since last year the military personnel loyal to the President of the Republic, pitted them against the rapid support forces under the command of General Mohammed Hamdai Dagalo. This war has already caused much death and much material damage as well. The international community is virtually indifferent to the Sudanese tragedy. This is also the place to broach a question of paramount importance to the Democratic Republic of Congo and also of prime importance for building peace in the Great Lakes region. I'm referring to the withdrawal of the United Nations Mission for Stabilization in the Democratic Republic of Congo, MONUSCO, the withdrawal of MONUSCO from our territory. Following a presence of more than 2 decades by the UN, it's time for my country to fully take its destiny in hand and to become the main protagonist of its own stability. We are grateful to the international community and to the United Nations for their support and their partnership. But we are also aware that the phased withdrawal of MONUSCO is a necessary stage to consolidate progress that we have already achieved. Nonetheless, it should be deplored that the peacekeeping missions that have been deployed in various forms for 25 years in the Democratic Republic of the Congo have not been able to stop rebellions and armed conflicts that have torn apart the DRC and the Great Lakes region, nor have they succeeded in protecting the civilian populations. Therefore, the phased, responsible, and sustainable withdrawal of MONUSCO, which was announced in 2018 and whose transition plan was adopted in 2021, is that planned withdrawal an anachronism given the changes in the political, security, and current social contingencies? It is thus illusory and counterproductive to continue to cling to maintaining MONUSCO to reestablish peace in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and to stabilize it. Furthermore, the accelerated withdrawal of MONUSCO is absolutely necessary to ease the tensions between MONUSCO and our citizens. It is the time to explore new avenues for strategic collaboration with the United Nations, mechanisms that are more in lockstep with our current realities. This is why, in my capacity as guarantor of the under the Constitution, guarantor of the territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence of my country, and to ensure the good conduct of our nation and the well-being of my compatriots. In this capacity, I've instructed the government of the Republic to begin discussions with the UN authorities to ensure an accelerated withdrawal of MONUSCO from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, moving up the deadline from December 2024 to December 2023. This is the meaning behind the step of our government, which addressed a letter to the President of the Security Council of the United Nations dated 1 September 2023, asking for the accelerated withdrawal of MONUSCO. In line with this accelerated withdrawal of MONUSCO, the DRC reiterates its demand to the Security Council of the United Nations to sanction all physical and legal persons acknowledged to be perpetrators, co-perpetrators, and accomplices, both material and intellectually, perpetrators of war crimes and crimes against humanity, and serious violations of human rights, international law, and the Charter of the United Nations on Congolese territory. It is unjust and unacceptable for persons deemed to be responsible for the serious crimes mentioned in various reports of UN experts themselves on the security situation in the DRC. It is unacceptable for these persons to remain to continue to enjoy impunity with the complete silence of our organization and its member states, which have placed the combating impunity as among their main priorities when it comes to internal and external governance. In this regard, the government of the DRC warmly welcomes the sanctions recently imposed by the United States on Rwanda for its support for the M23 terrorist groups and against one of its senior officials involved in the criminal undertakings in Congo. To recall, this terrorist group, which is a proxy for Rwanda, has not honored any of the commitments entered into by the heads of states of the region in the context of the Luanda and Nairobi process. Indeed, not only have they not left the positions they conquered, they are continuing to massacre the civilian population, and they are refusing pre-cantonment and cantonment. They are demanding a dialogue that will never be granted to them. The Democratic Republic of the Congo The Democratic Republic of the Congo hopes that the other states will follow this good example set by the United States of America in order to support the common struggle against impunity, to ensure the triumph of the ideals of justice and solidarity among peoples. The government of the DRC is awaiting the next meeting of the Security Council, which will focus in particular on our request, and we want it to be constructive when it comes to the management of the delicate and laborious process of crafting peace in our country. President, there's another challenge that is of concern, of the utmost concern to all of the nations of the world. I am referring to the warming of our planet. Needless to say, there's been an increase in temperature for several decades that has affected the life of everyone in humanity, and is of concern to all of us. Having said that, I am compelled to note that despite the proclamations in good faith of polluters when it comes to stopping greenhouse gas emissions, despite the many fora convened all over the world to stem this scourge, including the 27 COPs, that is the Conference of Member States of the UN to counter climate change. And despite the many resolutions and recommendations adopted at these various bodies, despite all this, the warming of our planet is far from being restricted to the 1.5 degrees Celsius target. Despite the COP27 held in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt this year, there is concern about a trend toward this temperature rising. This is not very reassuring, and it calls for us doubtlessly to revisit our approaches and our policies that we've adopted. In this context, the African Climate Summit, which will be held in Nairobi in Kenya under the joint leadership of the African Union and the Republic of Kenya from the 4th to the 7th of September of this year, that summit was a welcome initiative and an opportune initiative which shows the determination of Africa to participate actively in addressing this vital question, and now to act as a heavyweight when it comes to providing solutions to global warming and to ensuring future economies that are more green and more responsibility. The Africans emerged from the summit with a set of shared specifications contained in the Declaration of Nairobi, which aim to ensure a reform of the international financial architecture, to ensure more fairness, restructuring, debt alleviation, local transformation of their products, and putting in place a carbon tax regime, including a tax on the commerce in fossil fuels and maritime and air transport. They also reminded the rich polluters of the commitments that they took on in 2009 but have yet to honor. That is to provide $100 billion in climate financing. The Democratic Republic of the Congo calls upon the United Nations and upon the entire international community to pay particular attention to the legitimate claims of Africa. In this context, my country calls for the creation of a fair carbon market, and we want to see incentivizing of prices to bolster the efficacy of climate financing. We hope to see the rapid operationalization of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, and we support the idea of mutually beneficial partnerships between the state and the private sector. In the same vein, the Democratic Republic of the Congo reiterates its full readiness to cooperate with all stakeholders, public and private alike, in order to make the most of its strategic minerals, in order to achieve its environmental transition, and to take on bold commitments, notably the commitment of dedicating 30% of its national territory to the preservation of biodiversity, and to aim at a nationally determined contribution, including measures based on 4 major sectors: agriculture, forestry, energy, technology transfer, and adaptation measures. President, multilateralism and the respect for a global rules-based system has underpinned peace, security, health, and prosperity in large swaths of the world for the last 78 years. The United Nations embodies these principles and remains a key protagonist in order to cope with contemporary existential threats, be they the current food crisis, climate change, terrorism, or pandemics, or nuclear proliferation. None of these critical global threats can be resolved by nations that act by themselves, no matter how powerful they may be. All of this requires multilateral cooperation. To retain the trust of the international community, the United Nations needs to show that it is capable of adapting to the present and capable of effectively shouldering its responsibilities in tackling today's challenges. In order to provide new impetus to multilateralism, the reform of the Charter of the United Nations on the key points, the Security Council, the veto in Chapter 7, the use of force, this is absolutely necessary but will not be sufficient. We have a lot of work to do. The coordination and cooperation among the various institutions and agencies of the United Nations are imperfect. The global challenges are often tackled several times over at various fora, with different angles being taken, sometimes contradicting approaches being taken, and other problems are not addressed at all, with each international bureaucracy aiming to save itself. In this regard, I wish to sound a stirring call, the call of Africa on the whole, a call to enlarge the United Nations Security Council as a guiding decision-making body of the United Nations, to ensure that there are 2 representatives of the African continent there as permanent representatives in order to ensure fair and representative geographical representation. Hence, the relevance and the need to reform our 78-year-old organization, which is somewhat hobbled in the face of current changes and international trends, so as to make it more inclusive in its composition and in how decisions are taken, the decisions that need to take into account the voice of Africa. President, before I conclude, allow me to speak from this high rostrum to speak about the question of violence against women in the context of war and in armed conflicts. It is no secret for anyone that the Democratic Republic of the Congo is one of the African states where sexual violence against women are most disconcerting, due in particular to decades of armed conflict. In order to ease the suffering of women who have fallen victim to conflict-related violence, and in order to begin to repair the harm done to them, my country has put in place specific institutional mechanisms. These are, notably, the National Fund for Reparations to Victims of Sexual Violence, conflict-linked sexual violence, and to the victims of crimes against humanity, crimes against the peace and security of humanity. That organization was created in December 2022 and is known as FONARAV. In addition to these initiatives to protect and promote women, the DRC tirelessly strives to change the perceptions that men have about women, notably by removing social structures that create barriers to the fulfillment of women and to address the power dynamics that underpin male-female relations. Indeed, the skills and resources given to women are not enough in and of themselves to change their condition. It is vital to move farther and to change the social dynamics in couples, in families, and in communities. This is what underpins the promotion of positive masculinity, which is an initiative that I started from the beginning of my mandate at the helm of the African Union. President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, heads of state and government, Secretary General of the United Nations, heads of delegations. In closing, I wish to confirm once more that at the end of this year, general elections will be held in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and this will happen in institutions with an electoral mandate down to the level of the communes. In order to ensure those elections are a success, all parties involved are actively working. The Independent National Electoral Commission, the CENI, has already convened the Electoral Corps and published lists of candidates for national and provincial, legislative, and municipal elections. Provisions are being put in place in order to ensure transparency, inclusivity, equal opportunities, and credibility of these upcoming elections. Invitations have already been sent out to international institutions and international organizations, to NGOs that specialize in this area, in order to mandate their electoral observation missions to accompany the process and to help the Congolese state consolidate its young democracy. The UN is also invited to play a major role via its specialized institutions. The Congolese government thanks already those institutions and NGOs that have been invited that are already hard at work. The Democratic Republic of the Congo remains convinced that the United Nations remains the most appropriate fora to discuss the future of our planet and of the relations both among peoples and among states. Following the holding of the peaceful democratic elections in Zimbabwe, I wish to sound a clarion call here at the United Nations calling for everything to be done to ensure the immediate lifting of these sanctions against the Republic of Zimbabwe and against its people. Nonetheless, to effectively discharge its important and delicate mission and to deserve the confidence of everyone, the UN needs to embody the values of justice, equity, and solidarity. The UN must be representative of everyone and all our cultural, political, economic, and social diversity. This is the full meaning behind the reform. This is what underpins the reform that the Africans have often reiterated and the fight that we must all participate in. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo for the statement just made and request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Majesty King Mswati III, Head of State of the Kingdom of Eswatini. I request protocol to escort His Majesty. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Majesty King Mswati III, Head of the State of the Kingdom of Swat, and invite him to address the Assembly. Your Majesty, Your Majesty.
Mr. President, Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, the United Nations Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to address this 78th General Assembly under the theme Rebuilding Trust and Reigniting Global Solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. In a world faced with complex challenges such as climate change, poverty, inequality, and resource depletion, it has become increasingly evident that sustainable development is not just a noble aspiration, but is an imperative for the survival and well-being of our planet and its inhabitants. For 78 years, the United Nations has stood for the great ideal of building an international system of collaboration, solidarity, and common purpose. The values of the UN Charter, which are our roadmap today, will remain as such for generations to come, because the United Nations is founded on the timeless ideals of global peace, security, development, human rights, and global cooperation. Today, we need unity in our organization more than ever before. Among the multiple crises we are experiencing are the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, geopolitical conflicts and wars, and the climate change catastrophe. These have undermined our resilience and increased vulnerability to shocks and significantly slowed the progress to achieve the SDG by 2030. Just as the founders of the UN once united to address the challenges of their time for the benefit of all, it is now our responsibility to to stand together and to confront those we face today, rebuild trust, and take swift action to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and the African Agenda 2063. Of great concern are the conflicts around the world, the coups and the unconstitutional change of governments in several African states, which are negating the gains towards attaining our AU goals. We have also witnessed natural disasters in the form of floods and earthquakes that have claimed thousands of lives in Libya and Morocco, among others. We wish to extend our sympathies and condolences to those who have lost their loved ones. The Kingdom of Eswatini wishes to encourage the efforts that are being undertaken to find a political solution to the matter regarding the Western Sahara within the parameters of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2654 of 2022. We command the United Nations Secretary General and his personal envoy to progress dialogue as means to reaching a sustainable solution to the impasse. To attain this, we need to actively practice tolerance and promote peace in all areas. We owe it to ourselves to reignite global solidarity to achieve economic and social advancement for all our peoples. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Eswatini embraces multilateral cooperation and prioritizes adherence to international laws when looking to address the challenges posed by conflicts and wars. We therefore support the global call for silencing of guns which affect the most vulnerable groups. We remain steadfast in our call for peaceful resolution of conflicts and the continual improvement of democratic and inclusive governance. The Kingdom of Eswatini therefore commends the UN Secretary General for facilitating the new agenda for peace, which promotes the principles of trust and solidarity that are foundations of the UN Charter. Eswatini supports women empowerment and youth participation in decision-making for conflict prevention and development. We should work to advance gender equality and end violence against women. Our focus is on building accountable, effective, and inclusive institutions aligned with SDG 16. We have established a legal aid office to enhance access to justice and the rule of law, especially for vulnerable and marginalized groups. We have also developed an implementation plan for the Universal Periodic Review on Human Rights and strengthen national institutions of monitoring and reporting frameworks to promote and protect human rights for all Emaswati. Like all other member states, Eswatini's implementation of the SDG has been impacted by the multiple shocks, both at global and national levels. Notwithstanding these challenges, as a country, we remain steadfast in our commitment to achieve these targets. We have been ranked top 5 by the World Bank for our growing economy, with our GDP growth at about 7.8%. We attained the second greatest manufacturing value added per capita country and are placed 6th on the 2022 Africa Industrialization index. Furthermore, we have been ranked number 9 amongst the 10 African countries with the highest GDP per capita. We will not rest on our laurels, but work much harder as we look to improve our economy. Mr. President, the recent global challenges had negative impacts on our ability to provide social services, including health and education. Despite this, we have significantly reduced the rate of under 5 deaths and the maternal mortality ratio in Eswatini. The HIV prevalence amongst adults aged 15 to 49 has also dropped. We continue to work tirelessly to strengthen our healthcare systems while also ensuring that our citizens have access to these essential services. We commend the UN Secretary General for the many initiatives aimed at helping member states to recover better from these multiple shocks. Following our participation in the Transforming Education Summit last year, we are delighted to share that the country continues to increase opportunities for learning and skills development, including through the integration and use of digital technologies. Significant strides have been made by the Kingdom of Eswatini in increasing access to electricity since adoption of the 2030 agenda. We now have national coverage above 80%. Also notable progress has been made in terms of road and ICT infrastructure connecting cities and economic zones. When it comes to access to basic water services, 69% of the population now enjoy this necessity, and access to basic sanitation services has reached 58% of our people. The literacy rate among adults aged 15 and above has improved from 79% in 2000 to 87%. The gross enrollment ratio for primary education has increased from 97% in 2000 to 104%. In the lead up to the SDG Summit this week, the Kingdom of Eswatini undertook a series of consultations in each region, seeking the views of the people regarding how best to accelerate the attainment of the SDGs. As a result, the Kingdom has prioritized investments in key areas in the remaining 7 years. We want to create decent jobs and employment opportunities for everyone, especially the youth. We want to improve water and sanitation for all. We are convinced that this will help secure maximum progress across all 17 SDGs. Mr. President, Eswatini has continued to cherish her homegrown and unique model of a people-driven democratic governance. Like many other democracies, our constitution recognizes the role of the monarchy as well as a bicameral parliament, separation of powers, fundamental human rights, and the rule of law. It takes into account our rich cultural heritage and traditional African values in that it is grounded in respect, consensus, and community support through traditional structures. It is a monarchical democracy. Our system is based on individual merit, where candidates are nominated from their communities to stand for elections in constituencies which we call Dingundla, to which they are accountable. The electorate expects members of parliament to meet as colleagues rather than combatants, to look for consensus as opposed to partisanship, and to balance the interests of their constituencies with those of the nation. In terms of our democratic dispensation, elections are a constitutional imperative and are held every 5 years. Eswatini is in the middle of our electoral cycle in a bid to elect the 12th parliament. In this regard, a voter registration exercise was conducted, which returned over 95% registered against an eligible population. This was a resounding success and a ringing endorsement of the support for the system of government. As we speak, the nomination process has been completed. Primary elections were held on the 26th August 2023, and our secondary elections will be taking place 29th September 2023. We are looking forward to eMaswati expressing their desires through the ballot box. Sibaya remains one of our highest institutions where eMaswati dialogue and play their part in determining the future they want. It is an inclusive forum where citizens, irrespective of gender and social status, discuss issues of national interest. A couple of weeks ago, the nation was celebrating 55 years of our independence, during which eMaswati have been living in peace and harmony. Mr. President, Eswatini has been hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic, which has affected some of our social sectors. Although we have made progress in reducing poverty and inequality, they remain high. As a result, we continue to battle with high unemployment, especially among the youth. With the support of the United Nations in Eswatini, we have launched a youth empowerment program which has generated great public interest from the private sector. We hope to enroll at least 4,000 young people into the program to increase their chances of employment, help them start their own businesses, and with access to finance. The European Union has also pledged to support youth empowerment initiatives to mitigate the unemployment situation. Eswatini is highly dependent on external sources of income, such as regional trade, remittances, and transfers from the Southern African Customs Union. We continue to implement structural reforms to improve our business environment, diversify our economy, and foster inclusive growth. We have recently launched our national implementation strategy for the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. 2 days ago, on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly, we had a resource mobilization session to introduce the Africa Strategic Investment Alliance. This will support the program of the AE-Trade, which seeks to create a digital marketing platform for all African countries to promote trading through technologies. We are also looking at the advanced countries to share their experiences so that Africa will not be left behind. We urge member states and financial institutions to support the AE-Trade initiative. We wish to commend the private sector that participated at this forum and further committed itself to pledges towards this noble objective. This will help us take full advantage of the opportunities for intra-Africa trade, increase national productivity, and promote regional integration in the world's largest free trade area that connects 1.3 billion people across 55 countries with a combined gross domestic product valued at 3.4 trillion US dollars. Eswatini is embracing the leave no one behind principle, which is the central promise of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its goals. As we work towards achieving these targets, it is crucial to re-evaluate the global financial architecture. We must address interest rates in a way that is fair and beneficial for both the least and developing nations. This will ensure eradication of poverty in all its forms and improved living conditions for the poorest of the poor. Sustaining the SDG will require that member states develop innovative financing strategies to ensure that implementation reaches the most left behind. At this critical juncture, including Taiwan is an essential next step if we are to successfully achieve the 2030 Agenda for the Sustainable Development. We call for Taiwan's inclusion in the United Nations system, which encompasses participation in meetings, mechanisms, and activities that pertain to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. This would not only strengthen global cooperation and partnership, but also emphasize the principle of ensuring that no one is left behind. In conclusion, Mr. President, the remaining 7 years, Eswatini will continue to prioritize the implementation of the SDGs and ensure that they remain the core agenda behind our development. We are optimistic that a wide range of actors will be mobilized and that capacities will be strengthened to ensure achievement of the goals by 2030. The SDGs will continue to be a guiding light that shapes national policies, budgets, institutions, governments, and sector strategies. The Kingdom stands with the rest of the world in committing to accelerating progress in the implementation of the UN targets in the remaining 7 years. The year 2030, the year 2023 is a turning point for the country as we hope to break through to a better future for all. Mr. President, let me take this opportunity to wish you all successful deliberations. I thank you. May Almighty God bless us all. Siyabonga.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Head of State of the Kingdom of Eswatini for the statement just made and request protocol to escort His Majesty. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency David Kabua, President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency David Kabua, President of the Republic of Marshall Islands, and to invite him to address the Assembly. Your Excellency.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, let us bow our heads together and beseech God Almighty to let His peace and mercy descend on us all and on our fragile home, the planet. I extend to you all warmest Yahweh greetings from the people of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. Mr. President, I congratulate you upon your election to lead the General Assembly. I also offer sincere condolences for the devastating flood in Libya and the earthquake in Morocco. Mr. President, a strong and effective United Nations is needed now, more than ever. Together, we now face economic shock, growing global tension, and intensified climate impacts. Our United Nations was forced to help maintain peace, reduce threats and conflict, and address the economic and social challenges facing humanity. It has also served a useful purpose as a key platform for dialogue between nations, and we acknowledge the strong efforts of the UN system in humanitarian relief and assistance with development goals. Yet, the world is at an hour when, more than ever before, we are falling well short of what the world needs and deserves. Mr. President, the world is now vastly different from that of 78 years ago. The remarkable advances in all spheres of human life has been phenomenal and unrivaled. New advances have facilitated people-to-people connectivity and helped to shrink our planet into a small global village. Yet, we are feeling an intense rise of the very global tensions, if not the threat of wider conflict, which the founding members sought to avert. Politics must never blind the need for accountability, not only in Russia's illegal and immoral invasion of Ukraine, but everywhere without exception. Mr. President, every nation in this room, including my own, has more to do to deliver on our human rights records. Far greater understanding and direct assistance is needed to better address complex rights situations. Every nation gathered in this hall bears a vital responsibility to protect, not overstep, the voices of the most vulnerable. As a candidate country for election to the Human Rights Council in the term 2025 to 2027, we are firmly committed to strong and credible action and also to listen closely to all perspectives. And we are proud to call attention to the recent endorsement of our candidacy by the foreign ministers of the Pacific Island Forum. Mr. President, the Pacific Small Island Developing States are truly large ocean nations. Before, we are small island developing states. Oceans are not a distant notion. They are our lifeblood, our economic future, our food security, and our culture. And much of the rest of the world has used oceans as dumping grounds or resource basket for which to take at will without consequence. And now the tide is changing. Pacific Island nations help to set the mark in global tuna markets and affect a transition to sustainability. Our partners are helping us set up with resources, partnerships, and real-time technology to better monitor and patrol our vast EEZs. The UN has now adopted a new High Seas Conservation Treaty addressing biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. And at a time when nations are increasingly challenged to work together on the basics, it is a testament to political will and diplomatic skill, in which we have come together to cut across silos and define specific action and obligation to try to better ensure future generations see the same ocean benefits we know today. It is our challenge to the world to bring this treaty into force and effect before the 2025 UN Oceans Conference. And today, you have my signature of that treaty to add to the growing chorus. Mr. President, the world's equilibrium has been upset by humanity's insatiable greed for the accumulation of materialistic wealth and possessions. Today, the Marshall Islands is encountering insurmountable challenges in coping with sea level rise, erosion of shorelines, flooding caused by high tides, coral bleaching, intrusion of seawater into taro and croplands, and the rapid deterioration of the ocean ecosystem. Moreover, the warming of the ocean has affected coastal sustainable fisheries and posed a direct negative impact on our way of life. In some, our islands, our culture, our way of life, and our very existence as a people and nation is threatened. We call for the establishment of an international financing facility to provide assistance and support to small islands, developing states, and low-lying atoll nations and territories devastated during and after natural disaster, as well as other elements of insulation from external shocks, be it energy, supply chains disruption, food security, global health pandemics, hyperinflation, and other challenges. Mr. President, the Marshall Islands leaders have raised the alarm and called the world's attention to dangers posed by the climate change monster since we became a member of this august body in 1991. For over 30 years, Marshallese leaders, as is the case with leaders of low-lying island states, have sounded the alarm in every international and regional forums. For over 30 years, the world has been meeting and talking about the adverse effect of global warming and climate change. We hailed the historic conclusion of the Paris Agreement. However, 8 years has gone by, and carbon emission levels remain high, and the planet is getting hotter with each passing day. And as a matter of fact, the Secretary General himself has affirmed that the era of global warming has ended. Now we have entered the age of global boiling. May I again reiterate my humble call for the world to declare war on climate change. Mr. President, the future of the Marshall Islands and all low-lying island states hangs in the balance. The eyes of people the world over are on us in this 78th session of the General Assembly. The Marshall Islands believes that the time for speeches and eloquence of talk is over. It is time for eloquence of actions. Let deeds, not words, be our operating principle. Our own island security is at stake, not only by the tension between superpowers, but by rising seas and changing oceans. The world has spent a full generation falling short in our common goals to avoid dangerous climate change. And we are past the hour of waiting for a real step up in ambition. This year must be different. At COP28, the global stocktake must mark the turning point at which we all recognize that we are collectively failing to deliver on the Paris Agreement. And we must all respond by agreeing upon a clear roadmap to correct our course. This ambition roadmap must include the phase-out of fossil fuels. The world cannot afford to further ignore the issue at the heart of the crisis. Though we must use every tool at our disposal, we cannot place our hope in dreams of unproven, untested solutions, or use outdated technologies, or greenlight the continued expansion of fossil fuels. For the most vulnerable nations, adequate, predictable, and accessible finance is crucial, particularly for adapting to prepare for the present and future onslaught of the impacts of climate change, and addressing the loss and damage that is already being experienced. We need donors to deliver on their existing commitments and to come together to address the climate finance crisis in a way which is led by the science and the needs of vulnerable states. These challenges might be inconvenient for large economies, but I can assure the climate impacts already at our door and those yet to come are decidedly more inconvenient for low-lying atoll states like mine and for other island nations around the world. Mr. President, the United States has not fulfilled its obligation to the people of the Marshall Islands, resulting from the nuclear testing program. On November 25, 1947, U.S. President Harry S. Truman, in response to concern about the people of Eniwetok, who were being removed and relocated so that the U.S. could conduct its nuclear weapon tests, stated, the Eniwetokis will be accorded all rights which are the normal constitutional rights of the citizens under the Constitution, but will be dealt with as wards of the United States for whom this country has special responsibilities. Our atoll nations were affected, other atoll nations were affected, and these obligations likewise remain unfulfilled. The Marshall Islands has continued its negotiation with the United States on extending our relationship of free association. We have come a long way in this endeavor, have satisfactorily addressed most issues, and remain cautiously optimistic that our agreements will be finalized soon. However, there remain difficult issues that the Marshallese people have insisted need to be resolved. As a functioning democracy, we cannot ignore the wishes of our people, and as the world's most and preeminent democracy, the United States needs to understand this reality. The Marshall Islands desires to continue its free association with the United States, but the United States must realize that the Marshallese people require that the nuclear issue be addressed. Mr. President, the Marshall Islands strongly welcomes the rise of the partners in the Blue Pacific and the support of friends and allies who are committed to working with us on island-driven solution. Our early steps together are positive, even as more structure is needed to listen closely to our deepest needs. Let's all go beyond the headline announcement and into our local communities and move into more focused dialogue with the Pacific and not just about the Pacific. Mr. President, the Republic of the Marshall Islands affirms a recent statement by the Pacific Islands Forum foreign ministers, which regarding the release of treated water from the Fukushima power plant. With other forum members, we remain vigilant and concerned as committed to regular and ongoing discussion with Japan as well as an annual dialogue with the IAEA. Mr. President, distinguished heads of state and government, I appeal to you all. Let us work together to strengthen the foundation of international peace and security. Let us then jointly call the UN Secretary General Summit of the future next year, to include diverse perspectives and voices, and to force a watershed moment for peace and security. We have before us all a valuable opportunity to strengthen the pillars of accountability and UN system reform. Together, we can all help ensure the UN is truly fit for the purpose and better aligned with contemporary challenges. The 4th UN SIDS meeting in Antigua and Barbuda next year likewise is a spotlight moment for island-driven solutions and strategies. Mr. President, there remains a visible crack in the UN. Our United Nations will never be whole and complete without the meaningful participation of the 23 million people of Taiwan in the specialized agencies of the UN system, as well as in meetings and mechanisms which supports the SDGs. Difficult indeed it would be for our UN family to build further trust and prosperity between us, while also closing the doors of our organization to Taiwanese journalists and public visitors. For too long, the UN bureaucracy has stuck to a wrongful misinterpretation of Resolution 2758 and has used political influence conclusion to include any clear engagement with the people of Taiwan and their vibrant democracy. We must have the courage to recognize the reality of the present situation and relegate this outdated dogma to the walls of history. Today, the UN can no longer look the other way and ignore the need to actively facilitate peace, stability, and security across the Taiwan Strait and within the region. We commend the Secretary General's commitment for the UN to do its utmost ease tension in the Strait and prevent escalation by involving all stakeholders and by logic and common sense. We believe this must include Taiwan. Mr. President, is it possible for us to wage peace instead of war? Is it too much to ask that the United Nations declare war on climate change and global boiling, poverty, racism, injustices, and unequal distribution of wealth, the white gulf between the haves and the have-nots, exploitation of the planet's finite resources? We must help hasten the peace foretold by Isaiah when they say, shall beat their sword into plowshares and their spears into plunging hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against the nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. Thank you, and Komol Dada.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Marshall Islands for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mogwitsi Eric Kibitswi Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mogwitsi Eric Kibitswi Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana, and to invite him to address the Assembly. Your Excellency.
Mr. President, I join previous speakers in extending my sincere congratulations to you on your election as the President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. You can count on my delegation's full support as you steer the work of this august body. Mr. President, I could not agree more with you that the multilateral system needs to rebuild trust and reignite global solidarity to accelerate action on the Agenda 2030 and its Sustainable Development Goals in order to realize peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability. As we convene this week, the world is in the age of polycrisis, facing a plethora of persisting global challenges, among them the war in Ukraine and its associated geopolitical tensions and impact on the global economy, the challenges relating to climate change, and the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Of critical importance is the distressing reality that the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals is off track. From the 2023 SDG Progress Report, half of the targets of the SDGs are experiencing inadequate progress, while 30% of the targets have come to a halt. This lack of progress is exacerbated by the multifaceted global crisis, which compounds the already dire situation we find ourselves in. Illustratively, whereas SDG 5, which expresses the need for gender equality and empowerment of women and girls, and picks representation in positions of power and leadership as one of the indicators, the United Nations in this regard has not done badly, except for the Secretary General position. Would you not agree with me that the time is now to have a female Secretary General? The gravity of challenges faced by the SDGs demands that we transcend the business-as-usual approach to addressing these. This will obligate a robust political commitment from all of us. It is therefore imperative for the United Nations system, international financiers, the private sector and civil society to forge a collective front and refocus our efforts to swiftly propel the SDGs back on track. To this end, the recent SDG Summit and its political declaration could not have come at a better time. Mr. President, over the past few years, we have witnessed and continue to endure the profound and devastating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The consequences have been felt across nations, but the extent of its devastation have varied greatly depending on factors such as level of development and geographical location. Whether one resides in the global south or north, a landlocked developing country or small island developing state, these distinctions have played a crucial role in determining the severity of the pandemic's effects. It is therefore imperative that we will wholeheartedly embrace the ongoing discussions regarding pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. Mr. President, Botswana's key priority in these discussions is to ensure an international instrument that addresses equity during a pandemic. To this end, the main issues to be addressed from this perspective include timely and equitable access and sharing of benefits, strengthening of regulations to ensure developed countries and those with the resources do not hoard medical products during a pandemic, building capacity for stronger health systems, investment in research and development to build local and regional manufacturing vaccines, including sharing of intellectual property and establishing sustainable, predictable, and flexible financing mechanisms. I am pleased to inform the General Assembly that Botswana is making her contribution to build capacity to manufacture vaccines for both humans and animals. We have made remarkable progress in terms of HIV diagnosis, and on the 28th of August 2023, our National HIV Reference Laboratory was designated a World Health Organization Collaborating Center of Excellence. This epitomized, in part, the crowning of our national laboratory competence and success in carrying out genomic sequencing on levels equivalent to those of the best, as demonstrated by being the first to discover the Omicron variant. By the time these discussions reach their conclusion, it is essential that we establish robust systems that leave no room for the repetition of such calamity, ensuring that the survival and well-being of our people are never again contingent upon their location in the global south or north. More importantly, our hope is that the resultant of these discussions will culminate into a treaty. Mr. President, climate change remains an urgent and critical challenge of our time, with a huge threat to the existence of our planet. It is alarming that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change recently reported record high global greenhouse emissions, which are at the highest level and continues to surge. To effectively address climate change, it is crucial that we prioritize international cooperation and partnerships. This global effort requires a comprehensive approach that goes beyond reducing emissions, encompassing various aspects of our lives, be it energy, production, agriculture, transportation, and industry. Our efforts must also include accelerating the uptake of renewable energy sources and investing in clean technologies. This necessitates sufficient funding to support mitigation and adaptation, particularly for developing countries. In this context, we endorse the appeal for developed countries to fulfill their pledge of providing $100 billion annually in climate finance to developing countries. This also includes fully replenishing the Green Climate Fund. My government welcomes the Secretary General's acceleration agenda, which urges the fast tracking of climate action in all countries and sectors. It is imperative that both developed and developing countries comply with their targets. As for Botswana, we reaffirm our commitment to achieving a 15% reduction in carbon emissions by 2030. Mr. President, it has been more than a year since the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine war. The war's destructive consequences have been experienced not only in the region, but also globally, as the international economy has suffered from food and energy crisis. Botswana strongly urges an immediate cessation of hostilities and advocates for a diplomatic resolution to the conflict. In this regard, Botswana welcomes the recent engagement between African and Russian Ukraine leaders, and we hope that these efforts, along with similar initiatives elsewhere, will encourage the conflicting parties to return to the negotiating table. While we work on resolving active conflicts, we must step up action in mitigating all threats to international peace and security by reaffirming and observing the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, international law, and other obligations. This also includes commitment to obligations concerning, among others, nuclear disarmament and nuclear non-proliferation, arms control, weapons of mass destruction. Mr. President, Botswana shares a deep concern regarding the persistent conflicts and destabilization of legitimate governments across the African continent. The negation of constitutionalism, as evidenced by overthrows of governments, which seem to be having a contagion effect, should be shunned with the greatest disdain. Equally, the deprivation of people to self-determined continues unabated, albeit repugnant. It is of utmost importance that the United Nations Secretary General collaborates closely with the African Union and sub-regional organizations to prioritize and actively engage to foster peace and stability in Africa. I firmly believe that the attainment of lasting peace in Africa can pave way for a more prosperous and harmonious continent where the aspirations and well-being of African people can thrive. Mr. President, next year marks the conclusion of the Vienna Programme of Action for the Landlocked Developing Countries, LLDCs, followed by the third Landlocked Developing Countries Conference in Kigali, Rwanda, scheduled for June 2024. The challenges faced by the LLDCs have been extensively documented, and the ongoing global crisis have inflicted severe damage to their economies. Unfortunately, the progress achieved in implementing the Vienna Programme of Action has been eroded by these crises, resulting in persistently high poverty levels in LLDCs that averaged 23% as of 2022. These countries continue to suffer from marginalization in global trade due to exorbitant trade costs, underscoring the urgent need for infrastructure development and maintenance to address geographical and structural obstacles and capitalize on their untapped potential. The forthcoming program represents a valuable opportunity to rally greater global support and foster multi-stakeholder partnerships. Consequently, we must prioritize the formulation of new and tangible priorities aimed at bolstering infrastructure in LLDCs, with particular emphasis on transit, transportation, ICT, and energy sectors. I therefore urge the United Nations Secretary General, development partners, international financial institutions, and the private sector and civil society to unite in support of the upcoming conference. It is essential that we not only strive for its success, but also forge a new program of action that is attuned to the pressing challenges confronting the LLDCs. This comprehensive program must provide the necessary tools and resources to enable these countries to attain their SDGs objectives. To conclude, Mr. President, I want to re-emphasize that merely acknowledging global problems without taking substantive measures will not solve them. We require greater action, the urgent action to revitalize the UN system, ensuring that it is fit for purpose, is now. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Botswana for the statement just made and the request protocol to escort His Excellency. We shall now continue the general debates. The Assembly will hear an address by Excellency Giorgia Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy. I request the protocol to escort Her Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming Her Excellency Giorgia Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy. I invite her to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to represent Italy before this General Assembly of the United Nations, an honor that is, however, not light like privilege, but heavy like the weight of responsibility. Because we live in complex times of continuous emergencies and change, and we cannot afford the luxury of words of circumstance, of lofty principles that have never been realized, of easy choices in place of the right ones. We need to look back at the profound meaning of what gave life to this place, the community of nations and peoples that are reflected in the United Nations Charter of 1945, which was created to find shared solutions that could guarantee peace and prosperity. There are basically two fundamental premises that give meaning to these halls. On one hand, there are nations that exist because they reflect humankind's innate need to feel a sense of belonging to a community, to a certain people, and to be able to share with others the same historical memory, the same laws, the same customs and traditions, in a word, one's identity. On the other hand, there is the aspiration of these nations that are different from each other to find a place where to resolve international disputes through an instrument that may be more difficult to use, but is definitely more effective than resorting to force, that is, the instrument of reason. If these two premises, the nation and reason, are still the foundation of our action, then we must reject the utopistic and self-serving narrative of those who say that a world without nations, without borders, and without identity would be a world without war and conflict. And just as fiercely, we must thwart the return to the use of force as a tool to resolve international conflict. Russia's war of invasion of Ukraine tells us precisely this, that against those who want to take us back to a world of dominion, neo-imperial wars, which we thought we had done away with in the past century, reason can still prevail. And the love of country, the value of the nation, can still be safeguarded beyond the unimaginable. It's up to us, each and every one of us, to decide on what side of history we want to stand in good conscience. But let's not fool ourselves, because this is what's at stake: the choice between nation and chaos, and between reason and prevarication. Italy made a clear choice as to where it stands. It did so out of a sense of justice and because it is aware of how difficult it would be to govern a world in which the upper hand is given to those who bombard civilian infrastructure, hoping to bring a people to its knees with cold and darkness, to those who weaponize energy and blackmail developing nations, blocking exports of grain, the raw material needed to feed millions of people. The repercussions of the conflict in Ukraine overwhelm us all like a domino effect, but mainly impact nations of the world south. It's a war waged not only against Ukraine, but against the poorest nations. Italy's attention is particularly focused on Africa, where nations already beleaguered by long periods of drought and by the effects of climate change are now faced with a situation compounded by food insecurity, making them more vulnerable to instability and easier prey for terrorism and fundamentalism. And this is a choice: to create chaos and spread it. And in this chaos that produces tens of millions of people potentially in search of better living conditions are infiltrated criminal networks that profit from desperation to collect easy billions. They are the traffickers of human beings that organize the trade of illegal mass immigration. They deceive those who rely on them to migrate to find a better life, having them pay thousands of dollars for trips to Europe they sell with brochures as if they were regular travel agencies. But those brochures don't tell you that those trips all too often can lead to death, to a grave at the bottom of the Mediterranean Sea, because they don't care whether the boat used is unfit for that type of travel or not. The only important thing for them is the profit margin. These are the people who, owing to a certain hypocritical approach to the issue of immigration, have become rich beyond measure. But we want to battle against the mafia in all of its forms, and we will battle against this too. The fact is that the fight against organized crime should be an objective that unites us all and that also invests the United Nations and this place. Can an organization like this, which reaffirms in its founding act faith in the dignity and worth of the human person, can it turn a blind eye to this tragedy? Can we really pretend to not see that no other criminal activity in the world today is more lucrative than the trafficking of migrants, when it is the UN reports themselves that have shown how this business has reached, by volume of money, the same level of drug trafficking and has largely surpassed that of arms trafficking? Can this assembly of the United Nations, which in other times was fundamental to definitively eradicating the universal crime of slavery, can it today tolerate its comeback under other forms? That the commercialization of human life continue, that there are women brought to Europe, forced into prostitution to repay the enormous debt they incur with their traffickers, or that there are men thrust into the hands of organized crime? Can we really say that this is solidarity, to receive as a priority not those who truly are entitled and have need, but those who can afford to pay these traffickers, to allow these criminals to establish who has the right to be saved and who doesn't? I don't think so. I believe it is the duty of this organization to reject any hypocritical approach to this issue and wage a global war without mercy against traffickers of human beings. And to do so, we need to work together at every level. Italy plans to be on the front line on this issue. With the Rome process launched in July with the Conference on Migration and Development, we have engaged Mediterranean and various African nations in a process that follows two main paths: defeat the slave traders of the third millennium on the one side, and at the same time tackle the root causes of migration with the objective of guaranteeing the first of rights, that is, the right of not having to emigrate, of not being forced to leave one's home, one's family, to cut off one's roots, and being able to find in one's own land the conditions necessary to achieve one's own fulfillment. Here, too, we must have the courage to tell it like it is. Africa is not a poor continent. To the contrary, it is rich with strategic resources. It holds half of the world's minerals, including abundant rare earths, and 60% of arable lands that are often not utilized. Africa is not a poor continent, but it has been often, and still is, an exploited continent. Too often, the interventions of foreign nations on the continent have not respected local realities. Often, the approach was predatory, and in spite of this fact, even paternalistic. We must change course. Italy wants to contribute to the construction of a model of cooperation capable of collaborating with African nations so they may grow and prosper from the great resources they possess. A cooperation from equal to equal, because Africa needs no charity, but to be put in the condition to compete on an equal footing on strategic investments that can tie our futures together with mutually beneficial projects. In this way, we can offer a serious alternative to the phenomenon of mass migration, an alternative that is work, training, opportunities for nations of origin, and pathways for legal and agreed migration, and thus integratable. We will be the first to set a good example through the Mattei Plan for Africa, a development cooperation plan named after Enrico Mattei, a great Italian who knew how to balance Italy's national interests with the rights of partner states to witness their own moment of development and progress. The focal point is that we have to have the courage to put humankind and human rights back at the center of our action. It seems like a self-evident principle, but, however, it is no longer the case. Not now. Countries are invaded. Wealth is more and more concentrated. Poverty is rampant. The slave trade is reemerging. All this seems poised to put the sacredness of the human being at risk. Even what would seem at a superficial glance a tool that could improve the well-being of humanity, at a closer look, can turn out to be a risk. Just think of artificial intelligence. The applications of this new technology may offer great opportunities in many fields, but we cannot pretend to not understand its enormous inherent risks. I'm not sure if we are adequately aware of the implications of technological development whose pace is much faster than our capacity to manage its effects. We were used to progress that aimed to optimize human capacities, while today we are dealing with progress that risks replacing human capacities. Because if in the past this replacement focused on physical tasks so that humans could dedicate themselves to intellectual and organizational work, today the human intellect risks being replaced with consequences that could be devastating, particularly for the job market. More and more people will no longer be necessary in a world ever dominated by disparities, by the concentration of power and wealth in the hands of the few. This is not the world we want. And so I think we should not mistake this dominion for a free zone without rules. We need global governance mechanisms that ensure that these technologies respect ethical boundaries, that technological evolution is put to the service of humanity and not vice versa. We must guarantee the practical application of the concept of algorithmics, that is, ethics for algorithms. There are some of the major themes that Italy plans to put at the center of the G7 in 2024. But these are mainly issues that are the responsibility of the United Nations. These are enormous challenges that we will not be able to tackle if we do not also acknowledge our limitations as nations and as part of the multilateral system. For this reason, Italy supports the need for a reform of the Security Council that will make it more representative, transparent, and effective. A council that can guarantee a fair geographical distribution of seats and that can strengthen regional representation as well, that emerges from an order frozen in time established by outcomes of a conflict that ended 80 years ago, in another century, in another millennium, so that everyone has the opportunity to demonstrate their worth at the present time. On these and many other issues, we will be tested in our capacities to govern our times and in our ability to do what here in this Assembly Hall on the 2nd of October, 1979, a great man, a saint and statesman like Pope John Paul II recalled. That is, that political activity, whether national or international, comes from the human being. It is practiced by the human being, and it is meant for the human being. Thank you all for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy for the statement she just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Pedro Sanchez Perez Castejon, President of the Government of Spain. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Pedro Sanchez Perez Castejon, President of the Government of Spain, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente,
President, Secretary General, distinguished heads of state and government, Excellencies, esteemed delegates, I would like my opening words to be an expression of the Spanish people's solidarity with the victims of the earthquake in Morocco and of the flooding in Libya. Spain stands and will continue to stand with these two friendly countries to mitigate the consequences of these terrible tragedies in every way possible. Ladies and gentlemen, on the 10th of September this month, a young Spanish aid worker lost her life in the Bakhmut region of Ukraine. The vehicle in which she was traveling was hit by artillery fire, killing another aid worker and seriously injuring two more. All four shared the same passion, a vocation that dignifies all humanity and transcends borders, a passion for helping those in need. That was not the only thing that they had in common. More than anything, it was their activism that brought them together, their work taking food and supplies to civilians, providing medical assistance, evacuating casualties. Their example demands of us a calm but nonetheless urgent reflection on the need to take a stand against injustice and not stay silent when human rights and the most basic rules that govern our nation's peaceful coexistence are being violated. This Assembly has been witness to many memorable speeches delivered by leaders such as Salvador Allende, Olof Palme and Nelson Mandela. We should, of course, draw inspiration from their words. But given the urgency of the challenges we are facing, it is not enough for us to revel in their eloquence. It is time to turn words into deeds, because time is quite simply running out. We have some difficult choices ahead of us. Change or let ourselves be swept away by the course of events. Progress or retreat. Work together or look out for ourselves. Build a future or revive the past. Content ourselves with words or move on to action. The first of the difficult choices I'm going to talk about is related to the climate emergency. We have just experienced in quick succession the hottest months since records began, and extreme weather events are becoming more and more frequent with devastating effects on every continent. According to the experts, we are now in uncharted territory. It is no longer a case of trying to stop temperatures from rising, but of mitigating and, as far as possible, adapting to a situation that's already here. Thanks to science, we know that we cannot let temperatures increase by more than 1.5 degrees. That is, under no circumstances can global emissions peak any later than 2025, and we have no other choice than to speed up the rollout of renewable energies in a fair and equitable manner, to triple their generation capacity by the end of this decade. In doing this, we also need to show solidarity with the most vulnerable countries, driving forwards the adaptation agenda and putting the loss and damage agreement reached last year in Sharm el-Sheikh into practice. Fighting the climate emergency requires courage and determination. We need to bring about an unprecedented technological and economic revolution, something that will only be possible with wide-scale, resolute support from global society. To win this support, we need to be intelligent in our approach to climate inaction's main ally, denialism. This will be achievable as long as we are able to transform this formidable challenge into an opportunity to create more and better jobs, to make all of our industries more sustainable and, in short, to keep moving forward, following science every step of the way. On this path, my country, Spain's actions speak louder than its words. We have indeed set more ambitious renewable energy and energy efficiency targets in our National Energy and Climate Plan. We are going to be contributing €225 million to the Green Climate Fund, €20 million to the Adaptation Fund, and over €17 million to instruments aimed at strengthening climate justice, particularly the funds for the most vulnerable countries and the loss and damage funds. Just today, I signed the Treaty of the High Seas on Spain's behalf, building on the historic Kunming-Montreal Agreement. This new treaty represents another step forward in protecting the balance of nature. It is crucial that we make a resounding success of COP28 in the United Arab Emirates. Spain is fully committed to achieving this. The second area in which we have difficult decisions to make is the defense of democracy, fundamental rights, equality, and social justice. We are witnessing a profound crisis of apathy and mistrust of institutions, of democratic institutions, a wave of extremism and reactionary thinking that is rising all over the world, also in Europe, which is propelled by movements that all share the same strategy, promising a return to a mythical past that never existed in the first place, marginalizing and criminalizing disadvantaged minorities, rejecting equality and feminism, and questioning human, civil, and social rights. These movements are bringing back ideas that we thought had long been abandoned, and they are flourishing in those places where social discontent is highest. It is not easy to combat a movement that has chosen lies, fear, and manipulation as its main weapons. But I believe, and this is what I would like to share with you, that there are reasons for hope. From the determination shown by many societies to uphold a legacy of growth and progress and their refusal to move in any other direction than forwards. This is the path marked out by civil society in Spain, which has taken a bold, determined stance, particularly when it comes to equality between men and women, as recent events in the world of sports have shown, in particular, and particularly women's sport, women's football in Spain. Spain has decided that enough is enough, with all the consequences that this decision entails, because every step forward a woman takes is a step forward for us all, men and women alike. There is a long way to go, and there are many battles to be waged if we are to achieve full equality between men and women. None of them is more pressing than the need, once and for all, to eradicate male violence against women, a scourge whose existence is, against all logic, still brazenly questioned by some. In my opinion, there is no better antidote to reactionary extremism than feminism. It is undoubtedly one of the flagship causes of our century, which is the century of women. This commitment to gender equality also needs to be reflected in multilateral relations, and more specifically in the allocation of top jobs at the institutions themselves. In this multilateral field, it is therefore important that this consideration be taken into account in the next appointments made in the United Nations system, including this General Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, in these tumultuous years, we have seen a growing threat looming over democracy in many places around the world. We witnessed it in Washington, D.C. and Brasilia, and are now, unfortunately, seeing it in Niger and Gabon. We have, unfortunately, learnt not to take for granted the facts, the rights and freedoms for which past generations fought so valiantly will be forever. The 26th of July coup in Niger has serious implications because, together with that of Mauritania, Niger was one of the only countries in the Sahel with a democratically elected government. Weakened by years of decline, the region risks becoming a series of failed states, and this instability could spread to neighbouring regions such as the Gulf of Guinea, already suffering at the hands of terrorists. It is crucial that we find a peaceful way out without resorting to military force. I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate our support for the mediation efforts of the Economic Community of West African States. Spain has and always will be a committed partner in the process of strengthening democracy, not only in the context of fair elections, the very essence of the principle of democracy, but also in terms of the entire institutional mechanism that makes it possible for people to enjoy the full use of their fundamental rights, particularly with regard to wealth distribution and development. In this area, we are working closely with our Latin American partners, with whom we share values and networks and principles to strengthen alliances and also to pool our experiences. One good example of this is the transitional justice work that Colombia has been doing on the way towards total peace. It is a laudable achievement, and Spain intends to continue giving support wherever it is needed in order to bring the ongoing peace talks to a conclusion. The constitutional reform in Chile is another example of a bold commitment to institutional reform, and Chile too can count on Spain's support. Spain also reiterates its commitment to seeing democracy return to Venezuela, so that Venezuelan people can once again look forward to an opportunity-filled future. The third and final challenge I would like to bring up is the defense of multilateralism and a rule-based international order. The United Nations system is the embodiment of a determination to work together to find global solutions to our shared challenges and to resolve differences through diplomacy, dialogue, and cooperation. We are now faced with the challenge of demonstrating that the system works for everybody. Otherwise, inequality will provide fertile ground in which seeds of rhetoric can be planted by the enemies of multilateralism. It is crucial that we step up to defend the 2030 Agenda. We need to stand up with all the courage of our convictions to those who use lies and manipulation to cast doubt upon this enormous collective effort. The summit held these past days must serve as an opportunity to renew our commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals. Unfortunately, we're not making good progress towards achieving the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. If we continue down this path, in 2030, 575 million people will still be living in extreme poverty, and 84 million children will still not be attending school. And at this rate, we will need another 300 years to close the gender gap. This failure is morally unacceptable, and I repeat, now is not the time for words, but for deeds. We need to commit to spending more on official development assistance. Spain has just passed a new Cooperation Act, pledging to allocate 0.7% of its gross national income to official development assistance by 2030. And we intend to continue to prioritise key issues, contributing €120 million to the SDG Fund and another €20 million to replenish the International Fund for Agricultural Development over the next 3 years. But we cannot stop there. We need the right resources and tools if we are to advance towards sustainable development between now and 2030. It will not be easy to mobilise the financing required to tackle the climate emergency and make the long-term investments that vulnerable countries need if they are to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. But it has to happen, and with arrangements that reflect today's needs and realities, with the courage needed to stop thinking of sustainable development financing in billions of dollars and start measuring it in trillions of dollars. Spain advocates strengthening existing mechanisms, making sure that countries can access the funding they need, whatever their income level. But we are also in favour of reforming those mechanisms and of innovating by setting up new instruments. We need to maximise and optimise the financing capacity of multilateral development banks and explore ways of making the international financial architecture more effective, inclusive, transparent, and ultimately more democratic. We need to adapt international taxation to the world we live in today and ensure that private investment is aligned with the achievement of the SDGs. And I believe that the United Nations has to be the main setting for these conversations, as it is the only forum capable of bringing all countries' voices together on an equal footing. Spain wishes to make an active contribution to this pressing debate. I therefore announce our intention to host the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in 2025, with the hope that its impact will be truly transformative. Ladies and gentlemen, the harmonious coexistence of nations, lasting peace, and the defence of international security are not just a pipe dream. The preamble to the United Nations Charter can serve as our guide in pursuing this ambition, a commitment that links our generation with those to come. Peace is the essential prerequisite for economic development and the expansion of human rights, which is particularly significant this year as we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration. Many conflicts still rage around the world, and others have reached a deadlock. I would therefore like to reiterate the Spanish government's emphatic support for the work of the Secretary-General's Special Envoys for the Middle East peace process in Syria and Libya. Regarding the Western Sahara, Spain supports a mutually acceptable political solution within the framework of the United Nations Charter and the Security Council resolutions. The work of the personal envoy of the United Nations Secretary-General is crucial in this respect and has our full backing from the Government of Spain. Likewise, we will continue to support the Sahrawi population in camps, as we have always done, and carry on our role as Western Sahara's leading international donor of humanitarian aid. On the other hand, on the 31st of December 2020, Spain and the United Kingdom concluded a bilateral agreement on Gibraltar in the context of the United Kingdom's departure from the European Union. Since then, we have worked tirelessly, aiming to have this understanding form the basis for Gibraltar's future relationship with the European Union. We trust that the EU and the UK will soon be able to reach an agreement regarding this territory. This agreement for us will have to be entirely in line with the UN's policy on this matter, which has Spain's full backing. And it must also be in line with my country's legal position regarding the sovereignty and jurisdiction in relation to Gibraltar. Our goal is the development of a prosperous social and economic area encompassing the whole of Gibraltar, as well as the Campo de Gibraltar area. At this point, to conclude, I would like to share some thoughts on the future of Europe with my country currently holding the EU Council presidency. The European Union was born from a vow to bring peace to a continent that was devastated and traumatized following 2 world wars in barely 3 decades. From the ashes of destruction emerged a firm promise: never again will we go to war. The memory of the tragedy we had experienced made us determined to work towards common prosperity, giving us the longest period of sustained peace in our continent's history. In an attempt to undermine the irrefutable success of this unifying project, there are those who resort to caricatures, depicting the EU as a giant with feet of clay, incapable of defending itself with any real conviction. Yet, when faced with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and contrary to Putin's expectations, Europe's response to the atrocities has been steadfast and united, making it clear that we are not going to sit back and let anyone attack the objectives and principles of the United Nations Charter. I, from this tribune, once again condemn Russia's unwarranted and illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. Indeed, as a show of our support to Ukraine, I launched our EU presidency from Kiev on the 1st of July. Spain has been standing by Ukraine and will continue to do so for as long as it takes. But we will also be playing an active role in working towards a fair and lasting peace that restores Ukraine's sovereignty, independence and territorial integrity and gives the Ukrainian people the freedom to determine their own fate. I believe in a Europe that spearheads the defence of global public goods and democracy, takes the lead in protecting its society and workers, and champions economic openness. A Europe that stands on the front line in the fight against inequality and in defending individual rights and public freedoms. That Europe is already here, and it is moving resolutely forwards thanks to two essential factors: a firm commitment to a collective agenda grounded in greater solidarity, fairness and inclusivity than the one which came out of the 2008 financial crisis, and the unanimity and decisiveness of its response to the critical events of these past 4 years. This is the path down which the European ideal must continue to travel, whatever challenges it faces along the way. Europe needs to lead by example on the climate agenda, delivering on our pledges to reduce emissions, keeping our international climate financing promises, and speeding up the energy transition. It needs to drive forward an exemplary policy on the global phenomenon of migration, a phenomenon which looks likely to become more intense and more tragic in the decades to come. We need to control irregular immigration and provide routes for orderly, regular migration, which is, there is no doubt about it, something that Europe does need. And Europe also has the responsibility of ensuring a more person-centered and rights-oriented digital transformation. We need to lay the groundwork for the regulation of artificial intelligence, a field whose vast possibilities do not outweigh the barely concealed risks. In this regard, Spain is committed to supporting the Secretary-General's envoy on technology, providing resources and know-how in the development of multilateral governance in this area. We would like to host the headquarters of the future International Artificial Intelligence Agency. Ultimately, Europe needs to perform this role without shutting itself off from the rest of the world. Nothing would be more profoundly anti-European than an isolated EU. That is why we need to strengthen our transatlantic alliances with countries such as the United States and Canada, and also our Asian, African and Latin American partnerships. Spain has always placed particular emphasis on boosting relations between the EU and the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, with a new agenda that provides the framework for a strategic relationship with the region. And I am confident that the EU-CELAC summit will represent a real turning point and have a lasting impact. Ladies and gentlemen, by way of conclusion, at the beginning of this speech I spoke of the brave woman, a brave woman who lost her life in Bakhmut in Ukraine while transporting humanitarian aid. Her name was Emma Igual. She was 32 years old. Emma was the granddaughter of a Holocaust survivor who lost most of her family during the Nazi era. She came to Spain from Austria and was adopted by a family from Barcelona. The life of the grandmother and the senseless killing of her granddaughter Emma were shaped by the kind of events which, in essence, led to the founding of this institution and gave it a meaning, a desire to preserve humanity from the scourge of war and to reaffirm our faith in the dignity and value of humanity. If there is one place where Emma deserves to have her story told, it is, without a doubt, here, before the United Nations General Assembly. Let her example, and the examples set every day by thousands of aid workers around the world, inspire us to take the difficult decisions required of us in these momentous times, to let our actions and achievements speak for themselves, and to turn our words into deeds. Let this be the way in which we honour the memory of those who, just like Emma, gave everything they had to defend the values that inspire this noble organisation. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Government of Spain for the statement just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Patrice Emery Trovoada, Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe. I request protocol to escort His Excellency, and I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Patrice Emery Luanda, Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of member states, in an international context marked by growing divisions, rising tensions, and diminishing trust, it is with a great sense of responsibility that I take the floor in this great assembly, as Prime Minister and Head of Government, representing the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe. I would like to honor the memory of the victims of the recent earthquake in Morocco and the floods in Libya. Allow me to take advantage of the 78th session of the General Debate to congratulate Ambassador Denis Francis on his election and to express our full support for him throughout his mandate. We also thank the outgoing President, Mr. Korosi, for his commitment in conducting the work of the previous session, particularly in face of the complexity created by new conflicts and the world of food crisis. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, the theme chosen for this session, Unleashing the Power of Gender Equality, which we applaud, is highly relevant at a time when humanity is going through the greatest of threats, reversing progress in human development and widening inequalities in our respective states. The Protocol on the Rights of Women in Africa, known as the Maputo Protocol, is celebrating its 20th anniversary. And we have to acknowledge that there is a huge deficit in terms of empowerment and equal opportunities, particularly with regard to women's participation in political decision-making bodies. However, we could also refer to the Istanbul Convention, which, despite being binding for the signatory states, has done little to translate the will of the Council of Europe into results. This issue, like others, is a global objective that requires the commitment of the international community, governments, organizations and civil society to create a fairer and more equitable world for all. Faced with the persistent and growing challenges that remain, particularly in terms of poverty, hunger, inequalities and environmental issues, beyond our speeches, we, the leaders of the various nations represented here, must question ourselves and recognize our failures to protect our planet and ensure shared prosperity by 2030. My country, a small island state that has enjoyed effective democracy for more than 30 years and is still developing, is one of the main victims of climate change, ecosystem degradation, and economic dependence. My country is experiencing a situation of real economic and financial urgency in the short term, well known to our main partners, while at the same time going through a complex process of transition to the middle stage of development and pursuing a policy adapted to its reality, respecting multicultural diversity and human rights. We have tried with some success to adopt the codes, recommendations and good attitudes aimed at achieving the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but structural problems, asymmetries of all kinds and a lack of confidence in the democratic institutions on the part of our populations are increasing. We should not hesitate to point the finger at those responsible for climate disruption within the G20 or at the global economic governing bodies that continue to ignore our social and environmental objectives, notably by denying us access to financial resources in reasonable quantities and conditions. Even more worrying is the fact that we are witnessing an increasing polarization and fragmentation of the world and global governance, with its growing share of populism and nationalism. The digital technology society itself, which could have been the accelerator for the development of our countries and citizenship worldwide, is becoming a new source of inequality, concentration of wealth and domination. Inequality, lack of respect and lack of inclusion can only lead to even greater fractures and setbacks. Coup d'etat and attempts to overthrow the constitutional orders are becoming more and more frequent, while at the same time long-standing conflicts such as those in Palestine and Cuba persist, and those in Yemen, Syria, Sudan and Libya follow the same path. Armed conflicts in violation of international law, whatever they may be, are also treated differently. Our condemnation of Russian invasion of Ukraine was clear and without hesitation, because we respect international law and the UN Charter. Unfortunately, refugees and the dead are not equal in rights and dignity in a world that calls itself civilized. Nowadays, it seems that only global pandemics are capable of uniting and mobilizing us. We are slow to react in order to impose peace in the face of the latent conflict in the Great Lakes region, while the list of deaths, displaced people and destruction of all kinds continues to grow, and international peace missions are showing their limits due to the lack of clear and effective commitments in favor of the populations who are the first victims. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it may be too late, but indifference and hypocrisy are unacceptable. Our problems as poor countries tend to become the problems of rich countries too. Demographic disparity, economic disparity, climate deregulation, loss of institutional trust, among others. And there is still hope of finding new impetus if we resolutely commit to reforming our institutions, starting with the United Nations and the Bretton Woods institutions, towards a reinvented and more supportive multilateralism. It is our duty as leaders to cultivate an art capable of articulating the hoped-for solutions that can enlighten so many human beings whose experience is nothing more than a journey of suffering and uncertainty. True leadership means finding the necessary compromises. It means having the ability to make peace and promote progress. Excellencies, as the saying goes, nature abhors a vacuum, and our rhetoric, our appeals at summit after summit sounds empty. We are convinced that peaceful, equitable and sustainable societies with educated and trained young people in good health are in the general interest, and that we must therefore use common sense to avoid major and unpredictable disruptions, and we still have the technical, financial and human resources to reform the international political system. Rich countries have a responsibility, but ours cannot be excluded either. We reaffirm the firm commitment of the Democratic Republic of São Tomé and Príncipe to actively collaborate with its regional and international partners in all initiatives aimed at eradicating all acts that are inhuman, degrading to human beings and the environment, and detrimental to humanist values and freedom. We firmly believe that our organization is the converging center of our causes and is the only entity whose role is to structure and systematize our common challenges and lead the harmonization of our world, respecting cultural differences, models and systems of government and economic choices. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, before concluding, I would like to say how particularly grateful my country is to our Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his tireless efforts to strengthen the role of the United Nations in promoting peace, democracy, and the protection of human life worldwide, as well as in the fight against poverty and climate change in all its forms. His determination challenges and compels us. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe for the statement just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alexander De Croo, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Alexander De Croo, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, some people, also here in this room, are pessimistic about the state of the world today. I beg to differ. There are good reasons for optimism. Since the start of the new millennium, we have made tremendous progress in the Sustainable Development Goals. Today, there is more universal access to education than ever. 85% of young children worldwide are in primary education. Since the start of the century, an additional 2 billion people have access to safe drinking water. It shows that if we put our mind to it, and promises are followed by investments, we can make global progress. Of course, the picture is not rosy across the board. Our changing climate is reason for concern. We witnessed some extreme climate events this year. Forest fires in Greece, in Spain, in Canada, and in Hawaii. Floods in Libya and in Hong Kong. Long periods of drought and water stress in my own country. But also here, let's look at the trends rather than the events. Let us look at our recent climate track record. And then we will see that there is a reason for grounded optimism. A record-breaking 340 billion euro have been invested in renewable energy globally this year. Prices of renewables keep on going down year after year. Many climate analysts believe that the carbon emissions will peak as soon as 2025 and will keep going down afterwards, provided we keep up the investment pace in renewables. The chair of the International Energy Agency called it the beginning of the end of the fossil fuel era. He said it shows that our climate policies do work. So we should stop listening to the alarmists who proclaim that all is lost, that we are on the road to nowhere. How can we expect public opinion to rally behind the climate cause with such blatant defeatism? We should not despair. We should organize. We should speed up the green transition instead of talking ourselves down. And in order to do this, we need to include our industry through a new industrial deal. We will not build a climate paradise on an industrial wasteland. We need our industry for their innovation capacity to come up with tomorrow's climate solutions. That is why Europe should not only be a continent of industrial innovation, but should remain a continent of industrial production. Clean tech, for sure, but also green chemistry, green steel production, and green construction sites. All are needed to build our net zero future. This new industrial deal will be one of the big priorities of the Belgian presidency of the European Union starting on January 1st. But to make this industrial deal a success, we should look beyond Europe. We need partnerships, especially between Europe and Africa. The foundation stones, they are there. Belgium has partnered up with countries such as Namibia, Morocco, and Egypt to accelerate the green transition. In wind, in solar, in hydrogen, investments are pouring in, creating local employment, building up local expertise, soon exporting clean molecules from the shores of Africa to our North Sea ports. And we work at home as well. Together with Germany, France, Netherlands, Luxembourg, Denmark, Norway, Ireland, and the United Kingdom, we are turning the North Sea into a big green power plant for Europe. By 2030, we will reach 120 gigawatts of wind energy at sea, the equivalent of more than 50 nuclear plants, enough to provide more than 100 million households with clean, affordable energy. We're making progress on the nuclear front as well. Belgium has reached an agreement with its nuclear operator to prolong the lifespan of its two biggest power plants. We will remain a nuclear nation, and we will seek renewed close cooperation with other nuclear nations. Because to achieve climate neutrality, we will need both renewables and nuclear. Ladies and gentlemen, it is vital to win the fight against climate change, since it is the single biggest disruptor of our societies today. It causes young people to flee their home country en masse. This increased irregular migration deprives the South of their most important economic resource, their most vital potential, young people. At the same time, the host countries in Europe are faced with an influx they can barely handle. We are facing an uphill battle to accommodate all migrants and integrate them into our society. The heart of the problem is that migration as we know it today depends on sheer luck. The current model gives all the control and the power to human smugglers. They decide on life or death. They decide on who enters a country and who does not. This is simply unacceptable, unsustainable, and immoral. It is a lose-lose for everyone involved. We need to rebuild the current migration model. That is why during the Belgian EU presidency, we hope to conclude a new European Migration Pact, a pact that makes sure that every EU country does its part of the work, enforcing solidarity, standardizing and fast-tracking procedures, working on common European readmission and return policies, and last but not least, a pact to strengthen our common borders. But the new EU Migration Pact is only part of the answer. We should also work on one of the biggest root causes of migration, and that is poverty and the lack of economic opportunities. Also here, as with climate change, partnerships are the answer. Partnerships between Europe and the countries of transit and origin. Partnerships that build solid, inclusive institutions to create equal rights and equal opportunities for all, not just for a small ruling class. And yes, fixing migration also means creating legal channels to Europe, to education and talent programs, to strengthen the societies in the home countries, turning a lose-lose situation into a win-win, so that young Africans can pursue the African dream and not have to risk their lives at sea for the European dream or the American dream. Ladies and gentlemen, to empower people also means holding the powerful to account. Unfortunately, we live in a world in which more and more strongmen come to power. Take the Sahel region, faced with a major security crisis, gripped by a perfect storm of terrorism, poverty, and climate change. This triple threat is undermining societies in Burkina Faso, in Mali, and in Niger. We need to stop the territorial and institutional disintegration of the Sahel. Our track record in the Sahel should be a reason for humility. but it should not lead to indifference. The only way forward to restore is the rule of law. Without it, self-government will never be possible. Without the rule of law, the Sahel will always be a potential playground for foreign bullies, wherever they come from. And it must be said that the clear and present danger is coming from a permanent member of the UN Security Council, from Russia, that decided to throw all international rules overboard and to invade its neighbor, from Russia that is executing its opponents. Russia created the Wagner Group to bring death and destruction to Africa, plundering Africa while increasing the price of grain for the most vulnerable. In fact, what Wagner and Putin are doing to Africa is exactly the same as in Ukraine. Preventing Africa from flourishing, denying African countries their sovereignty, and ultimately, like in Ukraine, to colonize. Putin and Wagner want to turn back the clock. They want to restore the old world order as it was dominated by colonial powers. Ladies and gentlemen, the decolonization and the emancipation of African, Asian, and South American countries is the most important achievement of our post-World Wars order. We should protect this legacy, shield it from new forms of imperialism. Each of us has a choice to make. Whose side to pick? The side of the colonizer or the side of the victim? When we make these choices, the best guiding principle I can think of is the UN Declaration of Human Rights. We celebrate its 75th birthday this year. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights remains the spinal cord of all human rights treaties and instruments. And in fact, the rights defined in the treaty, they are much older than 75 years. The West African Mandinka nation, in what is nowadays Mali, had a constitution as early as 1200 AD. It spoke of the sanctity of human life, of women's rights, of the right to an education, food security, and even to self-expression. When the freed slaves of Haiti at the start of the 19th century finally had the freedom to choose their own destiny, they defined living in dignity as living in liberty and equality. So let's remember these stories and recognize the true universality of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Let's also remember that the progress we have made as a common humanity, and that when we look back on our achievements, know that they were always the result of hard work and of collaboration. More than ever, we need the UN and the world to come together to secure progress that works for everyone. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium for the statement just made. And now I have the pleasure to announce that the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Najib Mikati, President of the Council of Ministers of the Lebanese Republic. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency, and I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Najib Mikati, President of the Council of the Ministers of the Lebanese Republic. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Your Excellency Ambassador Denis Francis, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election as President of the 78th session of the General Assembly. I wish you success in this mission and assure you of the support of the delegation of Lebanon for the forward-looking program you have set for the coming year. Mr. President, this year marks the 80th anniversary of Lebanon's independence. 8 decades during which Lebanon has been striving to deserve its place among the peace and welfare-loving nations. Lebanon was one of the founding fathers of this organization, and it had a remarkable contribution in the drafting of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. But it hasn't always been an easy journey. Besides the bright chapters of stability, growth, prosperity, and peace building, Lebanon has also known long and extremely difficult phases, with frequent conflicts on its territories, in the neighboring countries, and wars of aggression against it. It all culminated in a prolonged occupation of parts of its territories, 2 protracted refugee and displacement crises, leading to an unprecedented economic, financial, and humanitarian crisis. Lebanon is today facing numerous overlapping crises against the backdrop of a weakened international system and a regional climate full of tensions and challenges. These challenges weigh heavily on the Lebanese people, suffering daily from a lack of basic moral and material elements that enable them to resist. In addition to the brain and youth drain and the receding hope in the eyes of many Lebanese men and women. The first among such challenges is the vacancy of the presidency of the Republic and the inability to elect a new president. This led to an institutional and political instability. It also led to the exacerbation of the economic and financial crisis and the failure to launch the reforms and economic and financial recovery plans on which the Lebanese depend to save the country. I sincerely look forward to the Lebanese parliament exercising its sovereign role by electing a president of the Republic in the coming period, a president around whom the Lebanese would unite and who will enshrine the return of the Republic through the presidency and constitutional institutions, and Lebanon's return to fulfilling its mission and playing its leading role in close cooperation with our Arab brethren and our friends in the international community. In this context, I commend the role played by the Committee of Five, as well as the French initiative aimed at helping to achieve this constitutional milestone. Mr. President, 12 years into the Syrian crisis, Lebanon is still bearing the burden of successive waves of displacement, with far-reaching economic and social repercussions on all aspects of life, thus threatening Lebanon's very existence. Although we have already voiced our concerns in all international fora, and in particular in this forum, the international community's response to this humanitarian tragedy is still timid and falls short of an effective, sustainable solution. From this rostrum, I warn once again against the negative repercussions of displacement, which deepens Lebanon's crisis. But Lebanon will not be the only victim. I repeat, Lebanon will not be the only victim. I reiterate the call for the development of a roadmap in cooperation with all the international stakeholders to find sustainable solutions to the Syrian displacement crisis before its repercussions spiral out of control. In this regard, I would like to mention a positive development. Lebanon has reached an agreement with UNHCR on the exchange of information pertaining to the Syrian presence in Lebanon. This agreement reflects our attachment to deepening cooperation with international and UN organizations as part of the sustainable solution we seek. The third challenge is Israel's continued occupation of parts of our land in the south, its ongoing aggressions and daily violations of the Lebanese sovereignty, in violation of Security Council Resolution 1701, to which Lebanon reaffirms its commitment and its respect of all relevant Security Council resolutions. I take this opportunity to thank all the troop-contributing countries to UNIFIL. UNIFIL's mandate was renewed by the Security Council at the end of August. However, the mission entrusted to the UN force is not complete without close cooperation and permanent coordination with the Lebanese army. This would contribute to consolidating peace and security in the region and would restore the authority of the Lebanese state over its entire territories within our internationally recognized borders. Lebanon welcomes the start of the oil and gas exploration in its territorial waters and looks forward to playing a constructive role in the future in the Mediterranean basin in areas such as energy. Mr. President, parts of the Middle East are witnessing concerning levels of political and security instability, casting a shadow over the countries of the region and their peoples. It is worth noting, however, that there are remarkable exceptions of stability, development, and growth in the Arab Gulf countries. These countries and their people are dear to our hearts. Lebanon and its people owe them a lot of gratitude and appreciation. In this context, we welcome the return of the Syrian Arab Republic to exercise its membership in the League of Arab States, and we welcome the Saudi-Iranian agreement. On the other hand, the brotherly Palestinian people continues to languish under occupation and to struggle for their inalienable human rights. As the need to alleviate the suffering of the Palestinian people increases, we reaffirm our attachment to a just and comprehensive peace based on the two-state solution and on international references, mainly Security Council Resolutions 242 and 338. I seize the opportunity today to recall the Arab Peace Initiative adopted by the Beirut Summit in 2002, which laid the foundations for the desired peace. In this context, and as a country that has hosted hundreds of thousands of Palestinian refugees since 1948, Lebanon would like to remind the international community again of its humanitarian and moral responsibility towards the refugees of Palestine and calls for a full support to UNRWA to enable it to continue carrying out its mission pending the final solution. Mr. President, we have always said that the world is witnessing cross-border challenges, which require greater coordination and cooperation between countries, from climate change to viral pandemics to security, food security, cybersecurity, illegal migration, extremism, and terrorism, to name but a few. There are many challenges of a global nature that can only be met through concerted efforts between governments, international organizations, and civil society organizations. I would like here to express our solidarity with the Libyan and Moroccan peoples in the aftermath of the natural disasters which ravaged the two countries. International cooperation based on the principles of partnership and inclusiveness is a sine qua non for the security, safety, and well-being of peoples. The UN and its specialized agencies are at the heart of this international effort, guiding and supporting it with standards and tools. In light of the challenges Lebanon is experiencing at the national level, and despite the regional tensions and their adverse effects in various areas, Lebanon is keen to continue playing the role expected of him at the regional and international levels. Despite the current situation, Lebanon continues to implement the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Climate Agreement. Lebanon has also participated in the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, and looks forward to the same level of active participation in the COP28 in Dubai, the UAE, wishing the host country and the conference full success. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, I would like to take this opportunity to stress the importance of a sovereign and independent Lebanese state, a strong, able, and inclusive state cooperating with the international community and friendly and brotherly countries, a Lebanese state that protects the parliamentary democratic system and public and private freedoms, that engages in structural reforms and in strengthening the rule of law, citizenship, accountability, and justice, a Lebanese state that believes in tolerance and brotherly relations, that adopts a policy of dissociation and stays away from the policy of axis, a Lebanese state which has an urgent need for security, peace, stability, and prosperity in the region. And the best way for all of us to keep pace with changes and mitigate negative repercussions, building the future and facing the challenges of poverty, unemployment, brain drain, extremism, and terrorism, thus avoiding the unknown. In conclusion, allow me, Mr. President, to conclude by recalling the pillars you have laid for your vision to lead the General Assembly in its current session. Peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability summarize indeed the aspirations of all our countries and peoples. There can be no secure and prosperous future for us all without upholding these pillars, which in turn shall not be achieved without solidarity and collective action to avoid further wars, conflicts, challenges, human tragedies, and material and environmental losses. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the head of government of the Lebanese Republic for the statement just made. I now give the floor to His Excellency Fathallah F. Al-Zouni, Minister of Youth of Libya.
السيد الرئيس السيدات والسادة
President, ladies and gentlemen, I am speaking to you on behalf of the President of the Council, on behalf of the Presidency of Libya, Mr. Mohammed Al-Hanfi, who was unable to attend. This is due to the disaster that Libya is currently undergoing. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Excellencies, Your Excellency Dennis Francis, President of the General Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to begin by expressing my condolences to the people of Libya. I wish to do so personally. I convey my full sympathy and my deepest condolences to the families of the victims of the flooding and torrential rains in the region of Jabal Akbar, especially in the villages, in the towns of Derna, Baida, and Susa. I also wish to convey my condolences to the people of Morocco and to His Majesty the King and to the government of Morocco following the earthquake in several Moroccan cities. I ask God to speed the recovery of the injured, God who is omnipotent. Ladies and gentlemen, I am speaking to you, conveying the voice of Libya. Libya, which is in the throes of a disastrous tragedy. I'm speaking on behalf of the Libyan people with heavy hearts, weighed down with sadness. And on the 10th of September, the Libyans and the entire world saw a terrible spectacle. This was a disaster that hit the city of Derna, and it struck us, especially after the tragedy that befell the villages in the east of the country. This is a tragedy that claimed thousands of lives in this city, in this region. People are still missing or dead. The costs will run into the millions, and the torrential rains carried away a quarter of the city. The government has gone, the national government, the national unity government has gone to great effort, so has the army, so has the entire country, to cope with this disaster, to evacuate the people, to extract those who are still covered up by the rubble, to bury the dead, to address the health situation in the city. The scale of the disaster has fully surpassed all local capacity. I want to briefly address the kindred countries and the friendly countries that have provided their assistance. I wish to convey my gratitude to those countries who have sent us rescue teams, who have provided us with medical and logistical assistance. I therefore thank everyone who responded to our call among the kindred and friendly countries. I thank all of the heads of state, those that conveyed their condolences to us. Speaking from this high rostrum, I call upon the world to live up to its responsibility to Libya in order to help cope with the aftermath of this disaster. In particular, to take the necessary health measures to protect the survivors in the city of Derna and the adjoining cities in order to avert a health disasters that experts are warning about. Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest values are born from the greatest suffering. So the disaster of Derna and the other villages, the breath of the Libyan people, the spirit of unity and solidarity, this is all coming into play. Since the tragedy, the Libyan people from the far south to the far north set aside their political divisions and set aside the civil war in order to be reborn, in order to transcend the wounds of the past, and in order to set course toward the future, to see through the eyes of future generations rather than through the eyes of politicians and merchants of war. This, doubtless, is the lesson that we need to pass on to our children, to avoid repeating the errors of that generation. The souls of the people of Derna are turning their eyes, are turning toward reconciliation, the unification of the city. Ladies and gentlemen, our people has set an example through its solidarity and its unity, through its national cohesion, through its responsibility. These voices must be heard. It is time for democracy to begin in Libya, grounded in the will of the people and in sincerity, thanks to the support of the friendly countries of Libya, the United Nations, the AU, and the League of Arab States. It is therefore necessary to carry out elections to ensure unified authority, free elections with the logistical support that is needed. In conclusion, Libya doesn't need any more weapons so we can kill each other. All of the hotbeds of tension, all of the sites of conflict that were spurred on by adverse conditions all of this has been carried away by the torrents of Jabal Akbar, and a new era has been born. The only thing that is needed is the voice of the people, only the best interests of the fatherland. And there is no place for the corrupt and for the merchants of war. To Allah belongs the command ever before and ever after. I thank you.
I thank the Minister of Youth of Libya. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. We will continue the general debate tomorrow at 9 a.m. in this hall. The meeting is adjourned.